I don't really care about that lane that much.
Sorry. Thank you. It likes to come on down. Oh, I didn't really get rid of my name. Yeah, I've got the... All right. Sorry, Mum.
See you later.
Go ahead, Archie. I'm receiving you loud and clear. Over. Let's go now.
All right.
Control from 152, just a radio check.
Let's see Apollo 2. No, that's right. I'll grab two from here.
Morning, how are you?
Thank you.
massive. What do you mean? No, I actually won't. I can take one of the three. But if I cut that, I'll be back. I'll split my hand. I'll see you there.
Oh, hiya, mate.
Pretty early. I don't know much, shall we? I reckon. Can you just take it? I will not hear the end of it.
I've got a message.
I remember how did I even get this emotion? I don't know why did you do it? How do I get out of it? There's nothing.
Correct. Yep. Lily. They've been here all morning.
Waiting
All morning. Hello.
God forbid. My eardrums don't need that. I reckon I'm going to start a radio
Microphone's
gig.
waiting.
Yeah. I reckon we'll end up working together.
I've got, so I've finished my uni degree with my partner. But have to get it. No. Well, it is.
So I would to like just
I would be.
No, we just said
Flying.
to get the training. Yeah, plane thing.
Plane thing, yeah.
The plane stuff.
Yeah, it's. I had a look at my exit that I've got when I shut. Well, I had to look for my next course because I could either get a vet fee for it and get student loan, or I could not get a loan and self-fund, which is what we're doing. No, well, that's so. The thing was, if I were to get a student loan, add a 20% student fee, loan fee. So I think that the 20% loan fee is 45,000. Just for like this 5-month course. Yeah. So Mum was like, that's right. And Mum was like, you're not going to pay. So if he has to fix it off, I so it's in the long term it's so I was like, alright, for the next 8 years I'm like, okay, it's better deal than paying that. Anyway, happy. Yeah.
So when you're
Well, you don't ever sit down. Most of the time
oh my God.
I moved up. See, that's what I'm thinking. Something to do. I'm hungry.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't want to lose my car. True.
Just jump in a boat
Yeah, I will. I'm just going to try. Thank you.
Ready and set to go. What's your name?
Carly.
Oh, my dog's a leader. So my dog like this, like barking off the lead and we just have a wonderful time. But like no one is doing like that, so.
She's perfect. Time in the backyard.
I'm not filming
Someone needs to do it. This is pointless. You guys see nothing.
This is the first day of the South Australian Rowing Championships of 2024, so welcome to the Alex Ramsey International Regatta Course here at West Lakes. I think it's Jonathan Mackay from Adelaide that's running fourth there, Greg. This is lane 2 here. Beautiful conditions here at West Lakes today for the start of racing. We've got heats through until 10:05 is the first medal final, so these guys will be in that race. The winner, the heat progresses.
We're only racing.
Jordan, you got me on radio?
Yeah, but
One, two, one, two.
I've got you now.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can reset.
So again, it's the Adelaide and Adelaide Uni clubs that are dominating this the race. It's sponsored by the Mosaic Hotel over here at the West Lakes Shopping Centre area. Thanks to Mosaic Hotel that's sponsoring these men's single sculls for the under 21 age group. So on your screen now you can see the starting pontoon. The scullers are in the starters' hands at the 2,000 metre mark. No surprise to me that Adam Holland's in front in lane 1 from the Adelaide Club. Adam was a Australian schoolboy champion in the single scull, so he's relishing this competition in the under 21s. Yeah, the top 3 place getters in this race go through to the final, so they certainly look like clear leaders to me, Greg. First time we've had the drone footage from our racing and commentating point of view here at West Lakes, so a wonderful job done by Dave and his team to give you these pictures.
As Phil said before, in this race 2 under 21 men's single scull, it's the first 3 that go through to the final at race 35. So it doesn't really matter their placings in this particular race. As long as you're in the top 3, you will go through to the final.
Adam Holland rating around 24-25 strokes to the minute, Greg, so I think he's fairly
just taking his
in
time.
command and saving energy for later races, because I know he's in the last race of the day, the feature event, the men's 8s, the open 8s, he's in that Adelaide Senior 8 there.
Yes, I think our first 2, both Adam in lane 3 and Jude in lane 4, taking it fairly easy. You can sort of see from that drone footage the rating is very controlled, just moving it through. And James Williams from Adelaide University in lane 5 just picking up the rating a little more. And aren't the conditions absolutely wonderful for sculling? Now outside of his screen, you might not be able to see it, but in lane 6, Henry Norton is picking up the pace. But I don't think he's going to be able to catch James Williams in lane 5. So as they come down to the line, it's lane 3, Adam Holland, lane 4, Jade Shermer, lane 5, James Williams. And those rowers will go through to race 35.
Yeah, Henry Norton from Adelaide certainly closed the gap there towards the end. That's why I noticed Williams had his much higher rating than the two leading boats.
That's right, he could feel Henry coming up on him, and it was a really good finish there for Henry.
Once again, that race sponsored by the Mosaic Hotel. And our local cafe here, the Ore Cafe, is sponsoring the next bracket of races. There'll be heats for the under 17 men's single scull.
And in race number 3, once again, the first 2 go through to the final, not the first 3, just the first 2. And we have in lane 2, Prince Alfred College 4, James Dixon. Lane 3, Pembroke School 3, Jed Watson. Lane 4, Torrens 1, Tom Redmond. Lane 5, St Peter's College 1, Will Adams Lesky. Lane 6, Prince Alfred College 7, Leroy Condis. And lane 7, Norwood International High, Luca Parker.
Yep.
So for these under 17 men's single scull, typically these the rowers you think would be what, year 10?
Yeah, could be year 11.
Could be year 11.
And the under 17 age group, if rowing people would know that that's one of the age groups that we race nationally, the National Regatta. So the under 17 race is, it's good to have it here on our local program, because these scullers, if they go well here in the state champs, they could put their eye on the National Regatta in the same age category. We have a start.
We've got a fairly tight field. It looks at this stage as though it might be James Dixon in lane 2. And lane 7, Norwood International High, Luca Parker.
Howdy. How are you? Yeah, good. Need a coffee.
But it's a fairly close field, because we've also got Torrens 1, Tom Redmond, up in the mix in third, not far behind, Pembroke, Jed Watson. So remembering that in this under 17 men's single scull, it's the first 2 that progress through to the final. So it's the 2 outside lanes at this stage that have got those first 2 positions. But look, you can see in lanes 2, 3 and 4, so it's James Dixon from Prince Alfred College, Jed Watson from Pembroke School in lane 3, and Tom Redmond in lane 4. Not a lot in it. You can, as they're coming down here, they've gone through the 1,000 mark. They're coming up towards the 500, coming through that open water area.
And the reason the only 2 going into the final, we've actually got 4 heats in this age group, which shows you the popularity of the under 17s. So the first 2 place getters in 4 heats gives us an 8-boat final, which is
it's great to see that level of competition. I mean, it's not easy stepping up to compete, particularly at this level in the under 17s, but we've got some good sculling out there, and it's great to see that depth. I'd say at this stage it is still lane 7, Norwood International High, Luca Parker.
Yeah, and the Pembroke sculler, I reckon it's the Torrens sculler, Tom Redmond in lane 4, that's putting the pressure on those 2 leaders, trying to get up. So it's a real boat race here for 3 places, racing for 2 places in the final.
And I think those first 3 scullers have sort of pulled away. There's a bit of a gap now to Jed Watson in lane 3, the Pembroke School. So is that competition between Prince Alfred College in lane 2, James Dixon, Luca Parker from Norwood International High in lane 7, and Torrance in lane 4, that's Tom Redman.
See, Tom Redman's coached by Simone Ellis from Torrens, and Simone's been a state rep, and it's great to see that she's coaching the youngsters in her club. She still rose in the Masters competition herself.
Yeah, an excellent role too.
And Redman's putting in a finish that Simone will be quite proud of. He's catching, he'd be overlapping, I think, the stern of the sculler in lane 2 from Prince Alfred.
So it's all down now to the finish. They're coming up to the 250 mark, and those two positions are open. I'd say at this stage it's still James Dixon in lane 2, Prince Alfred College, and Luca Parker in lane 7 from Norwood International High. But as you say, Tom Redman really putting down the challenge.
I think the other scullers are aware of the challenge, and the ratings are definitely going up.
That's right. You can definitely you can see both James and Luca really lifting because of that challenge from Tom Redman. It's just the first two that get through, not the first three. So those first two scullers lifting up the rating to try and ensure that they make it through to the final. Nice strong finish, and what a James Dixon, particularly from Prince Alfred College, finishing very strong. I think he's just taken the lead now, getting good boat run, and he will win this under-17 men's single scull heat number 1 over Luca Parker from Norwood International High. Some good rowing there.
So Tom Redman very brave there, but I'm afraid third, and the worst word on my printed sheet in front of me says that's eliminated, and the rest of the field also.
Oh, that's right. It's interesting. That might be a very fast heat because the rowing seemed to be very good there, and that's just the luck of the draw if you're in a very fast heat. This takes us to race 4, under 17 men's single scull. Once again, sponsored by our Oar Cafe. Here, heat 2. Once again, the first two progress through to the final. This is a 2,000 metre race. Lane 2, Prince Alfred College, Owen Macaulay. We've had a scratching for Pulteney Grammar in lane 3 and St Peter's College in lane 4. Lane 5, we have Max van der Molengraaf. Lane 6, Prince Alfred College, Nick Christensen, and lane 7, Unley High, Evan Harbisher.
Bit of history here. This is a state championship school state championship races on today, and when I first started rowing, the very first crew I rowed with Eddie and Willie van der Molengraaf up at Manham.
Wow.
Back in the 1950s. So this, I'm wondering if there's a
familial connection
there. Yeah.
Well, at this stage in this race, it is lane 6, Prince Alfred College 1, Nick Christensen, leading the under-17 men's single scull heat 2.
And that'll be the Pembroke sculler Max van der Molengraaf in second place on the screen at the moment.
Oh, look. It does look as though Nick Christensen is going to win this heat.
That's enough.
Very comfortably out in front at the 250 mark. Just steady rowing, but a very clear lead over the rest of the field. There's not a lot in it for second place, but as you're saying, Phil, Pembroke School, Max van der Molengraaf in lane 5 looks to be in the lead for that second position, but he is being challenged by Unley High in lane 7, Evan Harbisher. And Nick seems to really drop the rating now. He can see that there's very clear water between him and the others in the field. So just taking his time, nice and steady, getting good run, good send. To take it comfortably over the line. So now we turn our focus to second position, and I think that's really Max has got that position very clearly established in lane 5. So that's a win to Nick Christensen from Prince Alfred College, and it will be Max van der Mullengraaf from Pembroke coming through and taking that second position in the under-17 men's single sculls.
So in third place there, Evan Harbisher from Unley. And then Owen Macaulay from Prince Alfred fourth. He's coming across the line now. The picture on the screen shows that it's finishing.
This takes us to race number 5, the under-17 men's single sculls. That is also sponsored by Or Cafe. Once again, heat number 3, the first 2 progress through to the final. And we have in this race in lane 2, St Peter's College 3, Harry Binns. Lane 3, Prince Alfred College 2, Ethan Harlaftis. Lane 4, Adelaide High 1, Ethan Carlson. Lane 5, Torrens 2, Eddie Sharp. And lane 6, Port Adelaide, Matthew Nekatatu.
We've got one sculler that's cleared out from the field pretty early in this race. So
I think that's lane 4, Adelaide High 1, Ethan Carlson. And the race for second place pretty tight at the moment. It's probably just lane 6, Port Adelaide, Matthew Nekatatu over Eddie Sharp from Torrens in lane 5. But that's where the real race is going to be, I think, as we come down here. They've gone through the 750 mark. We have Ethan Carlson from Adelaide High out in front, and Eddie Sharp from Torrens in lane 5, and Matthew Nekatatu in lane 6. Neck at neck, bow ball to bow ball at the moment.
Almost identical rating, stroke rating there. They're both putting in a big burst as they approach the business end of this race.
And I think Ethan might have just put in a real push to just get in front. Sorry, Eddie Sharp put in a real burst there to just get in front of Matthew in lane 6. But there's about half a boat length in it at the moment.
So again, these 2 boats down in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, they're racing for a place in the final, with the 2 lead boats at the end going into the final later on today. So it's all or nothing to get in the final for those 2. No doubt about the leader out in front, Ethan Carlson from Adelaide High.
So Eddie Sharp's just pulling in front of Matthew Nekatatu from Port Adelaide. So Eddie Sharp in lane 5, just pulling ahead of lane 6. And there's just clear water now. I think he's picked up the rating. Wants to ensure that he gets that second place and makes it through to the final of the under-17 men's single sculls.
He's rating up around 31-32, and I haven't checked the third place sculler, but he's pretty much the same.
That's right. Well, Matthews, you can see, has also picked up the rating. We're lucky in that open water section. Often it can get quite rough, but the weather conditions are just absolutely perfect for small boats this morning. Ethan's come through the 250 mark. That's Ethan Carlson from Adelaide High in lane 4, very comfortably out in front. Very clear water, long and strong, just letting that boat run. He's definitely going to be the very clear winner in race 5, the heat 3 of the under-17 men's single sculls.
So Ethan there racing, he's in the black and white colours of the Adelaide High Rowing Club. Got their orange caps on, which have been a distinctive uniform they've rode with all this season. And so the Torrens sculler, he's in the red and white hoops, and of course the Port Adelaide sculler in the famous black and white colours of the real Port Adelaide.
So that is a win to Adelaide High. Coming in second at this stage, Eddie Sharp from Torrens in lane 5. Over Ethan Carlson, over Matthew Nekatatu, Port Adelaide in lane 6. And coming down in lane number 3, far behind them, Prince Alfred College 2, Ethan Halifatis.
Okay, point it out to me.
And this will take us here, just looking at lane 2, St Peter's College 3, Harry Binns. He might still be out in the water, and we have race number 6, the under-17 men's single scull heat 4. And let's see how that pans out. So race number 6, under-17 men's single scull, once again sponsored by the Ore Cafe in lane 2 for Adelaide High, Reeve Bowen. Lane 3, Prince Alfred College 8, Jack Stunnell. Lane 4, Pembroke School 1, Jeremy Yu. Lane 5, Prince Alfred College 9, Angad Gill. Lane 6, Pulteney Grammar 1, Samuel Stojazlevich. Lane 7, Prince Alfred College 3, Hugo Ekulri.
Scratching there.
Oh, sorry. Correct. Make sure I look at the live results. Scratching in lane 7, lane 8, Nazareth Bucky. And it does look as though we have an unusual situation where we have the remainder of the last race. That would be Harry Binns in lane 2, still coming down, and he's being borne down on by Reeve Bowen from Adelaide High 2 in the same lane. So it'll be interesting to see if Harry can finish the race before he's caught by Reeve. Hopefully that will be the case. But lane 4, Pembroke School 1, Jeremy Yu, is leading the under-17 men's single scull race number 6. Okay.
So the sculler in lane 2, Reece Bowen, he's got a clear run now. The other boat's pulled over into lane 1.
Yeah, that's very, very sensible. Good awareness by Harry Binns. He's moved across into lane 1. So well done, Harry.
But no doubt about the leader in approaching the finish, Jeremy Yu from Pembroke, and in second place, Reeve Bowen from Adelaide High. So those two scullers will be in the final. you don't often see that situation where one race catches up to the other so closely.
No, that's right. But you might find in this under 17 that you're throwing some junior rowers in, to get the competition, get the experience. So it's great that Harry finished that race and had that awareness.
So the rest of the field coming in.
Jack Stunnell in lane 3. And is that Pulteney Grammar? I think Sam.
Very close there between those for the minor placings, and difficult to see with the sun shining on the water.
I think Sam might have just got that position over Jack in lane 3. This takes us to race number 7, the under 19 women's coxless pair. This is sponsored by Gentle Touch Orthodontics. This is a heat, and the first 4 make it through to the final. Now we've got 5 crews in this race, so it's just the last crew that will be eliminated. Lane 3, Caitlin Anderson, Lily Burgess from St Ignatius. Lane 4, Walford Anglican 3, Georgia Morton and Aurelia Young. Lane 5, Wilderness School 2, Marjorie Tucker and Millie Whistle. Lane 6, Walford Anglican 1, Saskia Reynolds and Felicity Taylor. And Lane 7, Seymour College, Grace Barrera and Daisy Holland.
So this is a sweep oared race. We've had all sculling races on the program so far. So this is our first sweep oar. So each rower has 1 oar, and with 2 of them in the boat, this is the Rolls Royce of sweep rowing, because you really need a perfect combination of everything that the 2 people can do in synchronous.
That's right, and not all of the schools practice their pair rowing that much, so you would anticipate that some of the rowers from their first and possibly second 8 we'd put into this particular race, but probably their first 8 rowers. I think at this stage we've got Wilderness in the lead. That's Marjorie Tucker and Millie Whistle in lane 5, over Grace Barrera and Daisy Holland from Seymour College in lane 7. Coming in third, I would say at this stage, it could be lane 3, St Ignatius of Caitlin Anderson and Lily Burgess.
So I think it's the Seymour crew that's in front in lane 7, and then Wildy number 2 in 5.
Yes, I think you're right, Phil.
Those 2 have cleared out, although it is first 4 go through.
That's right.
So
you can see actually those first 2 crews. You look at their rating; they're really taking their time at the moment, which is it's fine. Just getting their length, send. Not really battling it out too much, although I think, as you say, Seymour is in the lead over Wilderness. I anticipate that they are going to take their time. They're very clear. Those first 2 crews will know, very comfortably making it through to the final, so there's no need to expend too much extra energy since they're very comfortably going through, and it's going to be the 3rd and 4th position that needs to push. I think 3rd. Phil, would you say it's St Ignatius?
I think it's the Walford crew of Georgia Morton and Aurelia Young that's running 3rd.
Okay. So it's lane 3 coming through in 3rd position. So in this heat, it is Seymour College, Grace Barrera and Daisy Holland in 1st position, followed by lane 5, Wilderness School, Marjorie Tucker and Millie Entwistle.
So St Ignatius.
And third position, yes, I think St Ignatius coming through. Caitlin Anderson, Lily Burgess.
Good, how are you?
And that all-important fourth position.
Walford from lane 6.
That's right, Walford Anglican from Saskia Reynolds and Felicity Taylor. Coming through over lane 4, Walford Anglican 3 of Georgia Morton and Aurelia Young.
So the first 4 place getters all go into the final. Hope they save plenty of energy for that from that heat. We go back to single sculling again now with under 19s, coxless pair.
Yeah, so the continuing, it's heat number 2 of the coxless pair. As I said before, Phil, same as this last race. For those not as familiar with the differences between the different boats, the pair race is 2 single oars, as we saw in this first heat. And in this heat, it's the first, interestingly, it's the first 3 go through to the final. Now, I presume the reason why it's not the first 4, but rather the first 3, because we only have 4 crews in heat number 2. I guess that will be the case, Phil?
Yeah, the idea of the rowing heats and finals is that you do have to race to win a place in the final. So that's why there will be 1 crew drop out of this result. So it makes them all have to work hard enough to earn a place in the final. This race sponsored by Gentle Touch Orthodontics. Gentle Touch Orthodontics are a long-time sponsor of the rowing program here at Rowing SA, so thanks to Gentle Touch Orthodontics for their sponsorship.
And in race 8, this is once again a 2,000 metre event. We have 4 crews. Lane 3, Loretto Marriotteville, Eliza Hogg and Fern Rosenbauer. Lane 4, Wilderness School 1 of Imogen Hawker and Gia Rinaldi. Lane 5, Unley High, Eleanor Nettlefold and Tamara Bates. Lane 6, Walford Anglican 2 of Saskia Reynolds and Scarlett Brammy.
And it's the Wilderness crew in lane 4 that's in front of the crew in lane 5, which is from Unley, and then the Loretto crew on the left of your screen, they're in lane 3.
So Wilderness School in lane 4 of Imogen Hawker and Gia Rinaldi. Leading lane 5, Unley High, Eleanor Nettlefold and Tamara Bates. Lane 3, Loretto Marriotteville, Eliza Hogg and Fern Rosenbauer. They are currently the order of the first 3 crews in this race. So the first 3 crews going through to the final. And the crews coming through the 750 mark, coming down to the 500 metre mark. And very good conditions. And I would suspect that lanes are 2 leaders, so Wilderness and then Unley High in the outflow just seem to be taking their time at the moment. They know it's the first 3 to go through. Now the crew in the 3rd position, which is lane 3, that's Loretto Marriotteville, seem to be picking up their rating.
Well, the leading boat's rating about 26, 27 strokes to the minute, and they're really cruising and saving energy, so well coached.
And we've had a real lift from Loretto Marriotteville. Perhaps they can see the crew in 3rd place coming up on them, but they've lifted up their rating to try and challenge for the lead. At this stage, though, there's no fear that they won't be making it through to the final. Look, and they've dropped back, so they've done a bit of a push in that open water section, and now they've slowed down once again, just taking it easy now that they've got that very clear lead on the crew in lane 3.
And the Walford crew in lane 6 are just coming into view on your screen on the right hand side there. They're certainly making an effort to try and get into the final, but they may have left their run a bit too late.
Yeah, they've lifted up their rating. and rowing well. So perhaps something happened earlier in the race for them, but they're lifting up that rating, keeping it nice and clean and clear. And because, of course, with the pair, it's technically quite a difficult boat to row. You've got to get the balance between the two rowers, so it's very easy to have problems with the steering. Walford are really putting in now. The Walford Anglican of Saskia Reynolds and Scarlett Bremy.
Yeah, they're making a real push to try and get into that final.
Yes, I wonder what might have happened earlier in their race. But the two lead crews at this stage, Wilderness in lane 4, Unley High in lane 5, just taking it easy. Loretto Marriotteville in lane 3 in 3rd position, and now Walford Anglican in lane 6, really lifting things to try and get back on those crews, but I think Walford unfortunately ran out of water. So it'll be Loretto, Wilderness 1, Unley High going through to the final of the under-19 women's contest pair. Well, lovely conditions down here at West Lakes for the South Australian Rowing Championships 2024. Nice clear weather. We've got conditions down here at the moment. There's about a 7 km/h wind, it's east-southeast, so that's coming as you look, as the boats are heading down the course on the screen. That means the wind's coming in from behind and to the right. But very, very good conditions here for the single sculls. Couldn't ask for a better day. 22 degrees, low winds. Where would you want to be, apart from down here at West Lakes for the South Australian Rowing Championships?
They are forecasting up to 32 today, so hopefully we don't get quite that warm on the water. Should be, if the wind stays away, it'll be a good day. It's certainly good conditions at the moment, Greg.
Yeah, that's right. Well, as I say, they're forecasting it to get up to by about 4 o'clock, at least 30 degrees, and the wind will pick up to about 25 kilometres an hour. So we're lucky that we've got the small boats in the morning for these ideal conditions.
The next bracket of small boats is 4 heats for the women's under 16 single scull. And all those 4 races are sponsored by Tuckers. It's a Tucker family that sponsor that group of rowers, and we thank them for that. In this case, they're all scullers, single scullers in the under 16 women's age group.
And importantly for this race, there will be an A final and a B final. So what that means for this heat one, the first 2 across the line will progress to the A final, and 3rd and 4th to the B final. So there's going to be a bit of competition. The rowers will certainly want to be in the first 2 coming across the line in this race. And we have in this event Walford Anglican in lane 2, Madeline Rogers. Lane 3, Walford Anglican 6, Milia Elia. Lane 4, Loretto Marriotteville 2 of Izzy Ingham. Lane 5, Adelaide High 1, Laura Harrisanye. Lane 6, Walford Anglican 10, Amara Davis, and lane 7, Pulteney Grammar 1, Scarlett Lamb. Well, it's great that Walford's got 10 rowers in the under 16.
Very commendable to have such interest in that competition.
And it's a fairly fairly consistent field at the moment. I think we might have lane 5, Adelaide High, Lara Harasanyi in the lead, but Izzy Ingham in lane 4.
I think she's steering all over the place, but she is in front, I think.
That's right. 4. She's having having some steering problems. Not the easiest of boats, particularly when you're learning the single scull. And you've got to stay away from those buoys. Once you're in the buoys, of course, it becomes very difficult. But nonetheless, Lara Harasanyi in lane 5 from Adelaide High, still in the lead, and perhaps it is lane 2. Do you think lane 2, Morford Anglican Madeline Rogers?
Yes, she'd be in second place, the lane 2 sculler. I reckon it's lane 4 from Loretto's in front.
Correct. Sorry, yes, you're quite correct. Izzy Ingham. Got to get our lanes right here. Izzy Ingham from Loretto Marriottville 2, lane 4 in the lead.
And in that vital second spot is lane 2, Madeline Rogers from Walford. And there's a real battle on between the Adelaide High sculler Lara and the Amara Davis from Walford in lane 6. So all 2 for the final, and 3rd and 4th go into the B final.
So I'll just say Phil, lane 4 in the lead, Izzy Ingham, to lane 2, Madeline Rogers from Walford Anglican.
Correct.
Now, of course, 3rd and 4th go through to the B final. So that's quite a battle between lanes 5 and lane 7. Lane 5, Lara Harasanyi, and lane 7, Pulteney Grammar Scarlet Lamb.
These under 16 scullers, the girls are really putting the effort in. I think in real life it's closer than it looks on the screen to
yes.
those places.
Oh, and look this, oh wow, it's a real push for the line now. It's going to be interesting to see who's going to come in second place. It is going to be so close. It's, oh, look, between 2nd, 3rd and 4th, there's less than half a length between them.
We'll have to wait for the official results there, because the judges on the finish line, they've got a photo finish camera there that'll sort those close finishes out. But first 2 place getters in the A final, and the 3rd and 4th go into the B final.
Some great racing there in the under 16 women's single scull heat 1. This will take us to race number 10, under 16 women's single scull, which is sponsored by Tuckers. Once again, the first 2 in this heat number 2 progress through to the A final, and 3rd and 4th through to the B final. In lane 2 from Walford Anglican 5, Lexi Reid. Lane 3, St Ignatius 2, Lillian Wang. Lane 4, Murray Bridge 1, Sienna Watkins. Lane 5, Walford Anglican 9, Annabelle Casserly. Lane 6, Walford Anglican 1, Olivia Rooney. Lane 7, Pembroke School 2, Scarlett Foster. So lane 6 appears to be in the lead, Phil. So that's Olivia.
Hang on, I reckon it's lane 7. Hang on. Yeah, you're right, lane 6.
Lane 6,
sorry, Greg.
That's okay. Lane 6, Olivia Rooney from Walford Anglican 1 in the lead. And lane 3, St Ignatius 2, Lillian Wang in second position. And I think lane 4 would be Murray Bridge 1, Sienna Watkins. It does become hard once you get on the boys in the single scull. And Sienna's just getting herself away from the boys.
So the first two place getters look pretty clear.
Yeah, lane 5 over lane 2.
Come on, Willie!
Lillian Wang in lane 3 coming through.
Quite difficult to pick some of these lane numbers and exactly which boats they are. With the you can see that reflection on the screen from the water. The judges, I know they this time of day they really have their work cut out and rely on the photo finish cameras and the bow numbers to clearly identify their results. Now those results will all be on the website of Rowing SA, SA Rowing, Rowing SA. You've got Rowing Manager as the has all the results, and already the draw is out for some of the finals from the heats that we've held earlier today. Once our volunteer officials get those official results from the judges, they then put them in the computer, and they'll be on the World Wide Web, the internet. You'll have all the results and the lanes for the next event. So we're on race 11, which has got Akon Bark from Adelaide High in lane 2, Abby Deans from Loreto in lane 3, Harriet Trengrove from Walford in lane 4, Evie Barris from Pembroke in 5, Christiana Stasinzelski from Pulteney in 6, and Chloe Brammy from Walford in 7. Race 11, under 16 women's single scull, sponsored by the Tuckers. Yeah, lane 5 is right on the stern of the that's Evie Barris from Pembroke. She's having a real dice with the Loreto sculler. She looks very relaxed, that sculler there from Pembroke.
It's going to be very interesting as we come down now, coming towards the 300 coming towards the 200 mark. A clear lead from Adelaide High. But who's going to take second position?
Yeah, the Adelaide High sculler, Akon Bark, she's showing a clean set of blades to the opposition, but there's a
real battle on now for second place. I think Abby Deans has lifted Loretto Marrickville in lane 3. Might still have it, but in lane 5, Evie Barris, we're saying is, I think she's got a much lower rating at the moment.
She's the most relaxed sculler I've seen.
Yeah, that's right. I'm looking at, wow, you know, just lift that rating, and I think she could easily, because she's underrating them by quite a bit, Evie. So if she lifts that, I think she'll be able to get into second position. But that's the battle at the moment, and I think she's long and strong. Evie's, yes, she's pulled out in front, but she's done it through legs and pressure through the water, not through rating. But I think Evie might just take that second position. Very relaxed. Obviously knew exactly what she was doing. Lane 5, second position to Pembroke. So that concludes race number 11, the under-16 women's single sculls. It takes us to heat number 4, race 12, under-16 women's single sculls. Lane 2, Wolford Anglican.
Hang on. Can I just go back to that race 10, that very close one? I've got the official results here. Wolford were first, that's Rooney. Second was St Ignatius was Wang. And Pembroke was third, and Murray Bridge fourth. So that was the race 10, the one that...
that was the race before. That was that was the race before the last one.
Yep.
We just had race 11, so yes, that's right. They are the results we said were...
We couldn't call it. It was so close, I think. So we know now.
So race 12, under-16 women's single scull, sponsored by Tuckers. This is heat 4. Lane 2, Wolford Anglican 3, Maisie Eastdale. Lane 3, St Ignatius 1, Caitlin Anderson. Lane 4, Murray Bridge 2, Lillian Hoare. Lane 5, Wolford Anglican, Claudia Kovac. Lane 6, Unley High, Rachel Luscombe. Lane 7, Loretto Marrickville 3, Emily Baldock. Once again, the first 2 make it through to the A final, and 3rd and 4th to the B final. This is a 1,000-metre event. And it looks as though we're lane 3, St Ignatius, Caitlin Anderson may be leading this race over lane 5, Wolford Anglican 7, Claudia Kovac.
So the younger scullers racing a shorter distance, which is quite appropriate. That's the same through the crew rowing also. We do the same sort of thing. The younger rowers race mainly in sculling boats and also the shorter distance than the 2,000 metre international race distance for the seniors.
So not a lot in first and second position, but in first position we have lane 3.
Correct.
Which is Caitlin Anderson. Followed very closely by lane 5, Wolford Anglican 7, Claudia Kovac. Yep. Followed by lane 6, Unley High, Rachel Luscombe. I'd say coming up in 4th would be Murray Bridge 2, Lillian Hoare. You can just see entering our screen now.
Beautiful picture there from our technicians, Dave. You're doing a great job. See the umpire's boat that follows the race. We have an umpire to see that the race is fair. For those sports fans not familiar with rowing, we have an umpire in that following boat. They also are a rescue boat, so the umpires and boat driver are like backup to the where we've also got lifesavers on the water throughout the whole event in their rubber duckies. If we have, it sometimes happens someone falls out the boat, and so we've got the rescue umpire's boat and also lifesavers on duty.
Good rowing here in the under-16 women's single sculls. So under-16, they'd normally be rowing in quads together. So getting out there in the single scull, that's a whole different thing. So just sort of learning how to handle the single scull, and particularly the steering, quite different from being in a coxed quad, because in the quads that they normally row in, you do have a coxswain and they do the steering, whereas in the single scull, you're responsible for it yourself, and you don't have you can't steer using your feet, because having a rudder per se, you've got to do all the steering using the blades in your feet. So essentially, you use yourself, and getting that power balance exactly right is quite a challenge initially, and it can slow the boat down. So we have in lane 3 is leading, followed by lane 5, followed by lane 6, and then we have a real battle for the 4th position, noting that the 4th position goes through to the B final, and that's between lane 2 and lane 4. Lane 2 being Maisie Eastdale from Wolford Anglican, and lane 4 Murray Bridge, Lillian Hoare. But I think that Maisie Eastdale from Wolford Anglican in lane 2 may have taken the lead over lane 4. That's correct. And now Maisie Eastdale in lane 2 coming through for Wolford Anglican. She will take that 4th position in this heat number 4, the 3rd and 4th position going through to the B final.
You were just talking, Greg, about the quad sculls, and that's what we've got next. So we've got change of boat, but the same distance, 1,000 metres for the year 9s. We've got the heats of the year 9 boys, coxed quadruple sculls. So 4 rowers and the coxswain to steer the boat and behave like a jockey and call the tune and the speed and tactics. And each rower has 2 oars. So race 13, sponsored by Eastern Equity Insurance.
And just while we've got some of the results here, we were talking about race 11, the heat before this, the under-16 women's single scull. We said it was a hard one to call. So the official results for race 11 was a win to Adelaide High. Second was Pembroke School 1. And third was Loretto Marryatville 1. And 4th was Pulteney Grammar 2. So in the Schoolboy Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull, sponsored by Eastern Equity Insurance, the Heat 1, first 2 progress through to the final. We have in lane 2, St Peter's College 1. Lane 3, Norwood International High 2. Lane 4, Prince Alfred College 6. Lane 5, Pembroke School. Lane 6, Scotch College Adelaide 1. And lane 7, St Peter's College 4.
And this progression is, you need to know your codes here, because it's the first 2 from each of the 3 heats go directly to the final, but the next fastest 2 boats also get a place in the final. So the NF, the 2 NF on the heat progression means
is the 2 next fastest.
Yeah, so every crew in every race is racing for their best time, because there will be 2 next fastest times to make up the final.
Yeah, so lane 6 was just originally having some steering challenges, but at this stage, gosh, it's a real battle between lane 3 and lane 6.
Yes.
Lane 3 being Norwood International High, Jack Evans Wood, Thomas Brinkley, Sebastian Taylor Walsh, Aidan Cheer and Aruta Ayu. as the Cox, and
Scotch
College.
Six,
That's right. That's Michael Kavanagh, Aston Bowman, Charlie McDonald, Marco Turich, and Hugo Hill as the Cox. But I think it would be lane 6, the Scotch College crew, who've got the lead over lane 3, Nord International High.
And that St. Peter's crew that's in lane 1, they're in a close third place, so they'd be looking at the moment, they'd be looking at being a 2NF, as in the second next fastest crews, because they're quite close to the boat in front of them.
And the Scotch College crews pushing out in front. This stage, they definitely want to be one of the first 2 to progress through to the final. Still lane 3, Nord International High, over lane 2, St. Peter's College 1.
So as I saw it, was Scotch first, Nord second, and the Saints crew in lane 2 were third. So at the moment they're one of the next fastest.
That's right. They'll be hoping that was a fast heat. That takes us to race number 14, also a 1,000-metre event. Once again, the schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Scull, sponsored by Eastern Equity Insurance. In heat number 2, once again, the first 2 progress through to the final, and also the 2 next fastest. In lane 2, Christian Brothers 1. Lane 3, St. Peter's College 2. Lane 4, Prince Alfred College 3. Lane 5, Scotch College 2. Lane 6, Prince Alfred College 5. And lane 7, Prince Alfred College 1. And perhaps not surprisingly, then it's the number 1 crew from Prince Alfred College leading this race in lane 7 of Dougal McLennan, Lucas Sheridan, Harry Grandioso, Jensen Hunt, with James Shelby as the Cox. They are leading in lane number 7 over Scotch College number 2, Edward Millard, Jack Henry, Angus Vale, Callum Reeks and Charlie Brooks. And Scotch College are in lane 5. So it's lane 7, Prince Alfred College leading lane 5, Scotch College. Now it's the first 2 that go through, but in terms of the fastest, in third position it would be the Prince Alfred College 3 crew in lane 4, who are battling it out in that group of 3 between lanes 2, 3 and 4. 2 being...
CBC are in lane 2, Saints number 2 are in lane 3, and Prince's number 3 are in lane 4. So good race there for the... either one of them could be the next fastest. The Prince Alfred College 1 in lane 7, pushing out in front. As we come down to the 250 mark, you've got a clear lead over the Scotch College in lane 5. Those 2 are your definite starters for the final at this stage.
But look at this real battle back in the field between Christian Brothers in lane 2, St. Peter's College 2 in lane 3, and Prince Alfred College 3 in lane 4.
I'm impressed by this sculling that these Year 9s, they've so well drilled, these 2 leading boats. Their body work, blade work and rhythm of those, for Year 9 scullers, both crews are rowing beautifully.
Great form all together. Looking at Prince Alfred College crews, it's coming down towards the line. You can see them side on here, rowing very well in control. So too the Scotch crew coming down. And that will be the 2 crews making it through to the final. And in the battle for the next position, it looks as though it's St. Peter's out in front, with Christian Brothers challenging, pushing out in front of the Prince Alfred College crew, but it's going to be following St. Peter's, Christian Brothers, and closely followed by Prince Alfred College.
So the third and final heat for the Year 9 Schoolboy Cox Quadruple Skull, sponsored by Eastern Equity Insurance, is about to start. Race 15. Got Prince Alfred number 2, Saints number 3, Unley High, Christian Brothers number 2, Princes number 4, and Norwood International number 1.
That's right. So lane 2, you have the Prince Alfred College 2. Lane 3, St Peter's College 3. Lane 4, Unley High. Lane 5, Christian Brothers 2. Lane 6, Prince Alfred College 4. And lane 7, Norwood International High 1. So a real mix. You know, the first crews from various schools against, say, the fourth crew from other schools.
Again, really good entries, Greg. So
yeah, some good
lovely
run
to
there.
see.
So Unley High now looks as though in lane 4, leading Prince Alfred College 2 in lane 2. Unley High, Mitchell Stevens, Blaine Ryan, Ari Llewellyn, Angus Andrews and Eddie Burns as the Cox. And in lane 2, the Prince Alfred College 2 crew, Jonathan Duff, Harrison Gibson, Harry Adams, Alfie Antonis and Peter Papagiorgio as the Cox.
It's lane 2 and lane 3 that are having a ding-dong battle for the lead. Greg, I reckon Princes and Saints in this one.
No, I think that that blue is Unley High.
Oh, it's Unley. Yeah, sorry.
There's some good things happening at Unley High this year. You see some really good crews from that school. It is, I have to say, when you look out there in the water and you look at the colours, it's very difficult to tell St Peter's from Unley High because of those similarity in the colours.
I saw the blue blades. So
that's right.
My mistake. I apologise.
That's right. It is.
There's Saints just swinging into the picture on the bottom of the screen.
That's right. So it's Prince Alfred College 2 in probably just Unley High in lane 4, just in front of them. And then Prince Alfred College 4 in lane 6. Will Wildman, James Mudge, William Garnett, Abby Wills, William Catdier as the Cox. And then back to the St Peter's crew, St Peter's College 3 of Liam Hutchinson, Joash Ng, Archer Pat Birdford, Jack Maslin and Ace Hanford's the Cox. But very clear water now for those first two crews. Unley High in lane 4 over Prince Alfred College in lane 2. I think both crews sort of lifting it. Unley High rowing very well, very under control. Oh, we've just had a crab from the Prince Alfred College crew. Now, can they get their act together and get themselves over the line? Because the first two crews, what's going to happen now here from the Prince Alfred College crew? Can the other three guys pull them across the line into second place? It looks as though their stroke is not going to be able to recover, but fortunately they've got enough of a lead that Prince Alfred College with 3 rowers will still make it across the line to come second in the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Skull. So, no harm done. Those two crews, Unley High in lane 4 and Prince Alfred College in lane 2, will progress through to the final. And that concludes the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Skull races. So the first 2 in each of those heats plus the next 2 fastest. Now this brings us to the Masters events. Masters, for those of you not familiar with it, are different. It's everyone over age 27, and you're categorised into different age categories, and those age categories have letters against them, A being the youngest, B next youngest, C, etc., etc. So in the Masters mixed double, we have lane 1, Torrens, who are an A-grade crew, which means they have a handicap of 19 seconds, so the younger you are, the higher your handicap. The oldest start on go, as they say. So lane 1, Torrens, A off 19 seconds. Lane 2, Port Adelaide, C off 14 seconds. Lane 3, Port Adelaide, C off 14 seconds. Lane 4, Riverside, D off 10 seconds. Lane 5, Galwa D on 10 seconds. Lane 6, Torrens D, 10 seconds. Lane 7, Port Adelaide E, 6 seconds. And Riverside F off of go. The F crew being over 60, and the A crew in lane 1, Catherine Samazaria 31 and Trent Mundy 34. So sort of 30 years age difference between lanes 1 and lane 8.
Commentary. She's going to take your place for a short time.
Yes, fantastic. So happy to now hand over to Tori to call the rest of the Masters mixed double race as I head out on the course, Phil.
You're having a race?
Having a race, yeah. So in the Masters men's coxed pair.
Very good. Good luck.
So lovely rowing conditions today. And I hand over to Tori Toogood.
Thanks, Greg Waters.
So the Mixed Masters double have started. Staggered start because of the handicaps that the different crews have depending on their different ages. So at the moment the youngest crews are at the back working to make up the ground that they've given to the older athletes.
And welcome to Tori Toogood on the commentary. Tori also races in the Masters competition herself, so she probably knows a lot more about it than I do. Good on you, Tori.
These are certainly people that I'm often racing against, but I'm definitely a bow-sider rather than a sculler, so I tend to, this year I'm sticking to what I'm most comfortable with.
Good on you, Tori. Beautiful racing conditions at the moment here at West Lakes. I can only see 7 boats in a picture here, so there must be someone still, one of the back markers might come through. I suspect it's the crew in lane 1 that's not there.
I think you're right there, Phil. I think it is the lane 1 boat that we can't see.
So it's lane 6, it's narrowly in front. So that is Torrens, Gina Bell and Nicholas McDonald. So the Torrens red and whites just narrowly in front of lane 4. And lane 4 is Riverside, Veronica Jones and Brian Glawson, the club captain of Riverside.
So same age group, which means they headed off at the same start time. Torrens maintaining their lead. They've got about 400 metres to go now, so that crew over in lane 6 with the red and white horizontal stripes, leading ahead of Riverside, who are mostly red, that you can see in the middle of the course on lane 4.
And in between them is a crew that's coming third from Galwa, Kate Tebniff and Simon Burr. So they'll be in third place. They row in the aqua blue colour with their red trim and red caps. I was down at Galwa this week. They had a farewell for their recent long-time coach, Bob Russell, who's moving over to Sydney and has been living down at Port Elliot and coaching at Galwa. Had a farewell dinner for him on Monday night. It was a very big affair, very well run by Galwa, of course, and great send-off for Bob Russell and Kathy, his wife, as they moved to Sydney.
Excitingly, we've got another race after this one for the Mixed Masters double as well.
Yeah,
older cohort.
The older group in the next one.
So it looks like Torrens have extended their lead to, I reckon they've got some clear water there, so yes, over a length, maybe 2. And
Riverside just holding off Galwa at the moment.
Looks like a bit of a battle out there between them.
Indeed.
See who's able to lift towards the finish line the best. So these 3 boats are all D-grade boats, which means an average age between 50 and 54.
See, the Galwa just lifted their rating, and I think they've moved up into second place.
I reckon they've got a bit more than half a length now, in fact.
Yeah,
So
Definitely lifted there.
Gina Bell and Nick McDonald in the Torrens boat there, the mixed masters double, crossing the line, followed by Goolwa and then Riverside. Kate Tebniff, who came second in that Goolwa boat there, got her mother racing in the next race, and then H grade mixed double.
So the lineup for the race 17, the second division of the mixed double scull for the Masters. Got Goolwa in 2, Simon Thornton and Libby Thornton, Phoenix in 3, Phil Gebhardt and Henny Shepherd. Lane 4, Goolwa, Brian Francis and Steph Wilden. Lane 5, Murray Bridge, Bernadette O'Neill and Graham Hunt. Lane 6, Goolwa, Di Tebniff and David England. Lane 7 is Riverside, Claire Sweeney and Costas Tevis. And lane 8 is Leslie Lewis and Peter Hendy from Riverside.
So in this race, they're F, G and H grade athletes going by birthdays. So the age range for the athletes out on the water for this next race is between 59 and 76. F grade is an average age of 60 to 64, which if I do my sums right, means that the H grade is 70 to 74, with G being 65 to 69. This is the second division of the Mixed Masters double, and they've headed off. So the older crews got to go. Then there was a 10-second countdown for the 3 G grade crews, and the Goolwa double of Simon and Libby Thornton had to wait 18 seconds at the start. They'll be in lane 2.
So we can't see them at the moment. That's
Too much of a head start.
Yeah, it's a pretty good, you get quite a good, seeing the start like this, I've not seen this before. We haven't had a drone for commentary before, and it does show how much the handicap really helps the older scullers in the Masters events, or the older rowers too, of course. In this case they're sculling, two rowers each with 2 oars, so a lovely boat, the double scull. So at the moment the oldies on the far side.
That's the Riverside boat of Leslie Lewis and Peter Hendy, I think.
I reckon it's,
Or do you think it's
lane
Claire?
7, hang on. I reckon it's lane 7.
I think we've lost the...
Claire Sweeney and Costas Tevis.
Right.
I can't see a boat in lane 8.
Well, Claire Sweeney certainly did very well at the Masters Nationals last year when she went over there.
Yeah, Claire's been racing for a long time. She was a racer and rowing racer before becoming a Masters, I think. So
Yeah.
very experienced and a tough Masters competitor.
Indeed.
And Costas, he's been around for a while. He's both of them in their 70s, so wonderful to see these Masters in their rowing competition.
They're doing a great job there, holding off, I think, the Goolwa crew. No, it might be the Murray Bridge crew then is therefore coming second. G grade crew that gave a 10-second head start to Claire and Costas.
That's Graham Hunt and Bernadette O'Neill. Graham Hunt, a long time sculling, lightweight sculler, so usually any boats that he rows in have a pretty high rating because he's fearless with the putting the rating up, as most lightweights are. I used to hate getting beaten by lightweights when I used to race.
I know the feeling. It still happens today, unfortunately for me. We've got some very strong lightweight masters, or may as well be lightweight masters. Yeah. It's not a division, but, well, not locally, it's not a division. It is at Nationals.
So I think the Murray Bridge crew is closing the gap on the Riverside crew.
They're right down on the beach here now, so we can see them out the window. It'll be interesting just to see how well Goolwa are able to bring up the rate and catch that Riverside crew. Obviously, one of the things we notice with each each birthday is that our ability to sprint gets a little bit less.
Yeah, so the Murray Bridge crew definitely rating up in the high 30s now, but I don't know that it's doing them a lot of good. The Riverside crew are holding their length and just keeping that same rating a bit lower and holding them off at the moment. But
it's a bit of a masterclass out there, really, isn't it? So that Riverside crew are going to comfortably make it to the line. Oh, it's never comfortable. Convincingly make it to the line, a length in front of the Goolwa boat.
Murray Bridge, that was second.
Oh, Murray Bridge, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Similar colours and on the same water almost. So.
Yeah, and Goolwa will take the third position ahead of the Phoenix crew of Henny and Phil, and then Goolwa and then finally, I'm getting mixed up between Goolwa and Murray Bridge, I'm sorry.
So those Masters races, of course, they're not state championships. All our championships are age groups, school racing and the open lightweight. We've got some lightweight, mentioning lightweights. We've got, I think our first state title race today is the lightweight men's single scull, and that's happening in about half an hour's time. And talking about when the medals come down, if we've got the broadcast going here, if you win, if you're good enough to win a state title, make sure you follow the protocol that's been broadcast right now. Pay attention if you think you're going to win a medal. You'll be called into the landing at the finish line where you'll be scrutinised, and if you have won that race, you'll come ashore and come up to the presentation dais and be awarded your medal. And please respond to the photographers who will be taking official photographs. So if you're good enough to win a state championship and you don't have to go straight to another race, please come to the landing at the finish line, come ashore, check your credentials with the race officials, check your names, scrutiny as they're called, and then proceed to the medal presentation dais in front of the main screen here, and stay there for your photographs. We have official photographers, and of course your family and friends can take photographs too. But please, stay at the medal presentations and follow the instructions from our experts there. Lily will be guiding you through. And mentioning that, in the spectator area, we do have a big screen down here. If you're a visitor here, if you're in the spectators, we've got Royal Henley's type deck chairs here for people to relax and look at the racing that's being broadcast by Dave and the excellent audio-visual people here. You can see the big screen, you can watch the races in your comfort, under the tents and in the deck chairs.
Lovely opportunity if you win an event to actually get that bit of recognition and stand on a dais, get the pics for the social media. But it is a lovely setup here on the lawn outside the club rooms. Deck chairs, big screen, actually able to see the top section of the course, which we don't normally get to see as spectators at rowing events. We're heading back out to the 2,000 metre start now for the under-17 women's double scull, an event sponsored by Tweak Physio. So it's Rhiannon Hughes physio practice, a rower, a fellow physio. And we've got, I can see 4 crews on the water at the moment. We've got 5 entered, starting with the Walford Anglican Girls' School 3rd crew of Amelia and Eloise, the Walford number 1 crew of Imogen and Olivia, the Pembroke crew of Abby and Mia, a Loretto Marrickville crew of Alice and Emily, and then Adelaide High with Emma and India.
And all 5 of those boats are there, so 4 of them will
them
get into the final. We can see them all on our screen. So the 2 boats fighting for the lead are Walford number 1 and Pembroke. So that's Imogen Griffin, Olivia Masters and Abby Young and Mia Chapman are fighting for the lead there.
I was just chatting to Mia's grandmother downstairs.
long family history of involvement in rowing for the Hallidays and Chapmans.
Hallidays, yes, of course. And Chapmans. Former
Both sides? Both sides of the family?
State team rowers, yes.
Yeah.
As was the grandfather.
Yeah. So the strategy here is really just not to spend too much energy, to make it into the top 4, to be able to race again in the final, which will be later today for race 61. Sounds like a lot later today.
To talk about the bad news in this show is that one of these crews will be eliminated, and at the moment it looks like being between the Walford number 3 crew from lane 3 and on the other side of the course the Adelaide High crew in the black and white colours in lane 7.
So their final will be at 2:40 this afternoon. They probably have other races to do today as well. So it's about being a little bit strategic, doing what you have to do and otherwise conserving. But we can see those first 2 crews have really got themselves out to a comfortable lead, and they should be stretching out, maintaining their length, letting the rating come down a little bit of a notch, and hopefully just feeling like a good solid row rather than feeling the need to race hard.
I think they can hear you, Tori, because I'm sure this crew in the Pembroke just took the rating down as you're speaking.
Stretched out a notch.
And hopefully they're well coached to conserve energy, because on a hot day like this, and all of you out there listening and rowing, make sure you keep your hydration up, plenty of fluids, and wear your sunscreen and a hat, and keep covered up out of the sun even when you're not racing.
Yeah, they've only got about 600 metres to go now from this 2,000 metre race. And looks like Pembroke is still just ahead of the Walford number 1 boat, followed by the Loretto Marrittville double, and then I'd say it's the Adelaide High crew ahead of the Walford number 3 boat.
It's what looks a bit like what I'd call a gentleman's agreement out the front now. They both
they're just ticking along, aren't they?
Looking at each other and saying, well, we're going to...
This'll do.
We got the final later on. Let's just cruise.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I think the Adelaide High crew are working quite hard to make sure they stay in front of the Walford number 3 crew, closest to the judges' tower and the main crowd here with the launching area.
Looks like they've got some clear water though. They're over a length ahead, which means they'll be able to see them even though it is the other side of the course. They'll be able to see them without particularly turning their heads. Just keep an eye on them. Sit up, breathe up.
Do your mental preparation while you still can think.
Ideally, ideally.
For those of you who've not raced, I can tell you it's that last part of the race. Your muscles are sore and your head gets a bit scrambled too when it's hot and you're tired and everything hurts, and that's when you've got to remember your coaching drill and your mental checklist to keep doing everything correctly and in time with your crewmates.
That's why we train so much, isn't it? Just to really drill it all in, because there's not much room for thinking and decision making in this last part of the race because of that scrambled brain. But we love it. We turn up for more.
Yeah. So I think...
gosh, that Walford crew look as though you've got your rating watch there, but they look like they're barely rating 22.
Yeah, they've cruised
They've brought it right back.
They've cruised right down.
They've started their cool down.
Pembroke are just putting on a bit of a show to do something, but the Walford are just cruising to the line. And I think the race for the top 4 places is over. Adelaide High over there, right on the far side with their orange caps. They've got their 4th spot sewn up, so they will get to race in the final later today.
2:40 this afternoon, also sponsored by Tweak Physio. It'll be interesting to watch that race this afternoon because there were, I think, a lot of cards being held close to the chest.
Yeah,
with that result.
Indeed, I agree, Tori. So Tweak Physio, I can certainly recommend that. I know people that have used Rihanna and her team for their Tweak Physio. They're in
the city, aren't they?
Yeah. Is it Grenfell Street?
So we've had a start now in the second heat of the under-17 women's double scull, sponsored by Tweak. Once again, the first 4 crews will be making it through to the final, with only 1 crew therefore eliminated. So from lane 3, we have Unley High School number 1, Angelina Mitchell and Sophia Farley. We then have Wilderness School with Jessica Felstead and Ella Mayer. Oh, I know Jess, I know her parents from running. We then have the Walford Anglican number 2, boat of Charlotte Matthews and Harriet Patterson. Then we have Norwood International High, Jalissa Aspinall and Charlotte Gameau. And then Loretto Marrickville number 2 crew of Eliza Khan and Ava Dennis. So, oh, look at that. We've got a crew well out in front there. Lane 1, 2, 3, 4. So that will be the Wilderness crew way out in front. I'm counting the lanes right, I think.
Yeah, that's correct.
And then Walford in a blue boat.
Yep.
Coming second. But yeah, this Wilderness crew of Jess Felstead and Ella Mayer look to be miles in front. So I hope they are relaxing, conserving themselves for their final race at 2:40 this afternoon. But
they look like they're pushing it along quite firmly at the moment.
They
really.
don't look like they're really taking advantage of the 5 or 6 length lead that they appear to have. They're already down at the grass, so you can see them from the beach quite well.
They're certainly showing a clean set of blades to the rest of the field. We've only got 2 boats in our picture in the commentary box, so those 2 are well clear of the rest of the field.
And it means we can't actually give you good information around, might be certainly the final positions are being fought out, I think, between the Unley High double and the Loretto Marrickville number 2 double, with perhaps the Unley High crew in lane 3 in the...
I do think there's a boat missing.
No, we've got, I can see 5 out there.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Trying to look through the binoculars.
That's
not
always
easy.
hard. Yeah, that's always hard. Yeah, no, so we've, once again, the crews that are battling it out for 4th and 5th are in the inside and the outside lanes, and so it looks like the Unley High crew on the beach side of the course and the Loretto Marrickville number 2 crew over on the Lakes Hotel side of the course. But this Wildy crew, now they're looking like they might be getting a few breaths in.
Yes, I think they finally remembered that they've got another couple of races.
They do.
So the bad news is the Unley crew in lane 3 and Loretto crew in lane 7 are still quite close.
Yes,
battling for the place in the final, so that race will go right down to the line.
Whereas the other 3 crews have got comfortable margins all around them. There is no sense in pushing up anywhere. In fact, these Wildy girls could just about easy all right there and drift over the line. It is a very, very convincing margin. So that's Jessica Felstead and Ella Mayer. Very nicely crossing the line there, ahead of the Walford crew of Charlotte Matthews and Harriet Patterson. But as you can hear, there's quite the margin. I didn't notice the...
Norwood's going to be 3rd.
With Jalissa Aspinall and Charlotte Gameau.
And it is close for 4th and 5th, so both Unley and Loretto are still going and trying to get in the final.
I'd love to see that Unley crew just bring the rating up a couple of points. They look like they could manage that. Of course, it always looks easy from the outside, doesn't it, Phil?
Yes. To my eye, it's the Loretto crew slightly in front of Unley.
I think so.
And why are we worried? Because we want to know who gets into the final. The first 4 boats in the final, we know Wilderness have won, Wolford was second and Norwood were third.
Oh, it's definitely that Marrittville crew, the Loreto Marrittville crew. They've got a solid 2 lengths over the Unley crew, 3 lengths even. So it will be Loreto Marrittville making it through to the final at 2:40 this afternoon in the Tweak Physio Under-17 Women's Double Scull. As these girls are 14, 15 years old. If they've had a birthday so far this year, they could be 16, but they need to not be turning 17 this year to be able to qualify as an under-17. As in many sports, an early in the year birthday is somewhat advantageous for junior sport.
Makes a difference at that age. It's amazing. I was a high school teacher for many years, and you can see some students seem to grow a foot during that school year.
Yes.
In that time. Almost unrecognisable from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, the same year.
Yeah.
And have their growth spurt. So we're going to under-17 men's 8s, the next 2 races, 2 heats, and again sponsored by Tweak Physio.
In this first race, we've got Norwood International High School, St Peter's College number 2, Scotch College number 2, Prince Alfred number 1, and then Christian Brothers over in lane 7. And is that PAC that's popped out to a convincing lead?
Burst out, I would have said.
They've got
bigger than a pop. They've
more than a pop. They've got 3 lengths by the 1,000 metre mark.
Yeah, they've really shown the way there.
Again, we've got some progeny in here. We've got children of has-been rowers in the boat there. Seeing Jack Stunnell and Hugo Elcory in there. So I rode with Andrew Stunnell and Karen Humanick and with Emily Elcory, Emily Haynes. So
well, famous name for me in there is Dixon. I rode head of the river with Peter Dixon, who's unfortunately not with us anymore.
No.
He's a handy on the clouds, but could be a relation because I know Peter's sons did go to Prince's. So it'd be interesting to, they could come up and tell me that when they see me. I'll be down the bank later on. So
I see that we've got Will Barrera in the Saints boat, and I think he's probably Danny Barrera's son, and Danny was one of the first tipsters.
Yes.
Back in the 90s,
yeah,
when the Talent ID program first started here in 1990.
And went
I think
on
Danny was one of that first cohort.
Yeah, and Danny was in the Kings Cup squad, I know, when I coached a couple of times.
Yeah.
And he coaches now. I reckon he coaches.
Yes, we still see him around. So PAC very much in front here. What the schoolboy 8s here need to do, first 4 once again will make it through to the final, and the rest will be eliminated. So just 1 boat will be eliminated, which looks at this stage to be Christian Brothers College. Over on the far side, over in lane 7. PAC, as aforementioned, very, very commandingly in front of these. Well, the other 2 colleges have got number 2 boats.
I did mention before, the under-17 division is a very popular one because we do have under-17 races in the national regatta in this particular boat class, and Prince Alfred College raced last year in the national regatta and unfortunately had a breakage in their final, and I'm sure they would have scored a medal had they been able to finish their race properly. So this crew may be out to make amends for them.
Scores to settle. We've then got, so PAC, as you can see from the beach, are going to be winning this race by
clear water.
70 metres. Yeah, very convincing margin. Then we have St Peter's, followed by Norwood International High School, and then Scotch College. So these under-17 category, these will be year 10 and 11 boys.
10 and 11, I should think.
There's not likely to be any year 12s in the boat anymore.
But
don't get many 16-year-olds in year 12 anymore.
Don't think so. But good race for the second place. Saints just holding off the Norwood.
Yeah, just
crew.
a half length there.
And it is half
5
a length.
sets.
You go past us, it's totally overlapping.
Yeah,
And Scott's not far back in 4th place.
that's right. With Christian Brothers making up the field there. So their final will be at 2:50 this afternoon. They'll be needing to drink up and get out of the sun.
Yep.
Plus or minus whatever other events each of those boys have. Because a lot of them will race in 4s and even doubles and quads.
Now this, we've got the different mathematics here. The second heat, there's 3 boats to make it through to the final. There's only 4 in the heat for the men's 8, sponsored by Tweak Physio, Scotch College, Prince Alfred College, Adelaide High School and St Peter's College. And 3 of those boats will go in the final. That's because in rowing, when you have a heat, we always make it a genuine race that everyone has to race for a position and a place in the final. So
Otherwise it would be manifestly unfair if one race just got to tap their way down the course.
So again, in this one, we've got a clear leader in the early stages. The Scotch crew, the Scotch under-17s have cleared out.
That's their number 1 boat.
And it's Ryan Koch, Harper Manning, Charles Bales, Harry Tozer, Kent Harvey, Thomas King, Blainson, Bloor, Robinson, Jackson Sullivan, Cox by Jack Stratton. That's the Scotch College number 1 crew. And they're leading from a brace of the other 3 boats.
Looks like St Peter's College are coming second, their number 1 boat over in lane 6, followed by the Adelaide High boat and then by the Prince Alfred number 2 boat, which I see on the rowing manager is a by invitation boat. I'm not sure why it's by invitation rather than having a legitimate entry.
So we don't have that information. It could be that they had some sort of malfunction with their entry, and by invitation, our officials invite them to race for experience, but they get no prizes.
Or it could be that they had to sub in someone a little bit over age to be able to boat the boat, get 8 rowers on the water.
And at least give them the experience of racing and starting in a state championship event, which is, when you're a youngster, that's all part of the deal.
Well, the learning curve is so great, isn't it? Every race you are getting more experience, and even that procedure of getting into the start and having a held boat. For these under-17 athletes, a lot of them wouldn't have had much experience over the full 2,000 metre course and therefore the held start. And certainly there's a degree of learning that goes with managing that. Fortunately, we've got almost no wind down here today, but the little wind that there is with that little bit of a cross does make it a bit tricky for these young coxswains and young athletes.
Yeah, I haven't commentated with the drone footage before at this venue, and the water's so still you can see I'm fascinated with the 8s. They've got you can see their puddles of the boats, but also their wake is staying like a line drawn on the water, which is it's quite beautiful and a rare sight for me. So for those of you viewing this wherever on the World Wide Web, enjoy the pictures from our drone and from Dave and his team with the technology here. It's fantastic.
Absolutely stunning conditions down here at West Lakes this morning. Our course gets a bit maligned by some of those folks interstate, doesn't it? Doesn't have a good reputation in interstate, but as a local, I've never understood that position for them.
It's beautiful when the weather's good, and it is today. And I'm glad to see there's a few people relaxing in the Henley style deck chairs. You go to Royal Henley, you get to sit and watch the races at Royal Henley, the world's greatest rowing regatta.
They just need a Pimm's and a bit of strawberries and cream.
Well, we've got a Pimm's tent here today. Did you realise that? One of the tents is a Pimm's tent.
Oh, so with these Aperol Rollies perhaps.
We've got, I think there's 10 entertainment and merchandise tents and food and drinks, and one of them is a Pimm's, I believe, so enjoy.
Certainly it's still this Scotch College boat comfortably in front as they come down to the beach now, so within easy sight, followed by the St Peter's crew, then the Adelaide High boat, and then finally this Prince Alfred boat, which is marked as being by invitation.
There's a fair chance the other crews wouldn't have known that princes were by invitation, so they would have
Still raced.
For their position. So the leading 3 boats will progress to the final. It may have been that they didn't need to use a lot of energy to get there, but
certainly the Scotch boat have dropped that right down. I'd be surprised if they're rating more than 22 or 24 there. They've commenced their cool down, rowing quite beautifully together there. Wonderful display. The Saints crew are still, well, they're overrating them, but it's not quite racing rate.
24 Scotch.
How's
24.
my eye?
Pretty
How's
good,
my eye?
Tori, you're a former international rowing medalist, so I would expect you to have a pretty good idea of rating.
It means I've got a feel for it, but not necessarily an eye for it, because I haven't had a lot of coaching experience. We've now got the St Peter's crew crossing the line. And then the crew from Adelaide High. Again, we're seeing some orange hats there. I love it when some of these crews have their distinctive hats to help stand out. The Wildy girls with their hot pink, and I'm all for Adelaide High having bright fluorescent orange to help us identify them from a distance.
And it's probably good for safety. Now, I'm not going to the PIMS tent, but I'm leaving you, Tori Toogood, with the commentary on her own. I'm not sure if anyone's coming to help you, because we've also got, it's the first of the medal finals. So if you weren't listening, when you race a medal race final, please come to the finishing pontoon and leave your boat once you've been checked by the scrutineers, and the winners coming, you'll be given and awarded your medals. And please be alert to what the photographers ask you to do, because we take official photographs, and you will have time, stay on that medal dais with your medals and your crew, and get your family and friends to take photos after the official photos. So I'm leaving you with Tori Toogood.
Drone footage up just yet, but it looks as though we've got the under 21 lightweight men's single scull event a bit over halfway through. It looks like they've passed through the 1,000 metre mark. They're getting towards the Lakes Hotel. 7:50 to go, and we'll get the drone footage up any minute. But in lane 3 we have Prince Alfred College number 2, Argus Choi. Lane 4 we have the Adelaide Uni boat of Beecher Ross. Then we've got another Adelaide Uni boat in lane 5, Kyle Miller, and then Prince Alfred College, Angus Hall. So 4 crews in this event, the under-21 lightweight men's single scull. That means they have to be 72 kilos or less.
I really want to stand there. The lightweight men.
I think 72.5 was the rules. Could everyone please make sure they return their bow numbers? Like every SA rowing event, rowing SA event, we need to get these bow numbers back, and they're not coming back in a timely manner at the moment. So to all crews and coaches attached to all the clubs, please make sure that bow numbers are coming back. So we've got a bit over we've got around 500 metres to go. And it looks like lane 5, Kyle Miller, is out in front, ahead of Beecher Ross, the 2 Adelaide Uni boats. One of the privileges of a sport like rowing, I've been involved since I was 12 years old, and Beecher's mum was one of the coaches when I was 12 years old, and then I've had the honour and privilege of rowing with and racing against Susie over the years as a masters rower. But looks like Kyle Miller here out in front of Beecher, Ross, and then it looks like we might have the Prince Alfred rower of Angus Hall, and it looks as though perhaps Argus Choi didn't end up boating for this one. So a very spread out field here for the under-21 lightweight men's single scull championship event, sponsored by Tweak Physio. And Kyle Miller there, very comfortably ahead of Beecher Ross, the 2 Adelaide Uni single scullers. These boys will be asked to, once they've crossed the line and turned around, come into the finish pontoon here. Double check that who was entered is in fact who raced. And then there'll be a medal presentation down here on the dais in front of the lawn. There's umbrellas and bar stools and deck chairs, and apparently some pims at the tent there. And a good variety of rowing related merch. Angus Hall from Prince Alfred College over in lane 6 there, into the final 100 metres of his race. In the under-21 lightweight men's single scull. Sponsored by Tweak Physio. Rhiannon seems to be supporting a lot of the underage boats today, which is marvellous. Down here at the central hub, we've got quite a few tents. We've got a PIMS tent. We do in fact have a strawberries and cream and charcuterie board tent. So if you'd like to recreate the full Henley experience down here at West Lakes, you can have your strawberries and cream and Pimm's. I said that before as a bit of a joke before I knew any better. We can do it. We've also got some rowing merch. We've got some zoot suits and tops from Nelson Teamwear. We've got a stand by Taboo period products who are all about active inclusion, where they're working hard to end period poverty and have products available for everyone who requires them. We've got Bont Shoes, who supply shoes for in the boats. We've got Bolle Eyewear with a stand here. Perfect Balance Rowing with some spare parts and boats. The Open Men's Double Scull is now underway. This one is sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing, and it's Adelaide Uni versus Adelaide Uni versus Adelaide Uni. So in lane 4, closest to the beach, we've got Jasper Boyce and Jude Shermer. In lane 5, in the middle, we have Nick Burr and Callum Deckers. And then over in lane 6, we've got Hugo Worm and Nick Blackman. And it looks as though that crew in lane 6 are in front, Hugo and Nick, followed by the crew in lane 4, Jasper and Jude, with then Nick Burr and Callum Deckers in the middle, bringing up the rear. And it looks like it's a margin of around about a length between each of the boats. So lane 6, Hugo Worm and Nick Blackman out in front. They're just getting to the Lakes Hotel now. So about 700 metres to go of this 2,000 metre event, the Open Men's Double Scull, race 23 on your program, sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. Around about a length ahead of Jasper Boyce and Jude Shermer, also from Adelaide University. And then it's looking like it might be closer to 2 lengths now, back to Nick Burr and Callum Deckers. Also at Adelaide Uni. So it's a black and white event out here. Open Men's Double. Looks as though we've very much got 3 positions here, and it doesn't look like that will shift at all now that we're down to, it looks as though Hugo and Nick have just about hit the rocks there. Our marker place to say 250 metres to go to the finish, along the beach out in front of all these tents representing just about every club in South Australia. So Hugo Worm, Nick Blackman, coached by Sam Morton, Christine McLaren and Nicholas Mitchell, are realistically going to win the state championship in the Open Men's Double Scull today. Second place, Jasper Boyce and Jude Shermer, also coached by Sam Morton, Nicholas Mitchell and Christine McLaren. And then the uni boat of Nick Burr and Callum Deckers, coached by Sam Morton, in the bronze medal position. This Open Men's Double Scull, sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. Once again, these athletes will, after they've crossed the line, come into the finishing pontoon, be checked off, and then have their medal ceremony on the special podium that we've got up there today. Perfect Balance Rowing are supporting a number of the open events this weekend. They've got some stock with them and a small amount of merch here on site. But make sure you catch up with Alistair and Caitlin for all your boating needs. And in fact, we have a season-long premiership series, and the winner of the men's and the women's Perfect Balance Rowing Premiership Series will each take home a single scull, which is an absolutely awesome prize this year. Very generous by Perfect Balance.
Keep going, you're in. W. Oh, that's good. Yeah, okay.
We have the Schoolboy Coxed 4 now, race 24, also sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing, and a 2,000 metre race. In lane 1, we'll have Christian Brothers College. Lane 2, St Peter's College number 3 boat. Lane 3, Pembroke School. Lane 4, St Peter's College number 2. Lane 5, Scotch College. Lane 6, Pulteney Grammar. Lane 7, Scotch College. And lane 8 will have St Peter's College number 1. So they've started. Don't yet have drone footage to be able to see the order, but I can see that they are approaching around about the 1,000 metre mark at the moment. Nature of the camera means that I can see these Scotch and Saints crews in the middle.
Don't carry it up from here.
But I can't see the boats that are on the near side of the course. To be able to give you any sort of an update as to the placing so far. They're into their third 500 metres. Always feels like a bit of a no man's land out there. If you're over halfway, you're hurting a lot.
I may have
you're
a
not
crew
quite
across in front of me too.
close enough to the finish to begin the push for home.
Yeah, I'm going to have people walk in front of me.
So these Schoolboy 4s, they could be part of their first eights, or they could be the senior boys that aren't in the eights. Each school will have its own criteria around that. It looks as though perhaps that Pembroke crew in lane 3 and the Scotch crew in lane 7 are out in front, perhaps with St Peter's number 2 in between them.
No, but funny enough,
I believe so.
And then Scotch number 5 along with St Peter's number 3. Doesn't look as though
Which way?
the Christian Brothers crew were at the start.
Just keep it low, hold it steady. Yeah, that's better, that's it.
Got a wider view now on the live stream. Feel more confident now that it is in fact Pembroke in front in lane 3, ahead of Scotch in lane 7.
A bit of man, another camera, all these are juicing up if you like.
This is a championship event for the Schoolboy Coxed 4, sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing again. Now it's looking like it might have tightened up between the Scotch College crew in lane 7 and Pembroke in lane 3. From this angle up here by the finish line, they look pretty equivalent. So if you're down on the beach, you're going to have a better idea than me as to which boat is actually in front. Looks like it might be Scotch over in lane 7 there. Crew of Max Brammy, Oscar Kittle, Patrick Keenan, Lee Wingard, and coxed by Lucy Seppelt. Another one with Parents Who Rode, followed by Pembroke, And then in the third position will be the St Peter's number 2 crew, ahead of the St Peter's number 3 and number 1 crews and the other Scotch College crew. So a much tighter field there for the championship schoolboy Coxed 4. State champions there, won by Scotch College, with thanks to Perfect Balance Rowing. Pulteney and Christian Brother crews have now just crossed the finish line. It's always a busy schedule for these regattas, and most athletes will be racing in multiple events, and depending on the schedule, depends on whether they can even actually come in for a medal presentation. Which is a bit of a shame, because it is lovely to be acknowledged when you win. But if athletes are needing to get their boat in off the water, get some fluid in, get some more sunscreen on, and then head back out for another event, that may have to be the priority. Looks like we've got this schoolboy Coxed 4 of Scotch College available to come in, and so we will have a medal presentation for that event very soon. The under-19 women's single scull, race 25, another championship event, looks to be about halfway through. We don't have any video footage of it just yet, but we have a full suite of under-19 women. So once again, these are overwhelmingly schoolgirls. In lane 1, we have St Ignatius, Lily Burgess. Lane 2, we have Loretto Marrickville, Eliza Hogg. Lane 3, maybe a scratching, difficult to tell from here, but I do have a line through the Adelaide Uni boat of Anya Felderhoff. Lane 4, Loretto Marrickville, Emily Lang, who did very well at the New South Wales State Championships last week. Lane 5, Unley High, Felicity Cox. Lane 6, Adelaide Uni, Victoria Binns, who also has done very well over a number of years. Lane 7, Walford, Anglican School, Scarlett Brammy. And lane 8, Unley High, Georgie Twelftree. Once again, we don't have drone footage. This event's sponsored by Concept 2, maker of the ergos we love to use, that are used internationally for ergo tests and competition. And it looks here like lane 4, Emily Lang of Loretto Marrickville is probably out in front. We've only got less than 500 metres to go of the race now.
There's a rower in on the can't see it. If you can just go, that's it, that's better. Yeah, that's it.
As you can see, the young women here, the under-19 women are quite spread out over the 8 lanes. But we can now see Lily Burgess from St Ignatius in lane 1, Eliza Hogg from Loreto Marrickville in lane 2. Lane 3 has been a scratching. Lane 4, Emily Lang from Loreto Marrickville. Back to lane 5, Felicity Cox from Unley High. Adelaide Uni, Vic Binns over in lane 6, so it looks like a battle between Emily and Vic, who used to be at school together. Then the Walford Sculler of Scarlett Brammy and the Unley High Sculler on the far side of Georgie Twelftree. But it looks like Vic from Adelaide Uni in the white with the black V on the further side, and Emily Lang in the dark blue colour of Loreto Marrickville in the middle of the course, battling it out for this under-19 state championship in the women's single scull. Looks like Vic might have the lead. I don't have a very good angle just yet, but looks like Victoria Binns winning the under-19 single scull, about a length clear of Emily Lang from Loreto Marrickville, former crewmates, with Felicity Cox from Unley High in the 3rd position. It's very exciting watching what Unley High are doing this year. Very competitive across a range of boats. When I was at school, the Unley High Boys 8 actually won Head of the River, but we haven't seen that since. Over the far side there, we've got Unley High student Georgie Twelftree coming in 4th. And then we've got the St Ignatius rower Lily Burgess in 5th. Then Eliza Hogg in lane 2. Coming in 7th to round out that field there for the under-19 Women's Single Scull Championship event, sponsored by Concept 2, maker of rowing and bike ergos, or instruments of torture. Under-19 men's quad scull are now on the water. Race 26, sponsored by Concept 2. So we've got 3 crews in this event. Coming down to the beach here, Norwood International High, Adelaide Rowing Club and an Adelaide Uni composite with Adelaide Rowing Club and Corio. And it looks like out in front we have that composite crew of Thomas Osborne, Alexander Williams, Cooper Hoskin and Finn Redman, coached by Sam Morton and Christine McLaren. Adelaide Uni, Adelaide and Corio Bay represented here in lane 6, heading down to the finish line in their under-19 quad scull. And then it doesn't look as though the Adelaide Rowing Club crew were here. So Norwood International High of Hayumbi Moon, Luca Parker, Nicholas Halulis and Oliver Evans Wood, coached by Alex Worthington and Brenton Terrell. Crossing the line there in the under-19 men's quad scull, sponsored by Concept 2, race 26. So state champions to the Adelaide Uni composite crew. And then it looks like we're just about halfway through the Masters women. Oh no, maybe just starting. Still lining up the Women's Masters single. No start yet. So once again with Masters races, they're shorter. We only race over the 1,000 metres rather than 2,000. And it's a staggered start to allow for the different age groups within their handicap start. This one's the first division, so it's the younger cohort, who are B, C and D grade, which means B grade is age 33 to 42, I think, 37 to 42, something like that. Masters starts at 27, which is obviously frightfully young for Masters.
What was that?
I was asking Jordan if I left glasses there.
C grade is, I think, around about that 42 to 49, and then D grade is 50 to 54. So
Did I leave glasses out there,
in lane
Jordan?
3 we have Kate
Okay.
Tebniff racing again. She was in our mixed double a little while ago. Kate Tebniff racing C grade. She has a 5-second handicap. In lane 4 we have Riverside, so red
Probably 'cause I was left.
zoot suit with Mel Innes. We also have another B grade rower next to her from Port Adelaide, Elena Gerlich, and another Port Adelaide rower, Amelie Bedwell. So they're all B grade. They're all going off 8 seconds, so they'll be the ones that are held longest at the start. And the person who got to go off go is the Adelaide Uni rower of Christina Bursell. She was actually one of that very first bunch of TIP rowers back in 1990. And so she's the oldest athlete in this race at this time. Great footage there of all the boats heading out towards the start.
David, do you have up there a USB?
We can see the red suit of Mel Innes
Cable that's a bit of a chunky one. I
in the
think
middle
mine's
of the screen
slowing
there,
down the
with Kate
controller
Tebniff
charge.
to the right in the blue
I've
of
got
Goolwa,
USB-C to USB-C
and then the
with a
black and white
USB-C
of
charger.
Elena nearest
Is that the
that
high voltage one you
umpire
had?
boat if you're watching the live stream.
Do you mind if I run up and grab that from you? Stay there, I'll chuck it down to you.
And what I can see here from near the finish tower, it looks like Christina Bursell is still comfortably out in front. She did have a head start, got to go off go while everyone else was held. And while she's the oldest on the water there, she was in the state Masters Women's 8 last year for the Nationals, and we won that event for the first time ever. We won it by 9 seconds. It was a pretty convincing win. Chris was part of that boat. At the Masters Nationals in June last year at Penrith, South Australia won both the women's and men's 8s. The men's Masters 8 won for the 3rd time in a row, while, as mentioned, the women's 8 won for the first time ever.
You know, the second camera might be better from next to the finish camera.
And it looks as though Chris is probably out in front there.
I'll have to talk to Andrew. Might be- I
Over
might
in
bring
lane
you up
7,
next
over
to
on the
the
far
finish camera.
side,
And if we just rotate slightly the presentation.
probably with Kate Tebniff from
Yeah,
Goolwa
we'll have to work that out.
in lane 3, so closest to the beach in 2nd, and then Mel Innes from Riverside in the 3rd position. But I think Chris Bursell from Adelaide Uni has a comfortable lead over there in lane 7.
You can go up at the end of this race if you like.
She had her head start with the margins with the handicap because of age, racing against a younger cohort
Starting at
here.
1,000 metres. Copy that. This charge has made a massive difference.
She's a very good athlete who was in fact
Well,
talent
well,
identified
they're actually really good.
as a 16-year-old,
I think the cable
15-year-old
went down. I grabbed a
back in
random cable,
1990.
so the thick ones, it's not letting enough through. Yeah, you're going to get a high current cable.
part of the very, very first cohort of the Talent ID program here in South Australia that was very successful. I think she made a national junior Trans-Tasman team. She's been to World University Games and back competing again as a Masters athlete, and as I said, won the Masters interstate race at the Masters Nationals last year, along with a slew of other medals in her 4 quad. She raced the single and maybe the double at Nationals as well. So Chris Bursell crossing the line in the Masters Women's Single Scull, First Division, ahead of Kate Tebniff from Goolwa, Mel Innes from Riverside, and then 2 Port Adelaide. We've got both? Yeah, 2 Port Adelaide athletes. Elena Gerlich and Amelie Bedwell. Of the Masters women's single, so this is the slightly older cohort. In lane 3 we've got Torrance Simone Ellis, who was also a member of that winning Interstate 8 from the Nationals last year. In lane 4 we've got Bernadette O'Neill from Murray Bridge. Lane 5, Ali Smith from Port Adelaide, who's also coach at Norwood International High School. And Claire Sweeney is back for more in the single, this time for Riverside. Remember that she was in the winning double scull from Riverside earlier, mixed double scull, an hour or so ago. So we've got a bit of racing pedigree here, lots of experience in racing. Simone Ellis is the youngest of this cohort as an E grade, which is age 55 to 59. She's just aged up a category. In Masters rowing we actually celebrate getting older and getting a better handicap. So Claire Sweeney is H grade over on the far side from Riverside. She went off go. Then Ali Smith and Bernadette O'Neill are both G grade, age 65 to 69. No secrets. So Ali Smith from Port Adelaide is in lane 5, then Bernadette O'Neill from Murray Bridge in the blue is in lane 4. And then Simone Ellis had to sit around at the start having a cup of tea for 29 seconds before she was allowed to go. And she'd be looking to work her way through the field from lane 3. So at the moment Claire's still in front. She's taken that advantage that she had and she's hanging on to it. Ali Smith is in second place, bearing down on her. Simone Ellis is storming along and catching up. So it looks as though there's only about 300 metres to go out of the 1,000 metre event. So there's a very, very good chance that Simone Ellis, teammate of mine, will be able to row through Ali Smith and Claire Sweeney, with Bernadette O'Neill from Murray Bridge holding her own there in lane 5. But we've got these 3 boats almost in a line now with about 200 metres to go, 150 metres. Claire Sweeney on the far side in the red of Riverside. Ali Smith in the black and white vertical stripes of Port Adelaide. And then Simone Ellis in our Wally stripes of the Torrens Rowing Club, red and white horizontal stripes. But Simone will have the, she's the youngest athlete out here. She had the big handicap. Looks like Ali's fighting hard against it. In the black and white horizontal stripes, sorry, they're not vertical stripes, they're horizontal. You'd think I know it by now. Oh, it's a good fight here, down the beach, into the finish line for the second division of the Masters women's single. I think Ali, no, Simone has now just got her bow ball ahead. She'll be winning by half a length or so ahead of Ali Smith of Port Adelaide, and then Claire Sweeney of Riverside coming in third, with Bernadette O'Neill from Murray Bridge.
I'm back, Tori.
Welcome back, Phil. It's good to see you back upstairs.
And Alison Smith there, of course, she was a sweep rower nearly all of her career. She's only taken up sculling since she started rowing Masters. And I saw Alison row for Australia in the last Commonwealth Games rowing in Edinburgh in Scotland.
1986. There's been no rowing in the Commonwealth Games since then.
Correct.
That was the year I started rowing, so I never got a chance to row Com Games, but we did have a Commonwealth regatta in Canada in 1994. Wasn't quite the same. Did get a shiny medal from it though, in a fancy presentation box. We don't normally get presentation boxes with our medals, even our World Championship ones.
We've got beautiful medals down here today, thanks to Lily, who's organising the medal presentations. We had Ella Bramwell from the a recent Australian representative in the 8. She presented some of the medals, and our sponsors. So thanks to all those sponsors that for all their medals and general support.
So the men's Masters coxless pair are just getting lined up at the moment. They're in the starters' hands. Once again, there's a handicap in place. So the Riverside boat on the far side of the course, lane 6, of Uwe Dombrowski and Greg Walters, who was on the mic earlier this morning. They get to go off go, along with the Goolwa E-grade boat of Simon Burr and Cam Wilson. Then after 5 seconds, the Adelaide Uni combination of Damien Derleek and David McLeod. They were both in that Masters State 8 that have won the interstate race at Masters Nationals for the last 3 years. They'll be going off 5 seconds, and then the Torrens combination are only C grade. So that's Trent Munday and Chris Heaton Harris. They're going off 9 seconds. Bit of a tactical error by Chris Heaton Harris here at 64, racing with Trent Munday, who's 34, which means that the oldest man in this race gets to have actually the strictest handicap and be last off the start, because he's got such a young doubles partner, pair partner for this event.
That's a challenge.
It's
so,
a tactical error. But they've started now.
Talking about challenge, Damien last weekend when they had the selection combine races, he raced twice at 2,000 metres in the single scull against the King's Cup guys. So he's a really he's a hard nut, is Damien Derleek.
He is indeed. Oh, we've got some steering issues from the combination. Ooh. Looks like
they're in the wrong lane already.
Yeah, it looks like that might be the aforementioned Adelaide Uni combination. Damien Derleek and David McLeod. They're correcting their course, but meanwhile the Goolwa combination alongside them, Simon Burr and Cam Wilson, have had to sit in their puddles and their wash, which, as you mentioned earlier, Phil, we've got a wonderful view of with the drone today. But you can see how disrupted the water does get from another boat. You can certainly feel it in a pair. And
that pair are just about to hit the boys with the blade, which is really dangerous, of course.
Especially in a pair.
But they're neck and neck. The who's it? The Adelaide Uni and
Riverside.
And Riverside, yeah.
It doesn't look as though the Torrens combination made it out there. Thank you. So, Adelaide Uni boat well out in front. Damien Derleek and David McLeod, both very experienced rowers. Damien's been known to do a bit of surf boat racing as well, as has David. So both men in that Adelaide Uni boat have done the rough water rowing as well as the lake rowing.
Yeah. Dave McLeod, he was in a King's Cup crew that I coached in 1988. We got second in the King's Cup with Dave McLeod in that boat. Rode on the flood on the Nepean River.
Oh, yes.
And the time that our crew for second, raced for second, would have won every other King's Cup before that. But
not that year.
Not that year, no.
We had a few years in a row of pretty rotten conditions for the Nationals then, didn't we? With the flooding in Nepean in 88, and then in 89 there was a cyclone over in Bunbury in Perth, well, near Bunbury.
The regatta got cancelled in the end.
It did. Schoolgirls 4 got to race on Monday morning.
Did they?
I was there as a schoolgirl 4.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and then, of course, in Tasmania in 1990, it was very torrid. It was very windy and rough conditions, which seems almost impossible down there for the Sunday racing, the interstate racing for that day as well.
So we got a close race here still, Tori.
We do.
Enough history. We got almost stroke for stroke.
Back to the
Riverside
present.
guys and Adelaide Uni going stroke for stroke for the putting on a display for the Masters pair.
Aren't they? And I still am not confident to call it until they come straight past me. They really are very close here, but it looks like the Adelaide Uni combination are a canvas to half a length, actually. It is deceptive, isn't it? This trying to commentate the rowing from a fixed point. Adelaide Uni combination there of Damien DeLeek and David McLeod. About half a length ahead of Riverside, Uwe Dombrowski and Greg Waters, with Goolwa, Simon Burr and Cam Wilson to make up the 3 boats in that race. That was the Division 1, the younger cohort. We now have Division 2, where we'll see some more impressive displays. So the age range for this race, we've got Kevin Tankard as the youngster at 60, but we've got Paul Gunston from Riverside at 81 in this race. Racing I grade with Peter Smith. So that Riverside crew in lane 7 on the far side, they get to go off go. They get 14 seconds ahead of the Adelaide Uni boat in lane 5 of David Kutcher and Mike Page. Then it's 24 seconds in total, so a further 10 seconds back to Dick Hall and Rick Armstrong from Adelaide Uni in lane 6, G grade. And then the F grade boys get to go off at 32 seconds, so we've got 2 boats in that category. Lane 3 we have Adelaide Uni with Bill Nat and John Bentley, who of course have been involved in state rowing for a long time. And the Torrens combination of Rob Ellis and Kevin Tankard, the youngest combination out there. They're in lane 4, so a few representatives in those state crews again. Was John Bentley involved in that King's Cup 8 crew that did well in the early 80s?
Yeah, John Bentley was in 3 winning King's Cup crews in 81, 82, 83.
And the only times we've won the King's Cup 8, is that right, Phil?
Well,
Mr. Historian?
Since the war, since the Second World War.
Yeah, okay. If we keep it to the history of since Second World War.
Yeah, it was when they won in 81, we hadn't won for 44 years. So
right.
Yeah.
And then they were a very dominant combination for those 3 years, but we haven't won a King's Cup 8 since then, have we?
But just mentioning that, it's only just been revealed that the Murray Bridge Cods crew that won the first time the King's Cup was run back in the 1920s, and they won 3 or 4 back in those days, before and after the First World War. They're going to be honoured at the South Australian Hall of Fame next week as a team of
legend status.
Status for the South Australian Hall of Fame as a team. So exactly 100 years after the Murray Bridge crew, the Cods, the Murray Cods as they were called, they represented Australia in the 1924 Paris Olympics. And they're going to be, and they won, like I said, 4 or 5 King's Cups for the state crew, and they're going to be legend status as a team for the.
How did they go in Paris?
It's a long story, but they they had boat trouble.
Yeah.
They got and they were at the end of their career, sort of thing. So they didn't make the final. They raced very well. They actually went on and raced in another international regatta in Ireland after that, and they did win over there. So they were still a pretty good crew.
Well, we've only got 200 metres left, and the Torrens boat that were held back at the start the longest, Rob Ellis and Kevin Tankard, look to be ahead now. There's some steering trouble from the uni boat of Bill Nat and John Bentley, so just as well Torrens got up and out of the way ahead of them. They're ahead of the Riverside crew over on the far side, the I-grade fellas of Peter Smith and Paul Gunston. Although it looks as though probably it'll be that other F-grade pair that do come second with their steering issues, Bill Nat and John Bentley. They seem to have more boat speed in them than the Riverside fellas on the far side. And then in between we have the other Adelaide Uni boats of Dave Kutcher, Mike Page, and Dick Hall and Rick Armstrong. So Kevin Tankard and Rob Ellis winning with a commanding margin over Bill Nat and John Bentley from Adelaide Uni. The Riverside boat will end up in third, Peter Smith and Paul Gunson. And then two Adelaide Uni boats quite close together there, only half a length between them. David Kutcher and Mike Page, and Dick Hall and Rick Armstrong. I think the second boat there, Dick Hall and Rick Armstrong, was probably ahead of David Kutcher and Mike Page. Division 2 of the mixed masters men's pair. So we've got championship finals here for the under 16 women's single scull.
It's a B final first,
Yes.
Sponsored by Tuckers, and we've got to look on the screen. It's the only. We don't have a paper program for that one.
No. And I can't even give you much information about Tuckers Natural. This is the only event that they're supporting today, the under 16 women's single. But I can't give you any further information about what Tuckers Natural do or supply.
But we do thank Tuckers for sponsoring that
We
under
do.
16 women's single scull.
We do. Very important for grassroots sport.
So these heats were run earlier today, and there's no paper printout on the program for their names, so you can see them on your rowing manager. If you put your World Wide Web contact onto rowing manager, you can get the lineup. You've got Eastoff from Walford in 1, Watkins from Murraybridge in 2, Baldock from Loretto in 3, Deans from Loretto in 4, Rogers from Walford in 5, Foster from Pembroke in 6, Harasani from Adelaide High in 7, and Stazanzewski from Pulteney in 8.
So these girls will be 14 years old. Some will be 15, but only if they've got an early in the year birthday.
And they've raced 1,000 metres.
1,000 metres for these young girls. So they're really still relative beginners. Tuckers Natural, who are sponsoring this event, both the B final and the A final, which will be after this, are a proudly SA-based company that produced the Natural Gourmet cracker range, launched in 2007. It's a GMO cracker containing no artificial preservatives, GMO-free, cracker. It contains no artificial preservatives, flavours or colourings, and it has no yeast, soy or MSG. They're selling raffle tickets today, 1 for $5 or 3 for $10, and you'll be winning a prize pack worth $250 and supporting our regatta officials, our bros.
And speaking of that, in umpire's boat number 4, we've got a visiting BRO from Victoria. One of the things we do in Australian rowing is the different states swap some officials for some of the state championship regattas to give them experience in different courses and venues. And so umpire's boat number 4 for the morning session has got, I've forgotten his name and I apologise for that, but you've got a Victorian boat race official in umpire boat number 4, and we welcome him and thank him for supporting our regatta.
So these girls have started about a third of the way through their race, not quite halfway yet, and I'm not going to hazard a guess as to what the order is just yet, because we don't have any overhead footage at the moment.
And it's Barry Wright, I've just been told, so I love our communications that happen around here. It's Barry Wright, that's the visiting Victorian boat race official, so do make him feel welcome. We know he's from Victoria, but make him feel welcome if you see umpires boat number 4 this morning is Barry Wright from Victoria. And this is a close race. The girls in the under-16 single scull, this is the final for them, so the B final, so it's bragging rights for positions 7 to 12 in the state, in the under-16 category.
Might be a bit more than that. We got 8 boats out there, so it might be 9 to 16.
9 to 16. Tori, thanks.
That's all right. We grew up in an era of 6-boat finals, didn't we?
Yeah, and I was only a maths teacher for 1 year, you can tell. And it was tech after that.
Surely you still need your numbers for tech. It's all right, Phil. Still very difficult for us to tell. This looks like a very well-matched field out there. Very competitive. It looks like perhaps...
About lane 6, I think, or maybe.
Lane 5? Rogers from Walford, perhaps?
Or else Foster's from Pembroke, one of those.
Pembroke are very yellow these days in their outfit, so I think it's the
5.
yellow one is a bit further back.
Yeah.
So I think we've got
Lane
Deans
5.
from Loretto. I can see that very handy orange hat of Adelaide High, El Hassani. Sorry we don't have the girls' first names, but I think the Loretto rower, or is it Walford?
Yeah, Walford in 5.
That's Walford,
I
isn't it?
reckon.
Walford
Yeah.
in 5, yeah. So M. Rogers ahead of Loretto, Baldcock, then Deans. But I think that Adelaide High rower is up in the mix there and ahead of the Pembroke rower.
Yeah, lane 5 is definitely in front, and then Adelaide High.
Fantastic.
So 5 is Walford and Adelaide High in this B final for the under-16s.
So
Women's single scull.
fantastic to see the school kids getting a lot more opportunities to row in small boats and to be able to train and race in single sculls. Certainly not something that happened in the 80s when I was a schoolgirl.
It was unheard of when I was a schoolboy.
Yeah.
None of us rode in a single scull.
No, so I'm a bowsider and it's all I've ever been. So we have there the Walford rower crossing the line first, followed by Adelaide High, and then Loretto, Pembroke, Murray Bridge, Walford, and then Pulteney. That was the B final of the under-16 women's single scull, sponsored by Tuckers. Tuckers Natural are proudly SA-based. The Tuckers Natural Gourmet Cracker range was launched in 2007 to develop a cracker that was GMO-free, contained no artificial preservatives, flavours or colourings, was free from yeast, soy and MSG. They're selling raffle tickets today, 1 for $5 or 3 for $10, to be able to win a $250 package of goodies of their product to particularly support our bros, our boat racing officials. All right, looks like I'm tapping out, so I'll be handing over. I'll be handing over for the final of the under-16 women's single scull.
So thanks, Tori Toogood. Like I said, Tori, an international medalist in her rowing career for Australia. Silver medal in the world pairs, Tori, and been a great fun having you up here commentating. Thanks, Tori Toogood. And welcoming Nick Mitchell from Sassy. Yeah, so Tori's off to have a race and then she'll be back later on to join us. So,
well, thanks for having me, Phil. Very excited to be here and watch these races come down on what is an absolutely beautiful
course today here at West Lakes.
This is the only screen we've got. We haven't got a paper printout for this race, so I'll try and find some of the Christian names.
Got the final of the under 16 women's single scull coming up. Some really impressive rowing earlier today in the heats.
So it's Olivia Rooney, she's in lane 6, and Lillian Wong is in lane 7. It's Akon Bark from Adelaide High is in lane 3. Evie Barris from Pembroke is in lane 1. Caitlin Anderson from St Ignatius is in lane 4, and Claudia Kovac she's not there. According to me, she should have been. That's the lineup we've got here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it's Rachel Lascombe from Unley High is in lane 8. I wrote down the wrong result. Apologies there. And this race, 2,000 metre race, here we go.
This race is actually a 1,000 metre race.
It's 1,000, of course.
I believe. And Caitlin Anderson was the fastest qualifier this morning. And rightly so, she's lane 4 here today. But it looks incredibly close out there at the moment, Phil.
Yeah, normally the fastest heat winners do go in the middle lanes, and that does appear to be the shape of the progress at the moment. So lane 4, Caitlin Anderson.
From St Ignatius, Caitlin Anderson, and you can see her red blades now. Looks to be in a great race out the head of the field.
Caitlin coached by Matthew Walker, and he's an old Adelaide High product, of course, from his rowing career. And there's an Adelaide High sculler in the event too. Lane 3. She's battling for second place at the moment with the lane 5 sculler from Loreto.
I wouldn't rule out lane 8 here, Phil, the only high sculler of Luscombe. She's on the far side of the course and looks to be doing a great job. They were in the same heat this morning, Caitlin and Rachel, and going at it again.
And I've seen Luscombe from Unley High race in a couple of other regattas this season, and she's certainly a good racer.
And all these girls doing a wonderful job. They're over 30 strokes to the minute at the moment as they come into closing in on the red boys here, marking 100 metres to go.
Yeah, the Unley High sculler on the far side, she's got a boat running quite well and certainly putting the pressure on the St Ignatius, who is slightly in front.
This really is fantastic sculling for under 16s. Really impressive. The coaches here have done wonderful jobs. It does look like the St Ignatius sculler of Caitlin Anderson in the lead. Followed by the Loreto Marrifield athlete of Ingham.
And a really close finish.
What a fantastic
What a great
finish.
standard of event. That under 16 girls, well done. That event sponsored by Tucker's Natural Food Products. So great exhibition and a win to St Ignatius. St Ignatius have been in and out of the rowing scene over the years and I don't think won a lot of state titles. So well done. That would be well celebrated, I would think. And congratulations, Matthew Walker, coaching that winning crew.
Indeed, fantastic achievement and just wonderful sculling there.
Yeah.
So I'd like to take a moment just to thank Surf Lifesaving South Australia for supporting our event today. One community helping another community. Very grateful for their help facilitating this regatta and keeping us safe out on the water. So our next race, Phil, is the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Scull, over 1,000 metres. Unley High School, who were in lane 6, were the fastest qualifiers, 3:32 in their heat this morning. Prince Alfred College number 1 crew were 3:35 in their heat. And the other heat winner was Scotch College number 1, 3:42. So there should be some close racing coming down here again. The only high school on 35 strokes to the minute at the moment looks to slightly be heading the Prince Alfred crew. Closely shadowed by the Scotch crew. But it's Prince Alfred College number 2, certainly not letting Scotch College get away from them. So these two Prince Alfred crews really putting a fight in for top 3 positions.
We've had some good racing with these Year 9s in the school regattas so far this year, the second half of the season, and this doesn't surprise me to see a close race like this again. Well drilled, these school crews, the Year 9s. I am in awe of some of the quality that we see with the Year 9 youngsters.
Probably about 400 metres to go here, and it does look like Prince Alfred have slightly got the edge on Unley at the moment, but it's a very close race for the state title today from these two crews.
Prince Alfred crews Dougal McLaughlin, Lucas Sheridan, Harry Grandioso, Jensen Hunt and James Selby. Dougal, the son of Hamish McLaughlin, who rode in the same crew I mentioned before in the King's Cup in 1988 that we came second in the King's Cup in an Olympic year. So the pressure's on though. Prince has really got a crew to race alongside of them. The Unley crew absolutely pushing them. So Prince is in their red colours, bright red, and Unley of course in their famous double blue colours. They've got their boat running beautifully.
And both about 35, 36 strokes to the minute. Both driving really good rhythm. Their stroke seats doing fantastic jobs here.
Prince is lifting now, I reckon. I think they're going for a bit of a burst. Don't know if it's helping them at the moment. They're looking a bit disjointed.
I really like how Unley are finishing off their strokes.
Unley are very smooth by comparison.
Doing a fantastic job to move together as units here, both crews. And with a couple of strokes to go, Unley have 3/4 of a length lead and look to be extending that all the way through to the line. Well done, Unley High.
A win to Unley High over Prince Alfred College in the state championship for Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quadruple Scull.
Prince Alfred College number 2 coming through for 3rd. Wonderful sculling all the way down here. And Scotch Adelaide crossing the line now in 4th.
So compliment to the Prince's crew to get 2nd and 3rd there. Good for their squad, but a win there to Unley. So congratulations, Unley. Winners of the under 16 year, the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull.
And that race was sponsored by Eastern Equity Insurance Brokers with 20 years of experience of looking after water sports. EEIB know their boats. Call them for a review, and don't forget to mention you're a Rowing SA member to ensure the best price possible.
Anyway, I've got a sheet for this one as well. So we've got names. So race 34 is the final of the under-17 men's single scull. I can give you all their names here. Lane 1, Pembroke, Max van der Mullengraaf. Lane 2, Norwood, Luca Parker. Lane 3, Adelaide High, Ethan Carlson. Lane 4, Prince Alfred, Nick Christensen. Lane 5, Prince Alfred, James Dixon. Lane 6, Pembroke, Jeremy Yu. Lane 7, Adelaide High, Reeve Boehm. And lane 8 is Torrens, Eddie Sharp. Sponsored by the Ore Cafe. The Ore Cafe in the finish line area in the building here. I'm sure all the rowing people know it.
I was lucky enough to watch a little bit of these heats this morning from the 500 metre mark. I was up taking some video for some racing. I was really impressed with how long these scullers were rowing, how much rhythm they were generating in their boats as they were going. So this race over 2,000 metres, so quite a challenge for these under-17 scullers.
Bit of history. I mentioned earlier you wouldn't have heard me if you're down the 500 metre mark, but in 1959 I won the equivalent of that Year 9 race as schoolboy state champions, and I rode with a Van der Mullengraaf, and there's two of them, Eddie and Willie, were from Mannum up on the river, and
fantastic.
We had a commentator's nightmare crew. The crew was Mullengraaf, Mangelsdorf and Domarchuk. And Joffrey Booth was the coxswain. He was the ring-in. So I don't know if this family are related to the guys that I rode with.
What a fantastic story, Phil. So it must bring back great memories then to be able to watch this under-17 single scull final here today.
Yeah, I became a sculler in my later career, so I appreciate all the sculling. And like I said, go back to our state championships in schoolboy racing. Later on today, well, no, it's tomorrow. I think the schoolboy 8s, they race for the Advertiser Shield, which was being contested since the 1960s, early 1960s. So when I was lucky enough to run the head of the river at 62 and 63, we competed for the Advertiser Shield as a perpetual trophy, and that trophy is still the trophy for the schoolboy 8s for this regatta, for the state championship. So with 6 minutes to start time.
So tell me more about your under-17 state title, Phil. Where was that event held?
Oh, okay. When I rode schoolboys, we rode in the old plank tub 4s on the River Torrens. West Lakes wasn't built, and to win that it was under 15s, it would have been, they were called it in those days, and we had to row a heat, quarter-final, semi-final and a final, but the river in those days was only a 2-lane race, so we had quite a few boats to beat, and the boys from Mannum, we won the under-15, and with one change we won the under-16s the following year, so but that race was at Berry, the state championship that year was at Berry, so we rode a lot longer distance up on the Murray, but schoolboy rowing there was only schoolboy rowing then. Back in those old days, we didn't have any school girls rowing, unfortunately.
That would have been quite a spectacle on the Torrens. What a cathedral to be able to have that state title being raced on. It was
a very popular venue. They often had a show like we've got here today with tents and some Ferris wheels and things to entertain the kids. So the regattas on the River Torrens were quite a gala affair. And I mentioned the head of the river on the Torrens when I raced there for that. We rode heats on the Friday afternoon, and all the schools set their boys down. It was the boys only in those days. So there was over 10,000 people for the heats on Friday afternoon. We rode the semi-final at around midday on the Saturday, and then the final at 5 o'clock on the Torrens, and it was a huge crowd on the River Torrens to watch those races and for the head of the river, and before we built West Lakes and moved down here in the 70s.
Mm-hmm. And we have the medal presentations at the moment for the schoolboy Cox Quad, the Year 9 Cox Quad. So congratulations to the Unley High crew of Mitchell Stevens, Blaine Ryan, Ari Llewellyn, Angus Andrews and Addie Burns. Well done to you. I mean, Phil, you hear stories like that and you just understand what an achievement it is and how special it is to win a state championship and how much it means to you as an athlete and stays with you for the rest of your time.
Yeah, we actually had a reunion of that crew only a couple of years ago, the 59 crew. It was, the Mullengraf was the only one that wasn't there, but the rest of us and the Coxon were all still around, and remembering. It's funny, they had, I think each of us told stories that the others had forgotten about. But I remember in those old days with the old brass skates that one of the races on the Torrens, one that we obviously didn't win, was Eddie Van der Mullengraf, his oar jumped out of the gate and he jumped out after it. I remember him saying, "See you later, fellas," as he jumped out the boat into the Torrens. It's probably more dangerous than staying in it, but three of us couldn't win that race. So 2 minutes to start time. They'll be in the starters' hands by now, I would think. In fact, I see some movement on the screen. That umpire's boat's whizzing around behind them. So they've started in the race under 17s men's single sculls final for the state championship, sponsored by the Oar Cafe. So Pembroke in 1, Norwood in 2, Adelaide High in 3, Princes in 4 and 5, Pembroke in 6, Adelaide in 7 and Torrens in 8. Coming into view shortly. Okay. So we've lost our big screen picture of the.
Right, I'm back. Do you want me up now?
From the aerial.
Yeah, they started.
I'll be on it.
This should be a fantastic race here today between the Pembroke Sculler U and Nick Christensen from Prince Alfred College. They were both in different heats, Heat 2 and Heat 4 respectively, but qualified through in an 8.24 and an 8.23. So clearly not that times mean that much in rowing, in particular when you're potentially racing a lot of times over the weekend. I'd be interested to find out who's got the most races this weekend. I know a few people racing across a number of different events, and some of the challenges through the heats, especially when we've got such great conditions this morning, is to conserve energy so that they can spend that across their other events later on. But that certainly isn't the time for it right now in this final.
It's the medal race, so it's all or nothing in this one, and we've certainly got a couple of boats that are reasonably close together in the middle of the field where you'd expect the fastest heat winners to be.
And that certainly does look like Christensen from Prince Alfred and Jeremy Yu from Pembroke. Doing a wonderful job at the moment.
I reckon there's a lane missing there. Because they seem to be 2 lanes apart.
Does look like James Dixon might have missed the start here. And it is Jeremy Yu in the lead at the moment from Nick Christensen. Both scullers doing a wonderful job, and it's only about a length between them as we come through the 1,000 metre mark.
So we've got our big screen picture back, those of you that are watching the big screen down in the entertainment area with the Henley deck chairs. You can get a accurate view now of the picture that we're broadcasting with. You've got Pembroke in the lead in the under-17 men's single scull, sponsored by the Ore Cafe.
What a fantastic village environment Rowing South Australia have been able to put on down there with the big screen, the drone following racing. What fantastic pictures we're getting up here to be able to watch this racing.
So the pressure's still on. These 2 boats have cleared out. Their 2 scullers, the 2 leading scullers. You've got Jeremy Yu and Nick Christensen from Prince Alfred College. Christensen not giving up. He's keeping the pressure right on. These 2, they've come through halfway. They're approaching the 500 metre mark. So racing 2,000 metres, under 17 men's single scull. Pretty good effort. I think it's the Adelaide High. I reckon Ethan Carlson's in 3rd place, and he's clearly in 3rd. He's cleared out from the rest of the field. But some wonderful talent here in the under-17 men's single scull state championship for 2024.
And Jeremy coached by Dylan Andry and Simon Lane. Simon, of course, responsible for a number of athletes' development during his time at Pembroke.
Yeah, Simon Lane, very good lightweight rower himself. He represented the state here in the Penrith Cup, I'm pretty sure.
Very impressed at how well Nick Christensen is tracking Jeremy Yu here. He certainly hasn't let Jeremy have it all his own way. And these guys are really racing here. Some nice, long, strong, powerful strokes from Jeremy and Nick.
I think they'll be going to be a bit faster than those heat times in the way they're going about it today in the final. So well coached that they hopefully they conserved energy in those heats, and they've got it all left for the final here. And it's getting to be a closer tussle as we go along, I reckon.
Both boats up over 33 strokes to the minute. Long, powerful strokes as well, really driving their boats on well as they near the rocks that mark the 250 metres to go.
Clinging to 3rd place is Ethan Carlson from Adelaide High. In his black and white colours with his fluoro orange cap. That's been a trademark of their cruise this year.
And Reeve Boom on the other side, he's certainly not letting his compatriot, Adelaide High compatriot, have it his own way. And it does look like the Pembroke 2 sculler, Mullengraf, or Vander Mullengraf, might sneak through as well here in lane 1. Sneaking up the inside. But this race out in front, Jeremy Yu doing a wonderful job here from Nick Christensen from Prince Alfred College, sitting in 2nd.
So Jeremy Yu in the gold and green colours of Pembroke. 50 years of rowing for Pembroke. The schools was formed when Girton School and King's College joined up and became Pembroke, and exactly 50 years ago, 74, and they're going to win the school's going to win the under-17 single scull in the form of Jeremy Yu. Congratulations, he's crossing the line now. 2nd is going to be Prince Alfred College.
Fantastic to see them race it all the way to the line too. What a wonderful job, gentlemen. And this is a real race here for 3rd.
Yeah, Van der Mullengraaf's got past the Adelaide Sculler by the look of it.
Yeah, both Adelaide Scullers come through on a fantastic race for third, all the way to the line. Pembroke Sculler doing a really good job of long accelerated strokes. And potentially a little bit too much looking out of the boat from some of those Scullers, but let their coaches bring that up with them later.
Top 5 Scullers all really did a good job there, I reckon. And thanks to the Ore Cafe for being the sponsor of that under-17 men's single sculls state championship.
Also thank Ore Cafe for keeping me well caffeinated most days, Phil.
Pretty important, I reckon, from what
Absolutely.
I remember when coaching, early mornings,
Yeah, this
all
next
afternoons.
That's right. This next race is the under-21 men's single scull over 2,000 metres, sponsored by the Mosaic Hotel. The Mosaic Hotel prides itself in supporting SA producers. Come in and experience the taste of SA. All members mention Rowing SA and you'll get 10% off.
So the lineups: Adelaide Uni in lanes 1, 2 and 3 with James Williams, Jude Shermer and Jasper Boyce. Adam Holland from Adelaide in lane 5. Hugo Worm and Arthur Drayton in lanes 6 and 7 from Adelaide Uni. So it's 5 Adelaide Uni scullers in the final and 1 Adelaide sculler is Adam Holland, who was the Australian schoolboy champion in his youth.
Adam's also fresh off winning a bronze medal in the under-23 men's single sculls at the New South Wales State Championship last week. So he is in great form at the moment. But he's closely pursued here by Jasper Boyce and Jude Shermer by the look of it.
Is that Adam in front?
That is Adam in front.
Okay.
And the other Adelaide Uni sculler, Hugo Worm, not letting his clubmates have it their way either. This is a really tight race for the minor medals, but it does look like Adam Holland's got a good lead at the moment. Great to see those Adelaide Rowing Club colours out at the front of the field here.
And just being visited in the commentary box by Sam Harrison, who's an Adelaide Rowing Club captain. First woman captain of the Adelaide Rowing Club, watching Adam Holland carry the red, gold and black hoops of Adelaide Rowing colours towards victory. Sam, a state representative rower and sculler herself. Good on you, Sam. And it was your son that was in that crew that came second a while ago. Good to see you, Sam. Remembers.
And Adam will be heading off to the Australian under-23 team trials next weekend, so we wish Adam well at those as he pushes for yet another Australian team representation.
And he's one of these guys that's rowing several races. I know he's in the Open Senior 8 race later on today.
That's right, that's right.
So
looks like Jasper Boyce coming through to take second place from Hugo Worm.
Good competition there between the Adelaide Uni boys. There's bragging rights up for grabs here.
That's right. And third, probably too close to call from my vantage point.
Was Hugo second though, you think?
Jasper Boyce was second.
Jasper.
So
Jasper did get second.
Adam Holland taking the win,
And
Jasper
then
Boyce second, and photo finish for third place.
This is Sam Harrison. Sam was Hamish McLaughlin's. Thanks for coming out. Take care.
So top-notch racing there when you consider how close that was, and that Adam's so well placed in the under-23 category. So to come back to under-21 category here and still not have it his own way, and for those athletes sitting behind to really fight it out over the full 2,000 metres. So this next event is the Open Lightweight Women's Quad Scull, over 2,000 metres. And another event sponsored by Eastern Equity Insurance Brokers, and our thanks to them. As mentioned earlier, they have 20 years of experience of looking after water sports, and they certainly know their boats. Call them for a review. Don't forget to mention you are a Rowing SA member to ensure the best price possible. Unfortunately, this is only a one-boat final, but congratulations to the crew from Loretto Marriotteville, Smith, Shanahan, Bryant, Lang, and coached by Dario Sportelli, cruising through the 1,000 metre mark. And again, and it's really important that we have our crews show up and race, and for that reward, be named state title members. Obviously, we'd love them to have a race, but we congratulate this Loretto Marriotteville crew.
So it's Imogen Smith, Alice Shanahan, Layla Bryant, Emily Lang, and as mentioned, Dario Sportelli, the coach from Loretto. And for those not familiar with our rowing, it's Loretto Marriotteville on your programs and on the internet. And that's because when we do go interstate and for national regattas, there's Loretto colleges in several states, and the Marriotteville designates the different Lorettos when we have the national. We have the same thing with Scotch College and some of the other schools that have similar names in other states in rowing. The national computer system for the results in rowing caters for them all.
Loretto Marriotteville do a wonderful job of racing over multiple events.
They've got one not rowing. There's only three pairs of oars working,
is that right?
So they might be lucky that they didn't have serious opposition. Looks like the two seats shipped their oars to me. You could put that up, I reckon.
Yeah, I'll take you soon. Train is clear.
It does look like there's been a breakage at some point down the course here in the Loretto boat. Three remaining athletes doing a really good job. Through with 200 metres to go. Congratulations to Loretto Marriotteville for winning the Open Lightweight Women's Quadruple Scull for 2024.
Great picture from our camera crew here. Dave and his team are giving us all sorts of views today, and this is not the usual thing you see for a winning combination. But when you're the only crew that enters, the way our rules are, it's, these girls would have all had to weigh in the correct lightweight weight. And under the average, no, I don't think we're using averages for this, but they've had, unfortunately, some sort of equipment breakdown by the look of it. The girl in the two-seat doesn't look stressed, so you assume it's some sort of equipment failure.
This next event is well underway, Phil. It's the under-19 women's coxless pair, and there's some absolutely outstanding athletes and crews in this event. It's certainly one I've marked on my program to watch with a keen eye, coached by some very talented coaches as well, and we're really lucky as a state to have such engaged coaches helping develop our athletes.
So the lineup is St Ignatius in 2, Unley in 3, Seymour in 4, Wilderness in 5 and 6, and Loretto and Walford in Loretto in 7, Walford in 8. I think it's the Wilderness crew. No.
Oh, it's incredibly tight here at the moment.
Pretty close. Lane 3. That's Unley in front, I reckon.
So Netterfold and Bates and Hawker and Rinaldi doing a wonderful job. So that Unley crew and the Wilderness crew at the moment just leading the Seymour crew of Barrera and Holland by about a length, but is really tight here for first and second, I must say. And the crew closest to us with the light blue blades. Wilderness crew on the far side. Wilderness crew actually beat the Unley crew in the heat, hence why they're separated by a lane. Both crews doing fantastic work here. Really enjoying watching this quality rowing from under 19 athletes. Long, powerful, driven strokes. Really aggressive rhythm.
And it's a really close battle. These two crews going all the way to the line.
And certainly the Seymour combination hasn't let them have it their own way here. It's a real race here to the end, and I think the Wilderness crew have just been able to keep it cleaner as the rate's gone up, just to pull ahead of Unley in these closing stages.
So it's Seymour and Wilderness going stroke for the line. Wildy a little bit brighter. Got their boat running a little bit smoother too, I think.
That's right, and I think they're going to go on to win by about a length here, so well done to Rinaldi and Hawker here. Closely chased across the line by Netterfold and Bates. And the really great Seymour combination of Barrera and Holland, so well done to...
There's top 3 boats, plenty of talent there.
Oh, absolutely.
Nick?
It's an exciting future, you know, those coaches of Joe Franco, John Trovis and Daniel Ralph are just doing such a wonderful job developing athletes and inspiring talented athletes to strive to be their best and creating opportunities to continue that development story. But that's Phil, I've got to say, watching some of the racing right now, I'm really buoyed by the future of South Australian rowing. It's such a credit to the work that tireless numbers of coaches put into their athletes, and I'm very, very grateful for the programs, the coaches, and the parents of the athletes to be able to support the young athletes that are coming through.
Yes, so for non-rowing people and visitors, Nick Mitchell is the head coach at Sassy, and it's high praise for the talent that he sees from not just the athletes but the coaches and their families and supporters. So thanks, Nick. on behalf of the said
Yeah,
public.
okay, pick you up now.
So we've got a 3-boat race now, the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull between Loretto, Norwood and Wilderness. For the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull, so that's open age. 2,000 metre race, of course.
This race field is sponsored by Nelson Teamwear. Nelson Teamwear is a South Australian company specialising in sourcing, creating and supplying promotional products for sporting teams, businesses, schools and events. Rowing SA is introducing some new merchandise lines including coastal zooties and a 3/4 zip jumper. Nelson proudly partners with Rowing SA and work with our clubs and schools to ensure you get exactly what you and your members want. Hashtag support local. Hashtag support Nelson.
And Ben Nelson, I think, might be one of the directors of that Nelson Sportswear. He's a lovely man, and he's been supporting rowing for some years, so good on you, Nelson. I reckon it's the Wilderness crew that are narrowly in front of Norwood, and those two have pulled right away from Loretto.
And it does look like the Wilderness crew has about a length or two advantage over the Norwood International High School crew. It's about 750 metres to go.
So that Wilderness crew is Alexandra Sando, Emily Powers, Lulu Detmold, Cox is Isabel Jackson. Sorry, that's Lulu Detmold. Cox is a rower, Isabel Jackson's a stroke, and Sophia Tayeb is the Cox. Bit confusing to see that name like that, and apologies for getting them mixed up. They're clearly in front of the Norwood crew, and then Loretto back in third place.
With 500 metres to go, it looks like the Wilderness crew's extended its lead here over the Norwood International crew. So the Wilderness crew doing a really good job of accelerating their strokes, driving out each one.
The two lead crews are both sculling very well, and it's just they've proved it far too good for Loretto today. But the Open Senior Cox Quad Scull, one wonders if some of these are people that might row in their first 8 as well as the Open Quad Scull.
That's the Wilderness crew just moving into the last 250 metres here. Moving really well together, getting a grip of the water and accelerating it through. And 30 strokes per minute, getting lots of distance per stroke. You can see even though they've got a really healthy advantage here, they're not resting on their laurels. Continuing to accelerate and drive their boat all the way to the finish line.
they've pulled right away from the Norwood crew at this stage, so obviously didn't rest on their laurels. They've kept going. I'm sure that'll please their coach as long as they've saved something for any other races if they've got them. Still a very neat unit there, well rowed. The Norwood International School crew rowing and sculling quite well too, but certainly outshone today.
Well done, Norwood. They come across the line again, moving well too. Just outclassed on this occasion. Certainly, as a coach, Phil, I'd always prefer my crews to finish off their races well. I feel like you can learn so much more from that by having full effort all the way through. Albeit on a weekend like this, there is the need to conserve energy, especially if you're in 6 or more events across the 2 days.
Indeed, indeed. We've got a scratching in the next race. I just noticed the only crew is scratched, but there's still 7 8s in the under 19 men's 8, so that should be a cracker of a event to watch, and it's underway already. Got Prince Alfred in 2, Scotch in 3, St Peter's in 4, Norwood in 5, Saints number 2 in 6, Prince's number 2 in 7, and an unnumbered Saints crew in lane 8. It should be number 3, I would think, from my figures.
There's something special about the 8s, Phil, just the amount of noise, Cox's 8 people moving up and down. It's such a spectacle.
And in these lovely conditions, it's a real picture. If you're looking at your screen, you've got 7 8s hurtling towards us. Looks like crews on the extremities of the course might be making a race of it.
It certainly looks that way. It's Alfred crew closest to us. Saints crew on the far side. Racing hard here with 750 metres to go, and this event sponsored by Gentle Touch Orthotics, looking for the perfect smile. Look no further, Dr. Baylor and the amazing team at Gentle Touch Orthotics will look after you. Book your consultation today and start your journey together. Your future smile thanks you in advance. Hashtag Gentle Touch Ortho. Hashtag Smile Brighter. Hashtag Invisalign. Hashtag Braces. Hashtag Confident Smile.
So we just had a drone view there. It certainly shows to me that the Princess crew are out in front, the crew closest to us on the Judges Tower side. And then it's the Saints crew on the far side.
And that Princess crew, coached by Nathan Bowden, has been doing a wonderful job all year.
And our technicians here doing a wonderful job with this picture from the drone, watching the spectacle of the 8s there. This was a random draw race for the lanes, so that's why we've got the setup there that's not always seen in rowing racing finals. But it certainly looks to me like Prince is out in front of Saints. Prince is in the red, Saints in the blue. 2 of our oldest rowing schools. And great rivals in all their sport.
Certainly a close race.
Saints putting the pressure on the Prince's crew.
Just underrating them slightly as we come into the last 100 metres.
There's a win to Prince Alfred College, taking out the under 19 men's 8, sponsored by Gentle Touch Orthodontics. Saints a second.
PAC number 2 crew about to come across the line in 3rd. From Scotch College in 4th.
So congratulations to Saint. The Prince Alfred crew was Edward Chappell, Charles Vandenberg, Hugo Knight, Eli Roberts, Samuel Remigi, Sam Stunnell, Jack Wilkin, Max Garnett and Alex Hamoud the coxswain. And you said Nathan's the cox, coach. Nathan Bowden. Well done. So these para guys are going to race, are they?
They are, and I believe these next 3 races are combined. Simon Albury is scratching from the PR2 single scull, but my understanding is that Nikki Ayres from Capital Lakes in the PR3 women's single scull will race against Jed Altschwager and Bodie Hebart with a head start, who are racing for the PR3 men's single scull final. Of course, Jed and Nikki racing together in the PR3 mixed double scull last year at the World Championships, winning that event in fine fashion and setting a world's best time along the way. That combination was coached by Christine McLaren, so it was an all South Australian combination.
Christine was down to commentate. She came up. Did she want to come in, or?
Well, she thought that you and I were doing such an amazing job, Phil.
Thanks, Christine.
She thought she'd leave us to it. But Christine doing a fantastic job with these 2 scullers, Jed and Nikki.
I don't think the 2 of us talk as much as Christine does if we combine. But Christine will probably hear that, so that's all right.
That's it.
So is Nikki still in front here? She would have had a head start, surely.
It does look like Nikki, yeah, and she would have been given a head start on the line.
The Adelaide High was in 3rd place, so
Bodie
I can see
Hebart.
the orange. So his bragging rights up here, so Jed will be out after to try and catch her, I assume.
And that's the wonderful thing about competitive people, that they never, even when it's just an internal scrap like this, they're going to go all the way to the line.
3 races all started at the same time. Just to confuse you, Dave. So we actually had a scratching from Simon Albury. Hope he's not injured, is he?
No. Just,
Good
couldn't make it today, unfortunately, for Simon.
Okay.
It does look like Nikki's got the lead at the moment from the Torrens sculler, Jed Altschwager. Nikki from Capital Lakes Rowing Club, relocated down here to train with Jed.
Now you mentioned that Nikki and Jed won the World Championship. They actually also won the FISA Para Crew of the Year, didn't they, for FISA World Rowing?
They really had a year last year, setting new world's best time as well in the event. They're going into this year trying to repeat that and win in Paris at the Paralympics later this year. So these events are sponsored by Nelson Teamwear again and Eastern Equity Insurance Brokers. So our thanks to both of those businesses for supporting today's events and supporting these particular events here. And Nikki doing a wonderful job here, holding off Jed. Really bright, athletic, sitting out the front of the field really nicely on 33 strokes to the minute.
So enjoy these 2 para scullers here. They are the world champions together in the double scull. Here they are racing individually against each other, with Nikki, the female, having a bit of a head start, but they are the world champion double scullers in their para racing boat. So, ladies and gentlemen, appreciate the 2 fine athletes that are racing down the course here. And don't worry, bragging rights are on the line here. I've seen Jed race lots of times, and he's having a crack trying to catch.
He's absolutely closing the margin down. And Nicky's such a powerful athlete, though. She's not going to let Jed have it his own way.
So Nicky in the light blue colours there of Capital Lakes, and Jed in the famous red and white hoops of Torrens. He's closing the gap, but it's not going to be there at the end. So it's going to be bragging rights to Nicky Ayres.
Well done, Nicky Ayres.
Race through in the para single sculls, sponsored by Eastern Equity Insurance and Nelson Teamwear. Here comes Bodie Hebhart from Adelaide High.
What a fantastic job
Does
Bodie's
a great
done
job,
here
does
as well.
Bodie. He's a lovely young man, Bodie, and got a great big smile when you chat to him about rowing. I still do some relief teaching at Adelaide High, so Bodie always comes up and says, hello, you remember me? Of course I remember him. So he sees me at regattas and has a big smile and a chat. He's a lovely young chap. Well done, Bodie.
He does the same for me, Phil, whenever I see him. So he's a lovely young man. And does a wonderful job there.
Tribute to the Adelaide High Club for keeping him in the sculling, keeping him in the sport. And he does row in some of the crews sometimes, I think.
So Phil, unfortunately we've only got 2 more races together before the lunch break. The Open Men's Pair and the Open Women's Single Scull.
Well, 2 races I think that'll be worth watching. The Adelaide Uni race but are the only entries in the men's pair, but I can bet anything that there's going to be some serious racing. Who wants to win those? And then the women's single scull, we've got 2 or 3 people that have won this state title before, and I'm sure that'll be an excellent race. One of the blue ribbon events of the program, the single scull. The pair, men's open coxless pair, sponsored by Nelson Teamwear again. Thanks, Ben Nelson. And then the open women is sponsored by Eastern Equity Insurance.
The Open Men's Pair, I believe that the combination of Williams and Drayton have scratched. But that shouldn't stop this from being an amazing race. The combinations of Moore and Hamilton and Henry and Nesbitt had an absolute rip-roaring race last weekend at the West Lakes Regatta. I'm sure there's every chance that that's going to be repeated here today.
So you've got 2 young guys, Max Henry and Jake Nesbitt, though, a couple of real youngsters around the place. Oscar's not that, he's quite young too, of course, but Ross Hamilton's one of our older, more experienced rowers. So it's sort of the old boys and the young boys in this one, isn't it?
They really are neck and neck here as they come towards the 1,000 metre mark.
So I reckon the young guys passed them in the closing stages last time. Looks a bit like Ross and Oscar are putting in a big one at the moment to me.
And they wouldn't have liked that, Phil. I can tell you what, they would have heard about it on that training on Monday morning. And they're really up and bright here, the combination of Moore and Hamilton. It's trying a little bit longer than the younger crew.
A lot of power in those catches and drive by the look of it to me. The younger pair, Henry and Nesbitt, they're nice and long and smooth in their stroke and rowing beautifully. All Sam Morton coach crews, they do a good job, does Sam, with the coaching of these guys. So
he's been doing a fantastic job with the Adelaide University program. And with lunch coming around, I'm just thinking about going to visit some of our stall holders. We've got the PIMS tent down there, which I might have to partake in later on, not quite yet. Some strawberries and cream. I mean, how fantastic
the
is that to
strawberries
look
and cream tent too. That's good. Well, we've got the Henley deck chairs out, the Henley scene from. If you've never been to Henley Royal Regatta, we've got the atmosphere here today.
That's right, the Nelson Teamwear tent, who are sponsoring this event that's coming down at the moment. Taboo Active and Inclusion, Bond Shoes, Bolle Eyewear. Today's certainly one of those days where you do need some good eyewear. Bond coming up with a new redesigned clip-in, clip-out system, and just some fantastic rowing shoes. And the team at Perfect Balance Rowing are down there as well, so browse the latest range of equipment, grab some spares, pick up your next boat. Either way, go and have a chat to Alistair and Caitlin at Perfect Balance Rowing.
Alistair, what's his surname?
Isherwood.
Isherwood, of course. Alistair.
Former world champion in the lightweight 8.
Correct, and he was down there presenting medals early on as a part of his sponsorship duty, and always does a good job and talks to the athletes. Well done, Alistair Isherwood.
He could talk underwater. How good. But he does do an amazing job, and it's wonderful to see all these suppliers over here supporting the event and allowing us to be able to see, look, have conversations before we outlay and invest. It's right, the combination of Hamilton and Moore here doing a wonderful job. Really good rhythm for racing here. As you noted earlier, Phil, really powerful catch. And also finishing that stroke off really well. It's running slightly longer than the younger combination.
Yeah, I think I got stung last week. The young guys out-sprinted them at the finish, so they're not letting them near them this time. They're making every post a winner. There's Oscar Moore and Ross Hamilton from Adelaide Uni.
Wonderful sweep rowing here from Hamilton and Moore.
And I reckon they just put up a bit of a burst as we're looking. Then they finishing the race off.
It's called shutting the door, isn't it? Just making sure of it.
Yeah, with proving a point.
Right. Those athletes will be racing later today in the men's 8, which I believe is the final race of the day.
Yep. So the last race before lunch is the Open Women's Single Scull, sponsored by Eastern Equity Insurance. And the lineup is Adelaide Uni in 2, Victoria Binns, who's already won a race today. Georgina Tager from Adelaide in lane 3. Caroline McNally from Adelaide Uni in 4. Celia Cowan from Adelaide in 5. Murray Bridge Victoria Zidle in lane 6. And Ella Bramwell, former winner of this event, in lane 7. I think Celia Cowan might have won it too. Can't remember if Victoria Binns has won this race.
So Ella's mainly rowing sweep at the moment. Of course, she was in the Australian Women's 8 a couple of years ago.
There is one rower just
having a great season at the moment. Had some really strong competition.
Invited back to selection trials.
So she's heading off to Sydney next weekend as well.
Good stuff.
For the Olympic trials. Really great form, great nick at the moment.
So that race is well underway. As I would have expected, Victoria Binns right up there with the leader. She's probably pretty close to Georgina Tager. Celia Cowan also doing all right there. I can't see Ella.
Yeah, I'll take you now.
There's 3 of the boats well out in front here. I think it might be Ella over on the far side that's got a narrow lead over Georgina. So it looks to me like the Adelaide colours are out in front. Yeah, so Ella Bramwell is a former winner of this States Championship Senior or Open Scull, and I think she's leading the way.
I believe Ella's the defending champion as well. My memory serves me correctly, I believe she won last year. And go back to back here. Georgina not letting her have it all on her own way. This does look like it could be an Adelaide Rowing Club 1, 2, 3 here. Silly Cowan just looking like she's got her nose in front for third at the moment. Ella with a couple of lengths lead here from Georgina Taggart.
And Georgina would still be under 23 or something?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Georgina, an under 23 athlete, and Victoria Binns here, an under 19 athlete.
Wow.
So fantastic to
Plenty
see
of talent.
those two athletes racing here and putting on a great show.
So it's Ella Bramwell from the Adelaide Club in the red, gold and black hoops that's leading in this the State Championship Women's Open Single Scull. Sponsored by Eastern Equity Insurance. She's just starting to relax a bit now. I don't think she's quite finishing it off. I know she's got some more races today, including the 8. No, that's the 8's tomorrow for the girls.
Tomorrow for the girls. Still long, powerful strokes. Georgina Taggart coming across the line in second, followed by Celia Cowan holding on to third place here. And well done to Adelaide Rowing Club, getting first, second and third. And the great coaches there, Ron Mobbs and Darren Potts, doing a wonderful job at Adelaide Rowing Club, as they always do.
There's Caroline McNally and then Victoria Zeidel from Murray Bridge. Good to see Murray Bridge running up in the Open Women's Single Scull. Well done, Victoria. And that's lunch break. Thanks, Nick Mitchell, for helping us out with the commentary. And it's Phil Mangelsdorf signing off from lunch. Do I need to message anything for you? Thanks to Dave and his team here with the all the wonderful pictures you've seen. Signing off for lunch. Thank you.
Anything you want to change? You happy with those shots?
Steve, how you going? Hello, how you doing? Hello.
And we're ready to go in about 2 minutes.
When we like after, we look Run down at one. Let's go sit there.
drone is sending down the river. Yeah, I think
that they would have one following.
Let's go over here, Larry. He's got a drone feed.
A what?
He's got a drone feed.
You're up. That's pretty good.
The guy just sent the drone down to the start. See, that's good. Yeah. I think it looks like a drone.
We might have to hold the fort for him. But she's slender, so she doesn't matter her weight or anything like that.
I saw you throw that. Much longer.
I think it was really walking.
But that's not them. They were already gone down.
You got real good.
I got real good.
got
Check it out, I'll see.
Guy's got to
I know.
I don't know how many songs it's I mean, I'm really good from I'll just shoot and once it started, then I mean, they'll get that football more, but it's more of a organized, you know, not a there were a lot of mothers, you know, your age, whatever. Yeah.
Oh, I saw that.
You're my next stop.
Say if I was there, I would have volunteered to stick on the trade today.
It is all Christine, but
Sorry. I'll get an answer. You can hear through here.
Okay, well, good afternoon. It's Andrew Southcott here. I'm here with Philip Mangelsdorf, and this is Heat 1 of the Under-19 Men's Coxed 4. And going across your screen, we don't have the drone footage at the moment, but we can see them at the start. And in Lane 2, we have St Peter's College 1, Lane 3, PAC 2, Lane 4, St Peter's College 5, Lane 5, Unley High, Lane 6, Christian Brothers, Lane 7, St Peter's College 3, and Lane 8, Prince Alfred College 4. So, so dominated by the high schools here.
So 4 of these crews will go to the final. This is a heat, and this race sponsored by Fulham Funerals. Thanks, Fulham Funerals.
And I also do have a message that SA Rowing have asked for if they have any volunteers for timing. They do need a couple of people to help with timing. So if you do have some free time, can you please report to Regatta Control?
Regatta Control office at the base of the Judges Tower. So anyone that's done timing with at the finish line before could help out. We could use some volunteers to go to the Judges Tower and help us out. Thank you very much.
Okay, so now we're looking at the overhead footage, and going from left to right, we have on the left-hand side St Peter's College 1, and then PAC 2, and then St Peter's 5. I can't see. We haven't got Unley High in our screen, and then it's Christian Brothers and St Peter's College 3, and right now it does look to be the crew of Prince Alfred College that have taken an early lead as they go through the 1,000 metre mark, followed by St Peter's College 1, and then over on the far side, I think it's St Peter's College 3.
I think so too. Yep, I think that's right. No doubt about the leaders though, Andrew. The 2 boats there together, Princes and Saints, over in lanes 2 and 3 on the left-hand side of your screen. They're setting the pace.
So these would, I think these have come out of the 8s. So the Saints crew of Vincent Baroni, Lawrence Anderson, George Griffith, Hugh Hazel, and Cox by Lachlan Hunt, and we've got the Prince's crew of Edward Chappell, Lewis Dawson, Sam Stunnell, Jack Wilkin, and Nick Mitteludis as Cox.
Yes, they're out of the first 8s. You're correct, Andrew.
And what we see, so they're coming up to the 500 metre mark. So they've. And it still does look like the PAC crew with a handy lead over the Saints crew. They're like side by side, and they're in the left hand of your screen. And on the right hand side, it's the St Peter's College 3 crew over there. And I think we can see the PAC 4 crew just on the extreme right of screen. And they're sort of one of the they're alongside with Christian Brothers, and I think Saints 5.
So these guys, they're probably their main race is tomorrow in the Schoolboy 8. So I think they're probably having a bit of fun here, Andrew, in racing in this different boat.
That's right. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4 through, and I think we can say 1, 2, and 3 are pretty clear. But there's a pretty good race going on for 4, and at the moment it's between the PAC 4, Christian Brothers, and also Saints 5. Saints 5 sort of falling back a little bit, but it's really between that PAC 4 and Christian Brothers. So they're coming down to with just 250 metres left to go. Still very close between the St Peter's and Prince Alfred crew, both alongside. As you said, first 4 will go through to the final. Sorry, the rest will be eliminated. So they're past the rocks. PAC crew looking very good, getting lots of length, good run on their boat. And then the St. Peter's crew about a couple of lengths back. So we've now here we've got the we're now seeing the finish, and that's what we can see right out in front the PAC crew. That's PAC 2, and then back a little bit to St. Peter's 1, and then over on the far side that is St. Peter's 3. But just over 100 metres left to go. You can see the PAC crew got a tandem rig. They're gonna cross the line now, and a couple of lengths back to St. Peter's 1, and then over on the far side in lane 7, St. Peter's 3, and then we'll see who will be 4th and who will go through to the final. St. Peter's 3 over the line, and still a really good battle going on now. It does look like it's the PAC crew, PAC 4. Look like they're actually broken away from the other crews. And so that's PAC 4 now crossing, and then it's Saints 5, and then Christian Brothers. And that's it for the first heat of under 19 men's Cox 4, sponsored by Fulham Funerals.
So the lineup for the second heat, which is race 46 on the day's program, is Adelaide High in 2, Princes in 3, Saints number 2 in 4, St. Ignatius in 5, Saints number 4 in 6, Princes 3 in 7, and Princes 5 in 8.
And already we can see they're through the 1,000 metre mark, and it's the PAC 1 crew in lane 3, which look to be leading, and then back to St. Peter's 2, and then over on the far side, I think it's PAC 3 and 5.
Yeah, I think we're missing a couple.
Missing
either not on the picture, or
missing a couple in the middle. So if we look at the race from left to right, we've got Adelaide High in lane 2. We've got PAC 1 in lane 3. They're out in front. St. Peter's 2 next. They're coming second, and then there's a bit of a gap where we were expecting St. Ignatius and I think St. Peter's College, and then over in lane 7 and 8 we've got PAC 3 and 5.
And the Princes boys are the names from their first 8, I think. So not sure about the Saints.
Saints 2, I think that's also their first 8 as well. So there's been a great rivalry, great historic rivalry, and already a great rivalry this season as well. So, but it does look like the PAC crew looking. We've got about 500 metres left to go, but they can clearly see their opponents in the next lane, and they're travelling down the course very well. So I think 1, 2, 3. It's 1, 2, 3, and 4 are probably. You can see them all in your screen, and then over in lane 2 is the Adelaide High crew. They're coming 5th at the moment, but the first 4 crews will all go through to the final, which will be race 64. So later today.
So Princes, they're not really holding back. They're rating about 32, 33 strokes the minute, and so too I think the Saints crew in second place. So only the first 4 to go through to the final. They should be able to maybe relax a little bit and save some energy for their final. But the first 4 places do look pretty well sewn up at this stage.
looking quite red. 3 red, 1 blue. In fact, I think what you'll see is the another one of the PAC crew, PAC 3, over on the far side. They've gone past the Saints crew. I think we'll get sort of footage of that towards the finish, but not that it matters at this stage. But the Saints crew may not have even sort of realised, or may not even care, because the first 4 will go through to the final. So, but no doubt about the winners of this race. It's the PAC number 1, 4, looking really good, crossing the line now. And now it's back to PAC 3.
St. Peter's 2.
St. Peter's 2. In fact, that may have been PAC 5 and this is PAC 3. Anyway. All done. So now, and Adelaide High coming 5th.
So that was the second heat, and those first 4 place getters will be in the 8-boat final at race 64 today.
And Unley High, St. Ignatius. Oh, that was that Unley High? Unley High must have missed the race. So they've.
Yeah, we haven't had any information on that. So. Now we've got a Masters race because we've gone to 1,000 metres. So we've got a Masters 1,000 metres and then some under 16s, which are 1,000 metre races also.
All right. So when will that start? So a mix of ages in the Masters Mixed Cox 4, 2 Ds, 2 Es, and 2 Hs.
And our morning commentator, Tori Toogood, she's in the bow seat of the Torrens crew, the first crew on the list. Tori was commentating today, and thanks, Tori, for volunteering to do that. She's rowing Torrens in lane 2, Gore in lane 3, and there's 2 Riverside crews in lanes 4 and 5, and then Phoenix in 6, and another Riverside crew off Go, the oldest crew in the Masters race. They're in lane 7.
Yes. So over in lane 7, they're all there, but they're sort of still not. Doesn't look like they're quite ready to take off yet.
So there goes the first crew, the crew on the far side on the right. They're the oldest crew in the Masters races. They get to go first, and the others have a handicap depending how young they are, how much younger. They give away time. So there's your second boat off. It's first time I've seen a start like this from the drone. We haven't had the drone when I've been commentating before, so this is wonderful. You see all the action. There's the third crew off. This is how the Masters start. There's another one. This is new to me. Here goes the next one. And then the back marker is the youngest crew in the race. So the big challenge is for the youngest ones to try and catch up to the oldies.
So if the handicaps are right, it should be a very close race by the end of the 1,000 metre mark.
Yeah, if they all raced perfectly to their age handicap, we'd have a triple dead heat at the finish.
Now you were talking earlier about head of the rivers on the Torrens, and in the Riverside crew in lane 5 is Ian McBride, who won the last head of the river to be held at the Torrens in 1976. It's great to see he's still rowing.
Still having a row. Good on him. Okay, I've seen Ian McBride rowing. I didn't realise that he was that historically significant.
Well,
so he was in a Saints crew, was it?
He was.
Very good.
They had a good coach.
Family member, no doubt.
Yeah, it was. All right. So let's.
We'll talk about Lindsay Southcott, a legendary coach.
That's right. That was his. He won 5 in a row at that time, and that was the 5th win. And then they moved to West Lakes. All right. So it does look like the Phoenix crew. They weren't the back markers, but they've gone past the sorry, the front markers. They've gone past the front marker, and that's the crew of Anne Ellis, Carolyn Mussered, John Lister, and David Ellis. And
they'll take some catching, I think. Now.
They will. I think they're gonna run out of space because the younger crews, which are the ones sort of sitting on the left-hand side of the lane, they're making good speed. But I think it's going to be. I think the finish line is going to. Well, I think the Phoenix crew will get to the finish line. But let's watch the Torrens crew. They're definitely picking up a bit of pace. But still just it's 1,000 metres and they've got about 250 left to go. I think it's too much to overcome. But let's wait and see. Yeah, it's gonna be between the Torrens crew in lane 2, much younger crew, and the Phoenix crew over in lane 6. But at the moment, it's the Phoenix crew. They're significantly ahead. There's less than 200 metres left to go. I can't see the Torrens crew catching them.
Andrew, they're a very good Phoenix crew.
Yes.
Caroline and Anne Caroline Mussered and Anne Ellis have won medals in the World Masters competition. So as women rowers, they are good, and they may well have won medals with David Ellis and perhaps someone else in mixed competition as well. So they're a world-class Masters crew.
Yeah, and you can see just while we've been talking that Torrens crew is making up ground, but I think the finish line is just approaching very quickly. This Phoenix crew is showing their real class. It's close. Torrens are coming up, but it's just.
Yeah.
In the end, that was pretty close. The Torrens crew made up a lot of ground, but it was the Phoenix crew, which one? And then the Riverside crew next, and then it's quite close.
Oh, very close, yes.
Oh, I think, okay. The older Riverside crew has had a spell. I hope they're okay.
Yeah, he set up all right.
All right. Well, that was a great race. It was pretty close. Like the difference, there was 27 seconds. Torrens gave away because they're younger and that's how it works. But in the end, it was pretty close.
So the next race has also started. It's the race 48 under 16 men's double scull. It's under 16s are racing 1,000 metres. So you had Prince Alfred, Norwood, Prince Alfred, Murray Bridge, Christian Brothers and Torrens. 6 boats in this race with 4 of them to go into the final.
It does look at the moment. Let's see what. Okay.
I can only see 5 boats, I think, so maybe we haven't got an update computer anymore, so can't give it to you accurately. I know, all 6 are there, my mistake. So all 6 boats are there. 4 of them will go in the final. So there's
all right.
There's the Princes and the Torrens crew well out in front.
It does look like for Heat 1, this is PAC 1, Leroy Condis and Jack Stunnell are leading, and then over in second place is Torrens 1, Eddie Sharp and Tom Redman. So that's here we go. So that's here we go. So that's this. Now we're looking at the crew. This is PAC 1. Crossing the line, Leroy Condis and Jack Stunnell, and then next, this is the Torrens crew, Eddie Sharp, Tom Redman from Torrens, and then back, Norwood International High, coming third,
CBC,
and then CBC coming fourth. So first 4 to the A final.
Murray Bridge are 5th.
Murray Bridge. And then back to PAC 3, 6th. So so the last two will go into the B final. I think the races were coming too quickly for us. Here we go. So this is next race. This is Heat 2.
This bracket of races sponsored by the Surf Lifesaving of South Australia.
Fantastic.
And we thank our Surf Lifesavers for being here on duty today. We are going to kick them out of that tent for a while because the Governor of South Australia is coming to visit the regatta and present some trophies, and she'll be taking over that tent closest to the southern end of the lawn, the main lawn.
Yeah, no, Surf Lifesaving South Australia supporting our event, one community helping another community.
Beautiful.
Okay, so this is Heat 2 of the under-16 men's double scull.
The lineups: Christian Brothers in 2, Pembroke in 3, Princes in number 2 in 4, Torrens number 2 in 5, Norwood number 1 in 6, and Unley in 7.
And right now it's the crew in lane 3, Pembroke School. They look to be in the lead, but it's a very tight battle for second place, and it involves Christian Brothers, it involves Torrens, Norwood International High, and Unley High. So great battle going on. The first 4 will go through to the A final, and so there's probably 5 crews up there. Oh, someone's just that's okay. So the crew in lane 5, they've recovered very quickly from that, and they're getting a move on. So right now it's Pembroke School in lane 3. They're coming first. Second is Christian Brothers 2. And then we have Unley High and Norwood International High, but the crew from Torrens, they lost a bit of ground, but they're actually making that back pretty effectively. So as long as they can keep it clean, I think they might end up in the top 4. So still Pembroke and Christian Brothers and Unley High.
The Torrens number 2 crew in lane 5, they've rowed themselves onto the buoys and they've hit them a few times with their sculling oars, and that slows your boat down. And
they're actually they're still right in it, in spite of all of that.
Making it hard for themselves though, Andrew.
Yeah. So it's still very tight for 4th and 5th. Really between the Torrens crew and the Norwood International High crew. But yeah, looking in the middle of the screen, you can see the Pembroke crew is out in front. Actually, yeah, like Torrens are doing really well, but
they're about to cross lanes again, I think. Cross the buoys.
Yeah. Okay, but still the Pembroke crew looking well in control. But the crew over on the far side, which is Unley High, also going well. So here we can see, so just coming down, this is the Pembroke crew in lane 3. They're about a length above the crew from Unley High in lane 7. And then it's really close between Christian Brothers, Norwood International High, and the Torrens crew, and then back to PAC 2.
Bit of fun there. Still pretty good work there by those under-16s to race a double scull and steer, and that's what they're all here for at their age, just learning their craft and skills, and well done, the under-16 men's double sculls.
A great experience for them.
We're going to quad sculls next, and there's looks like, is it 2 heats? Yeah, under 2 heats of women's under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. Sponsored by Nelson Teamwear. Visit the Nelson Teamwear tent that's here on the Horn. They've got lots of wonderful gear. And see Ben Nelson there. He's very hospitable and helpful with his sports gear.
Yeah, no, a great South Australian company, and been a proud partner with Rowing SA and working with clubs and schools.
So the lineup for race 50 is Loreto in 2, Walford in 3, Pembroke in 4, Seymour in 5, Walford number 5 in 6, and Wilderness number 2 in 7. And 4 boats to go to the final from 6 entries. They're racing from 2,000 metres, and they're underway. If you look at the big screen,
It's got 4 crews here at the moment, so possibly.
it's Seymour in front.
Yeah, so then it just goes Seymour, then Pembroke, then Wolford 2, then Loreto Marriotteville, and we can't see what's going on with Wolford 5 or Wilderness 2 at the moment.
No worries. I thought if you were coming down here for the AG, there is no way that you can't.
Well, certainly an easy race to commentate. They're all spaced right out, so not much chance of anything happening from there. I would think a couple of links between each boat. Yeah, it says 4 to the final, but if in fact the other 2 boats haven't started, it would probably only be 3 would go to the final, because they usually race to eliminate someone. So
no, I think sort of Wilderness is there in lane 7. We just
haven't got them on our picture.
Haven't quite got them in the picture. But into the last 500 now, and very clearly Seymour. Seymour crew of Harriet Foster, Charlotte Guthrie, Imogen Johnson, and Lucy Bell, coxed by Eva Halliwell. And then the Pembroke crew second, and Wolford 2 third.
But he truly is quite something in how.
Oh, it's very clearly the Seymour crew.
So here's Greg Walters going to rejoin the commentary team, and I'll hand over to Greg. Joining Andrew.
See you later. Hello, Greg. How was your race?
Oh, great. Really enjoyed the mixed race. Actually, it's a good advertising for any of those older rowers. You're sort of sitting out there in your living room and you're thinking, oh, I used to enjoy that rowing. It was great. Well, my granddaughter or my child's out there rowing. In that race, there are people who've just learned to row in the last 12 months. So, there's a place for everybody.
That's great. So this is the under 17 coxed women's quad scull, and Seymour College really commanding in this race.
That's Harriet Foster, Charlotte Guthrie, Imogen Johnson, Lucy Bell, and Eva Halliwell as the cox.
That's right. And so this is a heat, so first 4 will go through to the final. And then it's back to Pembroke.
Alex Reidler, Ava Snell, Mia Chapman, Abby Young, Isabella Wesley as the cox.
And then I think it's Wolford number 2 coming third.
Allegra Prince, Amelia Viacelli, Charlotte Matthews, Nina Kovac, and Izzy Walter as the cox.
And then it's a tight race between Loretto Marriotteville and also the Wilderness School.
So Wilderness in lane 7 and Loretto in lane 2.
So that's completed the race. Almost.
Well, this is heat 1, of course. The first 4 go through to the final.
So the crew's still coming down the...
Not sure. They might have... Anyway, it's not here.
Now we might still have one crew coming down the course in this race 50 under 17 women's Coxed Quad Scull.
Well, here we go. So we're now watching Heat 2. And they're racing over 2,000 metres. And going from left to right, we can see Wolford number 1 in lane 2, Unley High in lane 3, Wilderness in lane 4, Adelaide High in lane 5. I've only got 4. I can only see 4 crews there. So
yeah, it looks like it's Wilderness in lane 4 that's leading the race at the moment. Charlize Green, Ella Smart, Jessica Felstead, Ella Meyer, and Sophie Proudman. Lane 4, and then also it's probably Wolford Anglican in lane 2, and probably just Unley High ahead of Adelaide High in lane 5.
Yeah. So first 4 will go through to the final. I have to wait if they get a bit closer to see what's happened to the other Wolford crews over in lanes 6 and 7, because we can't see them on our footage here.
But it's still Wilderness School, their first crew in the under 17 women's Coxed Quad Scull that's leading this field in Heat 4, and these 4 crews are leading the field, and at this performance it looks as though these will be the 4 crews going through to the final. So in lane 4 we have Wilderness School 1 coming in second at the moment, Wolford Anglican lane 1. Sorry, Wolford Anglican 1 in lane 2, so that's the crew to the far left you can see going down the course. And then third place, it's a real battle between Unley High in lane 3 and Adelaide High in lane 5. So the members in those crews, as I said, we've got Wilderness leading in lane 4. In lane 2, Wolford is Olivia Rooney, Harriet Paterson, Imogen Griffith, Olivia Masters, and Susanna Hall as the cocks. In lane 3, Unley High, Sade Mitchell, Angelina Mitchell, Sophia Farley, Emma Pendley, and Harriet Williams as the cocks. And in lane 5, Adelaide High first crew, Lara Haran Sayer, Akon Bark, Emma Carey, India Langmead, and Talia Millick as the cocks. Well, Andrew, I think they're pretty comfortable here that these are going to be the 4 crews that are going to come through to the final from Heat 2.
I think so. I can see there are 6 crews out there, but we can't. Unfortunately, we can't see the Wolford crews out on the right hand side of the screen.
There's clear water, I think, between the first 4 and the remainder of the field at this stage. But there's not much between them. This is a real race, and I think, in fact, Adelaide High, lane 5, have been picking up the pace.
They are.
And putting a challenge. I think they've pulled ahead definitely to third place at the moment. But this is a pretty packed field as they come towards that open water area. It's lovely racing down here at West Lakes. Very good conditions. Often as you come to that open water section, as you can see on the screen on the right-hand side, if you've got a side wind, you can get quite choppy, difficult rowing. But we've got beautiful rowing conditions down here at West Lakes for the South Australian Rowing Championships.
Yeah, the Adelaide High crew, very distinctive with their bright caps, very easy to pick out. But yeah, no, definitely the 4 crews, Wilderness and Adelaide High, and then back to Wolford number 1 and Unley High. So tightly packed, and then it's a little bit further back to Wolford number 3 and Wolford number 4.
And Adelaide High are really throwing down a challenge to Wilderness at the moment. So Adelaide High in lane 5 are sort of picking up that rate and challenging Wilderness for first place. It was interesting to see what happened as they're coming down there at the 250 mark. I think Adelaide High may even have pulled ahead. It's neck at neck at the moment. Remembering, of course, that all the first 4 crews all go through to the final, but obviously Adelaide High throwing it down to Wilderness for that first position.
I think Wilderness have dropped their rating a little bit, so Adelaide have picked it up a little bit. So Adelaide have gone past Wilderness.
So it's Adelaide, Wilderness, and a battle now between Unley High and Walford in lane 2.
Yeah.
And Walford's
very close. It's sort of a blanket finish, but
I have to say the way Walford's rowing though, very comfortable. Just slow and steady. I think that's they're rowing within themselves. Smart race. They know that there's clear water back to the other crews. So all of those 4 crews will go through to race 73, which is the final of the under-17 women's Coxed Quad Sculls.
Yeah, I think now lane 6 and lane 7. I think these are year 10 crews.
Yeah,
so they're sort of competing up against the first 8.
That's right. I mean, I've heard of some 14-year-olds competing in the under-17 events to get that experience, and it's a really good thing to do.
All right.
And I think we had that. Was that the Walford Anglican crew in lane 7 coming through? And so
I think so.
The Walford Anglican crew, the 4th crew, is still coming down the field in lane 6. But we might move ahead to the next race, which is the schoolboy Year 10 Coxed Quad Sculls, sponsored by Nelson Teamwear. Thank you very much, Nelson Teamwear. This is a 1,500 metre race, Heat 1. The first 2 progress through to the final, and then it's the next 2 fastest. So the idea here is you want to be in the first 2 coming down the field. So it looks as though it is lane 3. Wrong. Lane 2. St Peter's College 3.
Yes.
To Unley High in lane 4. I think Unley High might have the lead at the moment. Unley High in lane 4. Joel Velt, Luke Beaton, Evan Harbisher, Ben Wilkinson and Angus Hamilton as the Cox. Lane 2, St Peter's College 3, Lockie McKenna, Sebastian Winter, Hugo Meslin and Indy Chima and William Rogers. So in this field we have in lane 2, St Peter's College 3, lane 3, St Peter's College 6, lane 4, Unley High, lane 5, Norwood High number 2, lane 6, Prince Alfred College 1, and lane 7, Scotch Adelaide 3.
So looking at the leading 4 crews, and you can see them sort of all across, we've got St Peter's, Unley High, Prince Alfred College and Scotch College.
Right.
So you can see those first 4 crews from left to right on the screen. So this is there's a lot more heats to this. So this is like 1 and 2 will go through to the final. So at this stage, it's probably Unley High and PAC sitting in first and second.
Yeah, and look at PAC's really lifted up now. They've lifted their rating. They've come down that last 200, and they're going to challenge. They know that they have to come in the first 2. So Unley High just rowing solidly, but PAC really throwing the challenge down to them.
So at the moment, it does. You can see this is PAC and Unley High. Scotch sort of sitting 3rd, and the St Peter's crew is back in 4th. But
as they come down, Unley High first, Prince Alfred College,
and then Scotch, and then St Peter's.
So once again, the first 2 going through to the final in race 72, and then out of the heats, it'll be the next 2 fastest. So
two next fastest.
That's right. So it depends how fast your heat is. It might be you might come even 4th, but if you've got a very fast heat, that might still get you through.
All right, and that was Norwood International High just crossing to complete that race. Oh no, we've still got one of the Saints crews. This must be Saints number 6.
And I'll do the intro then to race 53, which is heat 2 of the schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad Scull, once again sponsored by Nelson Teamwear. And once again, in Heat 2, the first 2 progress through to the final, with the next 2 fastest of the heats also going through to race 72. So in this event, we have in lane 2 St Peter's College 5, lane 3 Scotch College Adelaide 1, lane 4 Prince Alfred College 3, lane 5 St Peter's College 2, lane 6 Scotch College 4, and lane 7 Norwood International High 1.
So at the moment on the screen we can just see 3 crews. Looking out the window, I can see 5 crews. So but it does look. Is that Scotch?
Yeah, I think it's Scotch College. Scotch College in lane 3.
There we go. So Scotch and
leading PAC.
Scotch PAC.
And then
probably St Peter's. And the second Scotch crew is back there, and then Norwood International.
That's right.
High.
So it's the Scotch College Adelaide crew 1 in lane 3, who's leading the field at the moment.
Then PAC 3, and then St Peter's number 2. And as we look overhead, you can still see left to right. You can see that Scotch crew sitting in lane 3. They're coming sort of down to the rocks. The PAC crew, PAC number 3, sitting comfortably in second place, and then back to St Peter's College 2 crew, which you can see sort of at the bottom of the screen.
That's right. It's going to take a bit for the St Peter's College crew, I think, to get up into the placings. So it's the Scotch College crew, as I said, of Blason, Blau Robinson, Kent Harvey, Thomas King, Jackson Sullivan, Tash Corbett as the cocks, and lane 4, Prince Alfred College 3. The crew includes Christian Smith, Charlie Fremantle, and Madden Croft as the cocks. And in lane 5, St Peter's College 2, Miles Chipperfield, Louis Von Dusa, Atticus Clayton, Will Barrera, and Philippe Scalzi as the cocks.
There we go.
I think Scotch is throwing it down there. Their rating is up higher than the others. But St Peter's College on the far right of your screen certainly not getting out there.
No, they'd be hoping to get a good. It looks like they're going to finish third, but they'd be hoping to get a good time. They might get through to the final, but it's going to be Scotch, less than 100 metres to go, and PAC.
And both those crews, actually, you can see just taking it steady through. They know that both of those crews will get through to the final, and then we have the St Peter's College crew coming through in lane 5, St Peter's College 2. And that's race 53. We might move on to race 54, which is heat 3 of the schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad Scull, which again a 1500 metre race, with the first 2 progressing through to the final. In lane 3 we have Pembroke. In lane 4, Scotch College Adelaide 2. Lane 5, St Peter's College 4. Lane 6, Prince Alfred College 2. Lane 7, St Peter's College 1. You can see those 3 crews of Scotch as you look at the screen there. In the middle of the screen we've got Scotch College Adelaide 2. To their immediate left is the St Peter's College 4 crew, and then across with those red and white oars is the Prince Alfred College 2 crew in lane 6. But it looks as though at this stage is the fight between Scotch College Adelaide 2 in lane 4 and St Peter's College 4 in lane 5. So the Scotch College Adelaide 2 crew is made up of Harper Manning, Charles Bales, Harry Tozer, Ryan Koch and Charlie Hooper as the cocks. Lane 5, St Peter's College 4 is Tom Lloyd, Sydney Tierney, Harry Hoadley, Nathan Randania and Anthony Mazzullo as the cocks. Prince Alfred College 2 crew is Tane Mayer, Ollie Dennis, and their cocks is Nick Christensen. Yeah, and it looks as though it's the Scotch College crew still leading in this Heat 3 of the schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad Scull.
So at the moment we can see the Scotch.
Now we've got the drone, that's right, very clearly shown in the drone footage. It's Scotch College 2 with a very strong lead, lane 4 over St Peter's College 4 in lane 5. They're unlikely to be challenged. I think, although on the outside, I think it's outside of screen at the moment.
There's St Peter's College 1 sort of is up there, sort of challenging for second place, but we can't quite see it.
They come on the drone, that's right. They're back a bit, but then the Prince Alfred College crew is back further in the field with Pembroke.
Yeah.
Prince Alfred College being in lane 6 and Pembroke in lane 3.
But it does very much look like, with just about 200 metres left to go, it's the Scotch College crew in lane 4, Scotch College number 2, and then St Peter's College 4 coming second. There you get the view of that. So that's sort of first, second and third at the moment. So so looking left to right, we've got Scotch College 2, St Peter's College 4, and then it's back in third place to St Peter's College 1.
And Scotch are making it look easy. I think they're just slow and steady. They're getting good swing. They're moving the boat well. They know they're going to go through, so you can tell they've been taking it a little bit easy in this last 200. Reserve themselves for the final, which will be race 72.
Okay, so Greg and I we're going to hand over to Ella Brownwell and Georgina Traeger.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Andrew, and look forward to joining us tomorrow on the commentary team. Handing over to Ella and Georgina.
Now we have race 55, the under 21 women's double scull. In lane 2 we have Adelaide, Tamika and Alexis. Lane 3 we have Fern and Eliza. Lane 4 Sky and Alia. Lane 5 Anya and Victoria Binns. Lane 6 Paula and Claire. Lane 7 Imogen and Georgina. So this should be a good race, sponsored by Eastern Equity Insurance, with a range of crews from Adelaide, Loreto Marrickville and Adelaide University. So from the live stream we can see that the crews are up and racing here, but are unable to discern who is in the lead at the moment. In lane 5 we have Victoria Binns, who has done quite a few races already today, but she performed well in the under 19 women's single, winning that event and coming 4th, I believe, in the open women's single scull, which Georgina and myself raced in.
And Ella, it looks like the conditions have turned into a tailwind now, so it'll be interesting to see how the rowers adapt to these new conditions.
Yeah. I mean, it was definitely a bit of a crosswind at the start of our race earlier today at midday, but I think all rowers would be a bit keen that it's spun around into a tail to give us nice fast racing conditions.
I know I'd be keen.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of crews here will use these times to bet this Nationals crews, and the state championships is always a good opportunity for the schools and clubs to test out combos ahead of the Nationals in Sydney.
It's also really nice to see the amount of numbers in the under 21 category, especially like for me going up to opens. There's the numbers sometimes reduced, but in the under 21 field, there's always a few other numbers there. This is straight final, is it, Ella?
I believe so.
Straight final. So, but 7 lanes there, so good to see the numbers.
So here we can see that it is lane 5 leading, the combination of Anja Felderhoff and Victoria Binns, coached by Sam Morton and Tom Tolman, that seem to be out for the lead as they come into the 1,000-metre mark there.
I think we're really lucky this year that we actually get the live stream of the bird's eye view of the racing.
Yeah, the footage has been great this year.
It's been so good. Makes it really exciting to see the full race.
Yeah. So it seems to be the lane 4 combination of Sky, Mumford and Alia that are in second place there, followed by the Loretto. Followed by the Adelaide combination of Alexis. Oh no, sorry.
The Adelaide Uni combination though is looking really strong out the front there.
Yeah.
Anja and Victoria Binns.
So I believe that combination is also still under 19, so they've done a great job here to step up into the under 21 category.
I think it's a really good opportunity for younger athletes to sometimes be able to race in an age group above their own, so that they can actually sort of get themselves in a competition that might be a little bit faster than their own, and sort of just brings up the level for them.
Yeah, absolutely. So just confirming, the leading crew at the moment is the Adelaide Uni combination of Anja Felderhoff and Victoria Binns in lane 5, followed by Loretto Marriotteville, Fern Rosenbauer and Eliza Hogg, coached by Dario Sportelli, and then the Adelaide combination of Tamika Coventry and Alexis Dorogi in the 3rd position there.
Coached by Ronald Mobbs.
The real Ron Mobbs.
At the real Ron Mobbs. And a happy birthday to Ronald Mobbs.
Yes, absolutely.
Every day is his birthday.
So the leading combination here seems to be settled down into a nice, strong rhythm.
Coming into almost the last 500 here, there's that little bit of that open bit in between the hotel and the 250 metres. Sometimes the water can get a bit choppy through there, so it's just a matter of who can keep their blades in the water, stay nice and clean around the finish, coming towards that last 250, and see some pushes coming through there.
Yes, absolutely. So the Loretto Marriotteville combination seems to have upped their rate of striking there to try and challenge that Adelaide Uni combination. Up at about rate 32 there. Whereas the Adelaide Uni combination is sitting at 26.5.
Looks like the Adelaide Uni combination are going for a low rate, really just getting their stroke length in there. Loretto look like they're rating a bit higher.
Yes, and it looks like the combination of on the far side of Imogen Graham and Georgina Southcott are now starting to really push up and challenge the Loretto crew, as well as taking the two Adelaide crews. And then there's a good battle there for 4th place between the two Adelaide crews.
Oh, Loretto just lost their oar.
Oh.
Big push from Adelaide Uni.
Yes, unfortunately some difficulties there in the Loretto boat, but those girls have raced a really good race, so they should be proud of themselves regardless. So unofficially it looks like it'll be Adelaide University, Felderhoff and Binns, followed by Adelaide University, Graham and Southcott, and then Adelaide, Mumford and Altus. And the next race we have here is the Open Women's Coxless 4. So this should be a great race. We have in lane 3 Adelaide University, Christina Bursell, Joanne Malcolm, Susie Ross and Angie Franco. I believe that's a Masters crew, so great to see them racing in the open events. In lane 4 we have from Unley High, we have Eleanor Nettleford, Tamara Bates, Emma Luscombe and Felicity Cox. In lane 5 we have a scratching, which was Adelaide University. In lane 6 we have Anna Collins, Rachel Cope, Erica Webb and Mika Webb from Adelaide. And then in lane 7 we have another Adelaide Uni combination of Lara Painter, Grace Seppel, Emma Newhouse and Caroline McNally. So as they come through the 12:50 mark here, it seems to be the Adelaide combination of Anna Collins, Rachel Cope, Erica Webb and Mika Webb that seem to be out to a clear water lead over the Adelaide Uni crew.
Okay, I'll send it to my group.
It seems to be the Masters combination of Christina Bursell, Joanne Malcolm, Susie Ross and Angie Franco sitting in that second position.
He's okay.
It looks like it's a close battle between Unley High and Adelaide Uni in the far lane.
Last time I saw your husband.
Yes, that Unley combination seems to be racing a great race for some schoolgirls stepping up into the open category, as well as rowing a Coxless boat, which a lot of schoolgirls would not be used to. So they're doing a great job for this with their stroke seat foot steering, as well as setting a nice strong rhythm, which is not always easy, especially in these conditions that have a little bit of wind and a few gusts can come across and blow you over, but that stroke seat's doing a great job there to keep them nice straight lines. The combination of Anna Collins, Rachel Cope, Erica Webb and Mika Webb are out to a nice strong lead. They've got about 20 metres of clear water over the rest of the field, so I believe these girls, coached by the real Ron Moggs, are looking to send this combination to nationals and then see how they go racing in the Club Women's Open for there.
And it looks like Unley's going for a big push just as this last 500 comes up. Starting to make a move on the Adelaide Uni crew, so it'll be interesting to see if they can make a last little push, make some more distance on them.
Yes, and they seem to have got their barbell well in front of the other Adelaide Uni crew, stroked by Caroline McNally. as the Adelaide Rowing Club crew come into the red buoys, signalling the last 250 metres, the Webb sisters are laying down a strong rhythm there, and Rachel and Anna are following well. For us personally, for Georgina and I, this is a good look because we're partnering up with these girls in racing in the Open Women's 8 later tomorrow afternoon, which is always a great race with Adelaide Uni and the other schools and clubs.
It looks like Unley's making another good push here.
As the Adelaide Uni crew also push up from in the far lane there. So the winners will be unofficially Adelaide Rowing Club, Collins, Cope, Webb and Webb, followed by the Adelaide Uni crew in lane 3, Christina Bursell, Joanne Malcolm, Susie Ross and Angie Franco. And then the Unley High combination of Nettleford, Bates, Luscombe and Cox. Just coming out over the Adelaide Uni combination of Painter, Seppelt, Newhouse and McNally. But great racing all round, and good to see such close racing in the open events and so many entries, so great work. And the next race we have here is the Masters Women's Cox 4, racing over 1,000 metres. We have the crew from Torrens Rowing Club, Farina, Grey Gardner, Too Good and Janko Wag. And then from Adelaide Uni we have Klotz, Cooper, Lynch and Holland. From Riverside, Leslie Lewis, Samantha Jersman, Natalie McKeon, Melanie Inns, and they are coxed by Claire Sweeney. Riverside, another combination, also a coxed boat with Jennifer Harvey, Victoria Jones, Anita Russell, Ilaria Pagani and Anne Pennington is coxing those. So the two coxless combinations of Torrens and Adelaide University are off with an 8-second handicap on the other crews. This is because they do not have a coxswain, so they will be steering their own boat, like we were saying before, with often the stroke seat steering attached to their foot.
Ella's favourite.
Yes, yes.
And it looks like they're just lining up here, as they're not going from the 2K start line. This is just a matter of
a little bit of maybe some
there.
intimidation tactics from the crews trying to rattle their opponents, but all good, no damage.
So yeah, it's just important that on the 1K races that they're lined up so it's all fair, and might be a bit tricky with the conditions, but I'm sure the aligners will do a good job of making it a fair race.
Yeah, so yeah, as Georgina was saying, as there's no pontoon here, it's not a held start, so it means it's the responsibility of the crews to listen to the aligners on the side as they tell them to row up into their lanes. So as these crews head up to the start line, they will be rowing usually just with their bow pair. And this slower pace allows them to make quicker decisions as they approach the start line. So
the crews without the coxswains, usually it will be the rower in two-seat making the coals. So we can probably imagine that the two-seat in the Torrens crew and the Adelaide Uni crew would be taking charge over making the calls in this race and the lining up as well.
Yes. So if you don't have a coxswain, then yes, you spread the roles out. So the stroke seat will be steering and the bow or two seat will be making the calls. But with the slightly windy conditions here, I think the crews might be struggling a little bit just to get themselves into a line.
Usually as well with these windier conditions, if it is off a non-held start, normally the aligner will call a quick start.
Yes,
Ella,
correct.
would you like to describe what a quick start is?
So usually they say, they'll list off all the crews, but with a quick start, they will just go attention, row, and then you go. But yes, so we just have these two crews in the middle two lanes here, Adelaide Uni and Riverside, just sorting out their oars. Adelaide Uni crew are backing down so to get out the way, so that's when you put your blade in and push it away from you so that you head forwards opposed to backwards. So all crews here just backing it down as they've this nice strong tailwind sort of pushed them over the start line there. So we are very lucky here to row on a very well buoyed course. So we have the middle lane is indicated by yellow buoys on either side, and so during training there's no rowing in that lane. And the lanes on the western bank side are for travelling up towards the start line, and the lanes on the far side are for travelling down. You also have the red buoys that signify the last 250 metres of the race, and red buoys every 100 metre mark, I believe. And they also red buoys for the first 1k of a race. So I think at the 1,000 metre mark, they also have these red buoys to signify the first 100 metres. So we have these crews here all lined up, just doing a few minor adjustments here. It's important in these non-held starts racing that everyone is switched on and ready to go, especially as we have the handicap not allowing you to get blown around.
And we're off.
Yes, we're off. There seems to have been a little bit of a delay in the other crew starting, and that Adelaide Uni combination seems to have started off on a bit of an angle, but hopefully they can pull themselves around and get themselves back in their lane.
Yeah, it's really hard as well rowing in wash. So hopefully the Adelaide Uni crew can get themselves back into their lane, out of the other crew's wash, and
yes,
get up through the middle 500.
Yes. Yeah, so you can see that their stroke seat has done a great job to realign them back into the middle of the lane and straighten them up, but that has cost them some vital strokes off the start. That Torrens crew was out to a commanding lead. And has rowed through the 8-second margin that they had on the other two Riverside crews.
That Torrens crew is looking really strong in lane 3?
Yes.
Looks like they're making a push up on the Adelaide Uni crew, or the Torrens crew.
Riverside crews.
Riverside crew.
On the far side.
None of the above.
So that Adelaide Uni crew are now nicely straight in their lanes, and it's very hard to line up off a non-held start in these conditions that can be a bit gusty at Westlakes. But yes, that Torrens combination in lane 3, Karen Farina, Robin Gray Gardner, Tori Toogood and Belinda Jaknowiak have done a great job.
Looking really clean as well.
Push through that margin, yes.
It's really nice to see the colour of the blades for each club.
Yes.
On the live stream, you should be able to see that's actually really good quality this year.
Yes, yes.
Quite nice.
It's
As we
great.
like to say, it's not in Ronald Mobb's pixels.
No.
So Ella and I have actually just returned back to Adelaide from racing in Sydney at the Sydney International Regatta Cirque.
Yes.
Would you just like to talk about the difference in water, Ella? So like here at Westlakes we row on salt water, but in Sydney
It's fresh water.
it's fresh water.
Yeah, so there's lots of different things that can play into the boat speed apart from and racing conditions apart from just wind. The fresh water or salt water, as well as whether it is warm or cold. So the fresh water is quicker as it has less resistance with the salt, despite the buoyancy that the salt water provides. And the warm water is also quicker than cold water.
Ella definitely did science and I did not. So
Rowing science.
rowing science.
So yes, that Torrens combination crew is out to a commanding lead over the other crews, with lane 5 from Riverside in second, Leslie Lewis, Samantha Jersman, Natalie McKeon, Melanie Innes, coxed by Claire Sweeney.
Yeah, looking really comfortable out front there, rowing nice and long, lower stroke rate.
Yes, so they seem to do a nice strong race off the start, executed a great race start and pushed their bow ball well comfortably in front of the other crews, which allowed them the ability to shut it down. But we have a great race on for third here. That Adelaide University crew coming up have pushed through the Riverside crew despite their slight issues at the start line. So that's great to see that they were able to still execute a great race. So just recapping those results, we had the Adelaide Uni combination of Tanya Klotz, the Torrens combination won that, followed by Riverside, coxed by Claire Sweeney, then the Adelaide Uni combination, and then the Riverside combination. So those Masters women executed a great race, and the next race we have is coming down swiftly. It's the Masters men's double.
Very swiftly, so swiftly that we weren't even ready for it.
Yes.
But here we go. Coming across the line is the Riverside combination.
Yes, that is the Riverside combination of Brian Glawson and Anthony Lee. Oh, but being pushed on the line by the Adelaide Uni combination of Damien Derlick and Ross Hamilton. And then in the third place is the Torrens combination. We are assuming Trent Monday and Chris Heaton Harris, but we could have made a mistake there, as there doesn't seem to be the other Torrens crew that we're able to see. And then rounding out is the
Port Adelaide
combination of Frank Powell and Duncan Ball. So in this race we had different grades of racing. So we had B, C, D and E, and that relates to the average age of the crew members. So the Port Adelaide and Riverside combination were E grade, Torrens was D, other Torrens was C, and the Adelaide Uni crew that pushed through the line were a B crew. The next race is the Masters Men Double Division 2. And as this is not a state championship event, they have divisions rather than heats and finals. Their Masters state championships is later on in the year. So in lane 2 we have Goolwa, Simon Thornton and Cam Wilson. That's an F crew, so they will offer 7-second margin. The Adelaide University combination of Bill Natt and David McLeod, also of 7 seconds. The Torrens combination of Rob Ellis and Kevin Tankard, also an F crew of 7 seconds. Then the Murray Bridge composite, Murray Bridge and Riverside, Mark Johnson and Graham Hunt. The Adelaide Uni combination was a G combination, so they were off go, G for go. John Bentley and Rick Armstrong, and then the Phoenix combination of Chris Cowan and John Lister. Chris Cowan, famously the father of Celia Cowan, who is a great young athlete at Adelaide Rowing Club. So out in the lead, it looks like we have the Torrens combination of Rob Ellis and Kevin Tankard. Rob Ellis and Kevin have raced over quite a few years. But the Adelaide University combination of, in the closer lane, so Bill Natt and David McLeod, giving them a real push as we come into the last stages of the race. In third, it looks as if we have the Goolwa and Riverside and Murray Bridge composite of Graham Hunt from Murray Bridge Rowing Club and Mark Johnson from Riverside Rowing Club in third. But it will be Torrens, Rob Ellis and Kevin Tankard, followed by Bill Natt and David McLeod. And then coming into the last 20 metres, Riverside and Graham Hunt from Murray Bridge Rowing Club. Then the race for 4th and 5th is a close one. Here it looks like the Riverside combination might just edge their bow ball over, but that is unofficial. And then we have Goolwa, Simon Thornton and Cam Wilson coming down the course here. Last 100 metres, they've raced a great race. And that rounds out our field there. Then the next race here is the Under-17 Women's Double Scull, sponsored by Tweak Physio.
And here we have Division 3 of the Masters Men's Double. This is race number 60. This is also over 1 kilometre. And coming down here, looks like we've got in lane 7, Riverside crew of Richard Clark and Peter Hendy. And as the race progresses, we should be able to see a few of the other crews come down as well. But yeah, looks like that Riverside crew in lane 7 are looking really strong. You can see those red oars from afar. And just coming into frame here, we've got another Riverside crew. Looks like lane 5 of Peter Smith and Paul Gunson. From the live stream here, looks like a pretty big margin, but sometimes that can be a bit deceiving, especially when you're in the boat. Sometimes it looks like they're a bit closer than it does from the outside. But yeah, a few more crews coming down the line here. And we were just confirming the lanes there. We think it's lane 4, the Phoenix crew. Philip Gebhardt and Peter Zilm coming through, just walking onto that other Riverside crew there. Looks like a battle between those two. With that Riverside crew of Richard Clark and Peter Hennedy quite strong out the front there. And that Phoenix crew making a move onto the Riverside bow bowl. Looking really strong coming through in that second place. And it looks like that Riverside crew, Richard Clark and Peter Hennedy, are going to take it out for the win in this race. And yes, that's the Riverside crew, Richard Clark, Peter Hennedy. And coming through the line in second, we have the Phoenix crew, Philip Gebhardt and Peter Zilm. And in third place, we have another Riverside crew of Peter Smith and Paul Gunson. Yeah. And sorry, that was a bit of a mix-up with the lanes, but here we have lane 5 of Riverside, Peter Smith and Paul Gunson crossing the line. And that concludes our Masters Men's Double divisions. So really good racing from all crews there. And as we come into the next couple of races, we'll be moving back to 2 kilometre racing, which will be happening from the start line, so back to boat holding. So I'm sure the aligners will be happy about that. I know it can sometimes be a stressful time lining the boats up.
Afternoon from the presentation podium. Well done to all crews who have raced throughout today, and we look forward to the final bracket of racing for day one of the 2024 South Australian Rowing Championships. It is my pleasure to welcome here today Her Excellency, the Honourable Frances Adamson, AC, Governor of South Australia and Rowing SA's patron. The rowing community appreciates your support in a sport we know you have many fond memories in. Welcome also to the City of Charles Sturt Council, Mayor Angela Evans. Thank you and your council for the year-round support for rowing at West Lakes. Before we get underway with our final 2 hours of racing for the day, can I please ask all here present today to turn your attention to the podium. I welcome Robert Taylor for the Welcome to Country.
How did that sound, ladies and gentlemen? All right? Well, you can do a little bit better than that. It's a beautiful day down here on Kaurna country. We are certainly blessed down here. My name's Robert Taylor. I'm a proud senior Kaurna man. I'm also part of the Ngarrindjeri people from down on the lower parts of the River Murray and the Coorong, Nangaraku from Swanreach, and of course the Naranga people from on the York Peninsula, Adjadura country, the land of the butterfish. But as a proud Kaurna descendant, as I stand here alongside you today, I'd like to say Nyanki Namiana, Namani. Mani Nabudina Kuyata, Kaurna Yata. Nari Robert Kari Karamo Taylor, Ngarrindjeri, Nangaraku, Naranga, Kumakana Miana. Mani Nadu Tampidi Kaurna Miana. Kumanadu, Parna Jatanga, Imbadendi. Tabdala Bukyana, Burkana, Kumakana Miniara. Na Yakanadalia, Na Yamanadalia, Na Chalia. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you understand all that, yeah? Bit of a tongue mouthful, a bit of a tongue twister there. But in language I said Namani. Namani is a basic greeting, meaning how are you, and it also means glad you come, depending on the context of what we're talking about. Our language wasn't as complex, I think, as the English language, so it was more about the context and knowing what someone was speaking to you about, as opposed to the words that you actually hear. I said Mani Nabudinyaluku Yata. So on behalf of my Kaurna elders and ancestors, past and present, it's a pleasure to be here today and welcome you here onto Kaurna country. By inviting me along, we together are acknowledging that this is Kaurna land, and for that I am very grateful. We are all caretakers of this place, our waterways, our country, our winds, our trees, all of nature. So it's our duty to look after this place as our ancestors have done for thousands and thousands of years. I'd also like to acknowledge Her Excellency, the wonderful and Honourable Frances Adamson. It's always a pleasure to see you. Also, I'd like to acknowledge the Lord Mayor, any other delegates and dignitaries here today. But more importantly, each and every one of you. I think we are all VIPs, yeah? So give yourself a round of applause. I'd like to thank you very much for inviting me along. Natalia, thank you.
Thank you, Robert Taylor. Now please be upstanding now as I welcome to the stage Lucy Stoddart from State Opera South Australia to perform the National Anthem of Australia.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Thank you, Lucy. Now, please enjoy the final bracket of racing today. We'll return to the final presentations about 5 o'clock today, and I'll pass over for the next race to the commentary team. Thanks for your attention.
I can have that up very shortly.
Thanks, man. I thought they were going to do presents, because they're going to do presentations. They're obviously not.
You're pretty narrow.
Yeah.
I'm
I
not getting.
didn't see.
I'm
Yeah.
not get- I'm- oh,
Yeah.
okay, so I wasn't getting in the way. then.
No.
Good uniform.
Everything, thank you very much.
Oh.
Alrighty, up next we have the under-17 women's double scull final. So this is a 2,000 metre race. Okay, in this race we have Lane 1 Loretto Marriotteville, Lane 2 Norwood International, Lane 3 Wolford Anglican, who look to be leading this race. In third place Wilderness School, second place Pembroke, Lane 6 Wolford, Lane 7 Loretto, Lane 8 Adelaide High. Okay, coming into the last 200 metres, we have Lane 3 Wolford Anglican 1 of I. Griffith and O. Masters. It's Wolford crew with a clear lead over Pembroke School, A. Young, M. Chapman, and Lane 4 Wilderness, J. Felstead and E. Meyer. Okay, looking very sharp from this Wolford crew coming into the last 100 metres. Giving us a bit of a show, upping the rate. A really strong finish. They've obviously done all the hard work in this first half of the race. Okay, coming in for those last couple of strokes. Wolford Anglican crew crossing the line in first, under 17 women's double scull champions. All right, now last 100 metres we have the Pembroke crew. Also upping the rate in this last couple of strokes here, finishing off really strong. It's going to be a little bit more of a battle for that third place between Loretto and Wilderness. Pembroke crossing the line in second place. Followed shortly by the Wilderness crew, just going to edge out Loretto by about half a length here. Wilderness crew crossing in third place. By about a canvas, we have Loretto in fourth. Adelaide High on the far side, lane 8, coming through in fifth place. Now, last couple of finishes. So we have Norwood International, followed by Wolford, and then a third Wolford crew bringing up the rear. Okay, and that concludes race 61, the under-17 women's double scull final. Okay, as we move into this afternoon's racing, it looks like the wind seems to be picking up, coming up around that 30 kilometres an hour mark, only gaining until the end of racing for the day. And it looks like we have in the starters' hands at the moment race 62, the under-17 men's 8 final. So another 2,000 metre race. In this under-17 men's 8, we have lane 2, Norwood International, lane 3, St. Peter's College, lane 4, Prince Alfred, lane 5, Scotch College, lane 6, St. Peter's 2, lane 7, Adelaide High, and lane 8, Scotch College 2. Okay, racing is underway for our under-17 men's 8. Okay, these last two races sponsored by Tweak Physio. Tweak Physio provides tailored rowing services that may interest you. Rowing screenings, rowing educational group sessions, and rowing Pilates. Suitable for school, club, masters, as well as elite rowers. So thank you, Tweak Physio, for sponsoring these races. Okay, and it looks to be the under-17 men's 8s closing in on the 1,500 metre mark. Okay, and it seems to be lane 5, Scotch College Adelaide 1. With the lead slightly behind, we have the Prince Alfred College 1 crew. And a little bit more of a battle for the minor placings. Okay, lane 5, Scotch College Adelaide 1. With about a length's lead on Prince Alfred College 1. And we have about a length of clear water back to the rest of the pack, led by the St. Peter's crew. Okay, our leading crews, Scotch and Prince Alfred, coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. Okay, Prince Alfred College crew seem to be able to have a little bit of connection with that Scotch College crew leading. Just now coming through the 1,000 metre mark, holding quite a nice, strong, high rate. Now, being under 17, most of these crews will be racing predominantly in the sculls, in their quad sculls for their age group. So really good to see them starting to take on sweep rowing at a younger age and moving quite tidy, quite well together. All right, looks like the Scotch College crew making a little bit of a push here, just edging out even further on their Prince Alfred College crew in second place. Both crews taking quite a lead on the rest of the pack here as we come into the last 750 metres. So probably about 2.5 minutes left of the racing. Start coming into view of the beach. All right, Scotch College moving out to a comfortable lead of about half a boat length as they come past the Lakes Hotel. The Scotch College coxswain Stratton seems to be pushing their boys on. Sullivan leading the charge in the stroke seat, bringing that rate up as they start their wind for the line, coming into the last 500 metres. All right, officially into the last 500 metres of the race, just crossing that red buoy line here. Okay, we can start to see them creeping up on the beach, moving into that last 400 metres. Scotch College with the commanding lead. It's going to be Scotch's race to lose coming into this last 250. If they can hold a nice steady rhythm, stay internal, don't get too distracted by the other crews. With these younger age groups, it seems to be the less bad strokes, the better. All right, as they come through this open part of the course here, as the end of the Lakes Hotel, we have a little bit of an outlet there. It seems to be a bit more wind coming across. A little bit more choppy, you have to stay really relaxed. All right, coming into the last 250 metres, we have Scotch College leading out on Prince Alfred. Both crews starting their wind to the line, looking very sharp. Obviously two very well coached crews. Super strong and dynamic coming into this last 100 metres. Prince Alfred looked to be pushing, but I think it might be a little bit too late for them. Scotch College with a little bit of clear water. Moving to the last 50 metres, Scotch College winding, bringing that rate up even more. Good sharp catches. Last 3 strokes. And Scotch College crossing the line in first place. To be the under-17 men's 8 state champions for the 2024 season, followed in second place by Prince Alfred. Now those two fighting it out so hard, they've left the rest of the pack about 100 metres behind. So it was an awesome finish from Scotch College over Prince Alfred. Fighting for third place, we have St. Peter's and Adelaide High. Neck and neck, but it looks like St. Peter's just edging them out by about a canvas length. St. Peter's third, Adelaide High in fourth. All right, that's all the crews crossing over the line for the under-17 men's 8. Next up, we're moving to the under-19 women's double. Now, this one is a straight final. We have 5 crews in this race. Lane 3, we have Wilderness School 1, Jackson, Detmold, Cox. Lane 4, Pembroke School, Zhao and Glavis. Lane 5, Loretto, Rosenbauer and Lang. Lane 6, Uni, Felderhoff and Binns. Lane 7, Pembroke, King and Ross.
This one's sponsored by Fulham Funerals. Fulham Funerals was established in the early 1980s by the Grant family. Today it continues to be run by members of the Grant family, meaning it's one of the few funeral homes that's a South Australian owned and operated business. Family values are nurtured within their professional team, allowing you the confidence and commitment that only a family touch can bring. They extend their compassion, care, respect and guidance in your time of need. Their family, caring for your family, and proud supporters of Rowing South Australia. Looks like the race is underway, but still up in the top 1,000 metres, so it's difficult for us to give any sort of a status update yet. We've seen a lot of these young women out on the water already today, though. This is a championship race. Some of these girls will be vying for national team selection at under 19 level, World Junior Championships. Do you know where they are this year?
I'm not sure where the World Junior Championships are this year, but I know a few of these girls are going to be looking to racing at the Nationals in a couple of weeks' time in Sydney. So looking at a few of these names, we've got Anya Felderhoff and Victoria Binns, who have been training pretty hard in this double scull. Vic Binns has been racing at the Nationals in the under-19 single scull category for the last couple of seasons and having some pretty strong results, more recently at the New South Wales State Championships.
Emily Lang's been doing well as well. She did well. She won something last weekend at the New South Wales State Champs.
Yeah, I think that would have been the under-21 lightweight women's single.
That sounds about right. Are now racing through the 1,000-metre mark.
Looks to be the Loretto Marriott crew of Rosenberg and Lang in lane 5, just ahead of Adelaide Uni, Felderhoff and Binns. And then in very close third place, Wilderness School 1, Jackson and Detmold Cox. And the leading crews looks like they've just come through the 1,000-metre mark, coming up on the 750 to go. Just did a little bit of research. The 2024 World Rowing Under-19 and Under-23 Championships are going to be a combined event taking place in Canada. So we'd love to see some of these girls going on to those Under-19 national teams.
In an Olympic year, they do tend to make the Junior World Champs a bigger event. I did Junior World Champs back in '92, an Olympic year, and it was very exciting. That was also in Canada, actually. That was Montreal, and a lot of the winning Olympic crews came from Canada that year. The Canadians won the Olympic pair 4 and 8 and the men's 8.
Yeah, I think Canadians in the men's 8, they may even have the world record time for the men's 8, I think.
Do they?
Yeah.
30-something years later, 32 years later.
Yeah, I think they did I think it was about a 5:18 off the top of my head, which is incredible to think of.
Mm. Which course is hosting it in Canada?
It's going to be St. Catharines.
Oh, St. Catharines.
St.
Excellent.
Catharines, yes.
They had the world champs there, I think, in about '99.
So a bit like Australia with some lovely facilities that have been around since the 90s, early 2000s.
Last century. All right, these girls are now coming down towards 500 metres to go, and certainly has stretched out across the course now.
Yeah, definitely looking at that Loretto Marriotteville crew out by possibly 1 or 2 lengths of clear water here. Already starting their wind at the line with about 500 to go. Yeah, they're definitely not holding back, taking no chances against that Adelaide Uni crew.
despite having about a 3-length lead, 3 to 4 lengths. They're making an emphatic statement here, aren't they, in this
Exactly.
state championship event, sponsored by Fulham Funerals.
There mustn't be any more racing today for those guys. They're going to be pushing that hard from the 500 metre mark.
With that commanding a lead. Certainly putting selectors on notice.
Yeah, all the crews in this race seem to be very, very tidy rowers. Over this 2,000 metre distance in these smaller boats can be quite a long time racing. Want to be making it as kind of efficient as possible. Let's see Loretto coming through here with those darker blades for anyone watching from the beach. Still holding on to that commanding lead over Uni. Followed by Wilderness, and then we have our Pembroke crew in lane 7, Evie King and Charlotte Ross.
Over on the far side there.
On the far side. Right, with about 150 metres to go, Loretto still holding on to that commanding lead. 3 to 4 lengths here now on Uni. Looks like they could be just outrating the Uni crew by probably 1 or 2 points. Staying really sharp around that catch. Okay, last 100 metres, finishing off super strong. Leaving nothing on the lake today. Coming about 30 metres to go. Crossing the line now, Loretto Marriotteville under-19 women's double scull champions for the 2024 season. Followed by Adelaide Uni with about half a length on the Wilderness crew. So really good fight there to the end for that second place. And we have Pembroke School in lane 7 and Pembroke in lane 4. Rounding out our 5-lane race in the under-19 women's double scull. So the Pembroke crew of Evie King and Charlotte Ross crossing over the line, lane 7. And lane 4, Pembroke, Izzy Zhao and Genevieve Glavis. Okay, great job to all competitors.
And congratulations, state champions, Loretto Marriotteville.
Okay, our next race, the under-19 men's Coxed 4. Okay, so this is the final. Okay, we have an 8-lane final in the under-19 men's 4 championship. We have lane 1, Prince Alfred. Lane 2, St. Peter's. Lane 3, St. Peter's. Lane 4, Prince Alfred. Lane 5, Prince Alfred. Lane 6, Prince Alfred. Lane 7, St. Peter's. And lane 8, you guessed it, Prince Alfred.
I was out on the water when these boys raced past in their heats, and I did note that there were 5 PAC crews who looked as though they were probably going to be qualifying through.
Yeah, a bit of a sea of red in the middle of this race here. Now, St. Peter's has been dominating the schoolboy rowing for, God, about 7 or 8 years now, winning Head of the Rivers in the first 8. It seems to be a little bit more close competition this year. I think in the School Super Series, Prince Alfred has won, I think, 1, maybe 2 of the schoolboy 8 races at the School Super Series. So we're going to be very interesting to see how everything goes coming into Head of the River this year.
It's been interesting to watch, hasn't it? For many years now, Princes have tended to do better in the junior and intermediate boys, but Saints have maintained dominance for a lot of years in the first 8 and often the second 8.
Now it looks like very close racing here. A little bit hard to tell. We've got 3 crews all side by side taking out the lead here.
Could be St Peter's and then 2 PAC crews, I think.
It looks
With
like
a third PAC crew. Looks like lane 3.
Lane 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, I think so. With the way the sun is now, with where this drone is sitting, we can't quite see the colours very well on our screen. But I think we've got blue blades there in lane 3. It looks like PAC in lane 5 are just ahead.
Yeah, that would be the
But
PAC,
it's pretty close.
PAC crew number 1 in lane 5, and then their number 2 crew just behind in lane 4. But it's going to come down to Saints 1 and PAC 1, I reckon, in lanes 3 and 5.
They've got about 700 metres to go now, just coming up to the Lakes Hotel. So you'll be getting a good view of them on the beach in a moment.
Yes, this PAC 2 crew in lane 4 seems to have a tandem rig. So it looks slightly different to the other 2 crews.
Bit fancy. And this race is also sponsored by Fulham Funerals. So a tandem rig is where, rather than having riggers on alternating sides of the boat, where you have one on stroke side, one on bow side, another on stroke side and another on bow side, you put 2 together. So you might have your stroke seat still rowing on stroke side, then you put your 2 bow siders in the middle 2 seats, seats 2 and 3, with the remaining stroke sider in the bow seat to balance it out. So you have 2 crewmen rowing on the same side of the boat alongside each other, front and back. So you'll notice as these crews come down, that's the boat in lane 4 that has the tandem. I can't quite tell.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lane 4
Yes,
with the
it
tandem
is.
rig.
Yep.
We've got lane 3, St Peter's, looks to be in second place with that. Lane 5, Prince Alfred 1 crew coming out to about 3/4 of a length lead. Trying to push out to a little bit of Clearwater, I reckon, coming into this last 250. They've started their wind to the line a little bit earlier than the other crews. Trying to really make a statement here. Get the work done early. Don't leave it to that last kind of 3 or 4 strokes to try and sprint.
Looks like Saints are pushing up on that Prince's 1 crew, but whether they are able to bring it up enough, given that we've only got 100 or so metres remaining.
Yeah, both crews looking very sharp. That Prince Alfred's crew rating maybe 1 or 2 points higher than their St Peter's counterpart. And as we come into the last 50 or so metres, Prince Alfred's pushing out to a tiny little bit of Clearwater, bit of a gap. And only building on this lead coming into the last 30 metres here. Really strong finish. See that early sprint's really worked out for them. Starting to break the connection with that St Peter's crew. And coming over the line, it's going to be Prince Alfred 1, state champions of the under-19 men's Cox 4. So that crew consisting of Roberts, Knight, Garnett, Remeljej and Hamoud.
Saints and PAC taking up the minor placings, then followed by Saints, PAC, PAC and Saints. There's a theme. So congratulations to PAC, state champion, under-19 men's Coxed 4, sponsored by Fulham Funerals. The 2024 South Australian Rowing Championships are proudly supported by our valued sponsors and partners. Our corporate partners include Eastern Equity Insurance Brokers, with 20 years of experience of looking after water sports. EEIB know their boats. Call them for a review and don't forget to mention you're a Rowing SA member to ensure the best price possible. That's Eastern Equity Insurance Brokers. Another corporate partner for Rowing SA is Nelson Teamwear. Nelson Teamwear is a South Australian company specialising in sourcing, creating and supplying promotional products for sporting teams, businesses, schools and events. Nelson proudly partner with Rowing SA and work with our clubs and schools to ensure you get exactly what you and your members want. Rowing SA is introducing some new merchandise lines including coastal zooties and a red boat 3/4 zip jumper. Keep an eye on Nelson Teamwear for the latest Rowing SA merch, and they do have a stand down here today at our Henley on the Green setup here in front of the club rooms. Another sponsor is Perfect Balance Rowing. PBR are set up again at this year's event, and they have some stock and a small amount of merch with them on site. Make sure you catch up with Alistair and Caitlin for all your boating needs. And don't forget, the winner of this year's men's and women's Perfect Balance Rowing Premiership Series take home a single scull. An exceedingly generous prize for the highest point scorer for the season for both the men and the women. Thanks also to Statewide Plumbing and Maintenance. Their vision is to be the first choice for all plumbing and maintenance needs, known not only for their technical expertise but also for their integrity, reliability and enduring commitment to the well-being of their customers and communities. That's Statewide Plumbing and Maintenance, so thank you to them. In addition, we have official partners, Tap Electrical. Tap Electrical have a rich tradition of servicing Adelaide residential, commercial and property management clients with a customer-centric focus. They have a reputation of delivering Adelaide's best electrician experience. Yeah.
We went to school together.
A little bit. Tweak Physio, another sponsor for Rowing SA. Tweak Physio provides tailored rowing services that may interest you. They provide rowing screenings, rowing education group sessions and rowing Pilates. All services are suitable for school and clubs, masters and elite rowers. Yep. Phoenix Lending is another supporter of Rowing SA. Phoenix Lending is a boutique, owner-operated mortgage broking business based here in South Australia that services clients all over the country. Their service is based on honesty, knowledge and reliability, whilst also working in the best interests of their clients. And Emily's my pair partner. So shout out to Phoenix Lending. Just for that personal touch.
I love the personal touch. I do love rowing. Everyone seems to know everyone, and a great example right there, Tori.
And welcome to you, Kath.
Thank you.
Back up into the commentary, or is this your first stint for the day?
This is my first stint for the day, but I do have the 8 a.m. shift tomorrow morning. Oof. I know, but that's okay. So I'm finishing the day and then starting the day.
Marvellous.
We have coming down at the under 21 women's Coxed 4. We just have one boat in this race, Adelaide Rowing Club. They've just come through the 1,000 metre mark. Moving well together. And fast approaching the Lakes Hotel.
This race is sponsored by Phoenix Lending, a boutique owner-operated mortgage broking business based in South Australia that services clients all over the country. Their service is based on honesty, knowledge and reliability, whilst working in the best interests of their clients. For every loan that you settle with Phoenix, they'll donate $200 to your rowing club. Just mention Rowers Deal.
Oh, I did not know that. That is a wonderful thing to know.
Isn't it?
That is great.
If you are in the market, now that the home loans have come off their fixed period from a couple of years ago.
That was a rude awakening for myself.
Oh, indeed, indeed. So if you are looking to purchase a property or to refinance, give Emily a call at Phoenix Lending, and your rowing club will also get a handy little donation.
That is very wonderful to know.
As well as excellent service.
Correct.
Competitive rates.
The Adelaide Rowing Club 4 are just rowing through the lake, so just come through approaching the 500 metre mark to go. This is the under 21 women's Coxed 4. We have Sky Munford, Aaliyah Altus, Poppy Omani, thank you, Alexis Derogi, and coxed by Jake Hamoud.
Another sponsor of Rowing SA is Gentle Touch Orthodontics. They've been proudly creating Adelaide Smile since 1971. Their specialist orthodontist, Dr. Balya Shriram, offers personal caring approach to all patients and always goes the extra mile to ensure every patient is smiling and comfortable. With 2 modern locations in Rose Park and St Clair, not far from West Lakes here, Gentle Touch Orthodontics is the perfect choice to start your new smile journey. Another supporter of Rowing SA is the Largs Bay and Seaton Swim Centres. No matter what the season, even if it's cold or windy outside, Largs Bay Swim Centre specialise in teaching children to swim in their 25-metre heated swimming pool to swim in a comfortable indoor environment all year round. The Seaton Swim Centre offer a wide variety of swim classes, including lessons for children and adults, fitness, aquarobics and squad training.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Adelaide Rowing Club under 21 women's Cox 4 approaching their final 250 metres. They've just lifted the rate and definitely bringing it home strong. Timing, we're moving well. I think they're very much appreciating that slight tailwind, as I'm sure everyone is. It's wonderful to see so many young athletes taking this up, including students that rowed at school. I've known Alexis personally since I think she was about 15, and it's great that she's continuing on. They're fast approaching 100 metres to go, looking strong, moving well together. Sitting at a nice, comfortable rate for these final 10 to 15 strokes.
It's a bit of a treat when you get to do a row over, isn't it?
It really is.
So a row over is the terminology we give to a race in which you have no competition, but you still need to race down the course to record the win. And so here is a state championship crew now, the state champion under 21 women's Coxed 4 from Adelaide Rowing Club, sponsored by Phoenix Lending. The under 21 men's quad scull will be down in a minute, also sponsored by Phoenix Lending. This will be a little bit more of a battle with nowhere to hide. Only 2 boats, Adelaide Uni versus Adelaide. A very long, competitive
tradition.
Yes,
it is.
These 2 crews, particularly at the young man level.
Yes, it is. But hopefully it should be a great race. I'm hoping for a competitive race because they, you know, from a commentator perspective, considerably more enjoyable.
Far more fun.
Not sure if the athletes enjoy it so much compared to a very comfortable lead. But from a commentating point of view, there is nothing more enjoyable and a lot easier to commentate on than that stroke-for-stroke battle. And they are off. We've just gone through the 250 metres in, both still at a fair... We've got
Adelaide Uni.
Adelaide Uni have taken a very nice lead to start with, settling into their rhythm as they fast approach the 1,000-metre mark.
I do notice the coaches as listed on the program here indicate that there are sassy boys.
Oh, yes, they are. Yes, Christine McLaren and Nicholas Mitchell. Yes, they are a few sassy boys in this crew.
So they are training a lot.
That they are, which is wonderful to see. And it's lovely that they can participate in a regatta such as this, go out there, race, you know, prepare for New South Wales State Championships, National
Which was
Championships.
last weekend.
It was last weekend. Some
Yes.
great racing.
There was some amazing racing and some tremendous results by our South Australian athletes that made the journey across to Penrith for that. And of course, Nationals will be back there in Penrith in a couple of weeks' time.
Yes, it will be.
Is it about 4 weeks away?
I think so. I think it is about 4 weeks away. I haven't actually looked at my calendar recently. But, you know, I'm going to tip it's around the 4 to 5 weeks away, since Head of the River is fast approaching. And I believe Head of the River is Saturday, and then National starts the following Monday.
Right.
Yes, so it is a fairly
Straight
quick
on.
It is
Straight
a
onto
very
the plane.
Correct. It is a very quick turnaround.
Certainly for these school crews.
Correct, but considerably closer than Perth, which was last year.
Indeed.
Yes. I was the lucky one with Tim Belcher, who works at Scotch College, that got the fun task of driving over to Perth.
Somebody has to drive those boats over.
Correct. Somebody does have to drive those boats over, and then we got the fun job of then driving home. I have not spent more time with somebody other than Tim Belcher, but who is a wonderful co-pilot, so a very enjoyable trip.
Excellent.
We have the under-21 men's quad scull, fast approaching the 500-metre mark. Adelaide Uni versus Adelaide Rowing Club, and Adelaide University Boat Club have a fairly comfortable lead. They're starting to lengthen out. They can see the competition coming, which makes such a difference. But they are looking clean and tidy, which is great to see this Saturday.
Looks like they're really just rowing long and strong, maybe rating 32. You've probably got a better coach's eye than me.
Oh, it has been a minute since I've had to bring out the stopwatch and the race clocker, but yes, it's around the 30-32 mark, which is, considering race conditions, a fairly leisurely race.
It's pretty leisurely.
That's a very leisurely race pace.
Although an hour ago I was coming down at 22.
Oh, that's a very leisurely race pace.
That was nice.
That's a very nice race pace.
Yeah.
If only
The race an hour before that, much harder.
Okay. So you've got the high rating and the low rating.
Indeed.
You've got that beautiful, you've got to find that middle ground.
We had the nice warm down towards the end. But mine were not championship events, being a Masters athlete. Today the championship events are at under 19, under 17, under 19, under 21 and open level.
Yes, they are, with the Masters State Championships later on in the year.
Yes. Once Head of the River is over and Nationals, then the Masters normally get their crack at it.
I've attended one, a great regatta. And we have the last 250 metres here of the under-21 men's quad scull, sponsored by Phoenix Lending, Adelaide University Boat Club, sitting out the front of Adelaide Rowing Club. And I'm going to say they're definitely not at rate 32 now.
No, they were listening to us.
I think they were listening to us.
They have settled down to rate 22 or so.
That is correct.
And get a head start on their cool down as well.
That is correct, but they are looking very well put together, clean blade work, clean body work. The younger kids should definitely look at athletes like this and their movement, not adding those extra bits and pieces. The head movement, I can't really see any, which is what you need.
They're looking really good out there. Under 21 category, so they're probably 19,
20.
Only 20 if they've had their birthday so far this year, so probably still 18 and 19 mostly in that boat.
So
I don't know the boys myself.
Ed Chipperfield, Jasper Boyce, Jude Schumer, Arthur Drayden, coached by Sam Morton, Christine McLaren and Nicholas Mitchell.
Congratulations to Uni. And then Adelaide have also now crossed the line. That's James Tye, Marcus Gibson, Henry Norton and Jonathan McKay.
We have on the podium right now the presentation of the under-21 Women's Coxed 4, and the winners are Adelaide Rowing Club, sponsored by Phoenix Lending.
Big smiles from the girls there, plus Jake. Jake the coxswain. It's not necessary in rowing races that the coxswain is the matching gender.
No.
Or indeed matching age group. Not sure what it is in the underages. Certainly for the old people racing, for the Masters, we can have
I believe
young
there's a bit
people
more
coxing
leniency.
us.
I think there is a little bit more leniency that some open athletes can still cox under 23, so it gives them more opportunity to jump into a boat.
Yes, more race experience because we have so many coxless boats.
Correct.
And it is important that we're maintaining the development of our coxswains.
Correct.
So that they can support us at national team level as well.
That is correct. Coxswains, I always say, are the most important person in the boat.
They really are. I will absolutely concur. Make a massive difference when you've got a tough race.
Oh, definitely. I believe that is the difference between winning and losing.
Absolutely. That ability to make meaningful calls, to be able to be the coach's eyes and ears in the boat and provide timely feedback, and to be able to feel what's just a little bit off in the boat and know just the right call.
Correct, and that
to bring the crew together and the adrenaline that we get when we're racing.
Correct.
Oh, it's exciting.
That's
why we keep coming back for more.
Correct. I mean, it has been a while since I've sat in a boat. I will fully disclose, but I couldn't agree more.
You're almost old enough now, Kat.
Oh, I am unfortunately comfortably a master, and I'm reminded of that quite often. Up now, we have race 67, the Open Lightweight Men's Single Scull, sponsored by Eastern Equity Insurance. We have 4 crews racing in this, starting in lane 3, Adelaide University, Kyle Miller. In lane 4, Adelaide Rowing Club, Josh Lascock. In lane 5, Adelaide University Boat Club, Belcher Ross. And in lane 6, Adelaide University Boat Club, Hugo Worm. We have the gold winning time of 6:30.7.
So that is the predicted time that would win the Olympic gold medal.
I was thinking that was incredibly fast.
That is incredibly fast.
That makes a lot
yeah.
more sense.
So these gold medal times that we can see on the program, they do refer to Olympic gold medal predicted time with perfect race conditions. So that would be a light tailwind, rain on the water to break the surface tension, would you believe?
Okay.
A specific temperature that I don't recall off the top of my head, but something moderate,
Yes.
not too hot, not too cold.
So we've nailed one of them, a light tailwind.
We do have the light tailwind.
We have the
and
light
we've
tail.
got fairly flat conditions
That
and
is true.
even conditions.
But
There's
no
a slight
rain,
crosswind.
and it could be a little warm.
It could be a little bit warm, and of course salt water isn't part of the normal considerations because there are very few saltwater courses around the world. It's usually fresh water. So we're not. Well, it'll be interesting to see. We're not actually able to see the times as we go along today.
No, but this
they
looks...
would be available on Rowing Manager.
Yes, they would be.
Updated as we go to be able to see how they compare.
We have 3 boys out the front, fast approaching the Lakes Hotel. I'm going to say we have lane 3, lane 4 and lane 6. And having a look at my screen, I'm going to say Hugo Worm from Adelaide University Boat Club is just in front of Kyle Miller, followed by Josh Lascock.
And then Beecher Ross.
Just out of our frame just right now, but still fairly close if I look out the window.
We saw him just a moment ago, just on the bottom of the screen. So he's not far off.
Hugo Worm is looking very comfortable out there. I think he's starting to whine just a little bit as we fast approach that 500 metres to go. But as I say this, Kyle Miller is definitely starting to pick up his stroke rate. Even just by 1 or 2 strokes, he's just had a look over to Hugo. I saw the head move, and I don't think he's ready to let Hugo take this win just yet. He's definitely starting to increase that rate.
So these 4 scullers may well constitute the Penrith 4 team. So that is the crew that is selected to race the interstate race on the Sunday at the National Championships. Penrith Cup race is for the lightweight men's 4. South Australia have quite a proud history of winning that event over the years. So
and a very strong crew last year who I believe walked away with a bronze medal, but that is correct. Mangs has confirmed that the boys last year walked away with a bronze medal, which was a great effort, and I was in Perth and it was a fantastic race.
Excellent.
It was just one of those absolute crackers where I wasn't sure which way it was going to go.
It's tremendous, and I think this is a fairly young combination. I feel quite confident that Beecher only just finished school, in fact.
Okay, so a very young combination, hopefully with a long future, considering, they're 19 years old.
Yes.
Rowing is one of those sports that you really can do for some time. I think a lot of people assume you need to be quite young, and I look at a lot of the Olympic team this year, they're comfortably over 30. I can say that as myself am over 30.
Which makes them masters officially.
That is true. They are
27 is where masters start.
Yes, half of our Olympic team are technically masters.
I love that.
We have the final 250 metres, and in lane 6, we have Hugo Worm just sitting out in front of Kyle Miller, both from Adelaide University Boat Club and both coached by Sam Morton. Hugo's looking comfortable there, long, strong, sufficient, clean blade work, which is exactly what you want, and definitely taking advantage of this very nice tailwind.
This is a state championship event, the Open Lightweight Men's Single Scull, sponsored by Eastern Equity Insurance Brokers. If you mention to them, if you call, that you're a Rowing SA member, they will make sure you get the best price possible. Last few strokes of the event, Hugo Worm will be crossing the line a couple of lengths ahead of his clubmate Kyle Miller. A further couple of lengths ahead of the Adelaide Rowing Club, Joshua Lascock. Yes, and then Beecher Ross from Adelaide Uni, the youngest in that cohort.
A great effort, really.
Tremendous effort.
The single scull, I definitely put that off a few times. It is not a boat I am a huge fan of, but I fully, when a single rows well, I just never managed to do that. It's a wonderful boat, and it's great to see 4 lightweight men going out there, having a crack, and providing some really good competition.
Absolutely. It's so important to get exposure to race conditions throughout the season.
And especially as a young group. I'm really excited to see what these 4 boys have in store for them. Staying with uni, having a great time. Sam Morton, a wonderful coach. Was the coach of the bronze medal winning 4 last year of the Penrith Cup.
Assembling at the start now are the Masters Women's Quad Scull. So back to some Masters events for a couple of races before we get back onto championship events. So the Masters Women's Quad Scull, in lane 3 we have Port Adelaide. They're a D-grade crew, so they'll be sitting on the line for 29 seconds after the first crew leave. Torrens also sitting on the line for 29 seconds. Goolwa have to give a 25-second head start. Phoenix have to give a 19-second head start, and then lane 7, Riverside get to go off go. They get to go first because, well, we let the older ones go first, and the younger ones have to hang around behind.
That's how it works.
Yeah, so these women are H grade, which means they have an average age of 70 to 74.
Wow, that is wonderful to see them still out there.
I've known some of these women since soon after I finished school, actually.
Oh, wow.
Coached their daughters.
Wow.
When I look along this list. So the Riverside crew are H grade, average age of 70 to 74. They're in lane 7. The next closest to us over here on the beach is lane 6, Phoenix. They're an F grade crew. They gave a 19-second head start to that first boat, but they've got an average age, therefore, of 60 to 64 as F grade. Goolwa are E grade. They gave a 25-second head start, so their average age is 55 to 59. And then both Torrens and Port Adelaide have got an average age of 50 to 54 in their boats.
I'm glad you can do that quick maths.
Oh, I'm good at my counting, good at my sums. So Chili Parker is out there in that Riverside boat, a bit of a legend of South Australian rowing.
That she is. A phenomenal woman. Yeah. I've had the pleasure of meeting her a handful of times, and she really is just a wonderful, lovely person who's been involved in the sport for so many years.
Yeah, and contributing so much. We have Olympic medalist Robin Gray-Gardner out there in the Torrens boat. So she was a medalist.
In which crew?
It was a coxed 4.
Oh, okay.
Open women used to be coxed.
Oh, I did not actually know that.
And I need to ask her or Google it up whether it was 84 or 88.
Okay.
I know she definitely raced at the 86 Commonwealth Games.
Oh, was rowing a Commonwealth sport back in 86?
That was the last time rowing was a Commonwealth sport in Glasgow in 1986. And so Robin was there for that, as was Christine McLaren.
Oh, I did know that. I did know that.
Ali Smith, I think, was there as well. She's in the Port Adelaide boat.
Oh, so a very experienced.
We've got. These are a very impressive bunch of women.
They really are a very impressive bunch of women.
So the women out on course are aged between 42 and 76 years old. They're all away now.
Well, they are all away. They are fast approaching the Lakes Hotel.
They're still very much in that start order where the crew that got the biggest head start is out in front and the other crews are closing in on them. It looks like we can only see 4 crews out there. So I think Port Adelaide we can't see on screen at the moment. And we can't see them out there on the water. So I think it's Port Adelaide who are missing.
No, Port Adelaide is in lane 3. Port
Yeah,
Adelaide
Port
is
Adelaide
the
are
closest to us, so we are missing a Riverside crew.
Oh, we're missing
in
the-
lane 7.
Right, so they would have adjusted the handicaps therefore. So we have our Torrance crew out in front. Yay, go girls. That's my club, they're my crew mates. I just raced a 4 with a couple of them.
Oh, that's a very quick turnaround.
It was a very quick turnaround. Poor old Belinda Jankowiak out there. BJ, she's got 3 races in 2 hours.
Oh, that is a
And
very
this
quick
is-
turnaround.
This is 3 of 3.
Okay, so now she's ready. She can put her feet
Oh.
up, put the comfortable shoes on, rest their hands, drink some water, and just watch some racing.
And get back home to her 4 children.
Oh, okay. A little less restful right there.
Indeed.
I was hoping she could join us and watch on the screen in the deck chairs that I can see that quite a few people are taking up at the moment. A wonderful way to watch racing.
Absolutely. I believe she is planning on doing a little bit of that
Oh,
before
wonderful.
she heads home.
I think
her husband is holding the fort with those 4 kids.
I think that's very fair. 3 races within 2 hours.
Yes.
I think a very small break is well deserved.
So that's the Torrance crew comfortably out in front now in this Masters Women's Quadruple Scull. Second place looks to be the crew from Goolwa in the blue with the red hats. Then it looks like the Port Adelaide crew over here in lane 3, closest to the beach, in third place, and then the Phoenix crew
In
hanging
lane
on there
6.
in lane 6. But no red Riverside boat out there today. Looks like the Torrance crew have brought their rating down a little bit now,
they
stretching out a
have.
bit. They're
That's
able to-
actually very nice rowing. That's exactly what you want to see. You want to have that really nice, comfortable lead, moving well, rating relatively high but still quite comfortable, clean blade work, moving together, and even more impressive considering it's not their first race of the day.
Well, 3 of those girls were in the State Masters Quad Scull, completing
Right.
at Nationals, representing South Australia. We've got Gina Bell, Robin Gray-Gardner, Belinda Jankowiak and Simone Ellis. So Simone won her single earlier today. And they're just crossing the line now, so a very experienced and competitive crew.
With Goolwa coming second, who just crossed the line, followed by Port Adelaide.
There's a mother and daughter combo in that Goolwa boat.
Oh, that's lovely.
Diana and Kate Tebniff.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
My mother can't row, but I think... Oh, no, my dad also can't row. I think he could sit there and balance the boat for me.
At Torrens, we had 2 Masters Women's 8s on the water last weekend, and each of the boats had mother-daughter combo with daughter coxing and mother in the boat.
That is lovely. And we had Phoenix in lane 6 have crossed the line as well. And that is the Masters Women's Quad Scull.
Some of your crewmates from your state crew, they came second in the women's 4.
I saw, yeah.
Oh,
We-
wow.
we-
You gotta
we
give them
yelled-
that.
we yelled out to them.
Yeah. Give them
Give them more of a shout out.
talking about that.
Well, further stories of amazing Masters women rowers. I don't mind talking about how amazing the Masters women's rowers are
I
around
couldn't
South
agree more.
Australia. We've
More
got
than
a
happy
very
to chat
strong
about them.
bunch. But we had the Open Women's 4 race a little while ago, and that was won by the Adelaide Boat Club.
Yes.
But not far behind them was the Adelaide University crew.
Wow.
Which are a D-grade Masters boat.
That is some wonderful racing and incredibly impressive.
Yeah, so they were racing over the full 2,000 metres, whereas usually for Masters events we only race over 1,000 metres, which feels far more civilised, I must say.
I couldn't agree more.
But yes, so they were half of the State 8 this year, last year in June, that won the Interstate.
That won gold.
Masters.
And so did the men. Yes.
Yes,
Yep.
indeed. So the first time that the South Australian women have won the interstate race at the Masters Nationals.
Wow, I did not know that. I knew it was either 1 or 2 times, but I was not aware it was the first time, which is just phenomenal.
First time, which
Wow.
meant, because I've had amazing cohorts of women to row with throughout my life, I was the first South Australian to win the interstate race at youth level, at open level, and at Masters level.
That is impressive. That is something to go on the resume.
Well, as I say, it indicates that I've been rowing with strong groups of women throughout my life.
That is true.
There were 4s back in the 90s. We didn't row 8s yet.
Wow.
For the interstate events in the first half of the 90s.
How times are different. I can't imagine that still being around. I'm very glad it's changed.
Yeah,
But,
so
you know, it's
96.
not that long ago.
Yeah, 96 was the last time I won the Interstate 4 race.
Wow.
At open level. That was the first event at Penrith. All right, the men's
I was
eights are
born.
here.
I was born.
Oh, look at me. Look at you.
We have the Masters Men's 8 race, 69,000 metres. We have in lane 3 Torrens, in lane 4 Gula Composite, in lane 5 Riverside, in lane 6 Phoenix, and in lane 7 Adelaide University.
And it's that Adelaide Uni crew that seemed to be out in front.
Yes, and they went off go with Phoenix Rowing Club.
So they're the old group. They're a G group. Spot test. That's an average age of 60 to 64.
Thank you for knowing that. I can't
Oh
even...
no, it would be 65 to 69
okay.
actually.
Thank you.
Just adjust my sums.
They are looking very comfortable out in front. I actually see these men training on Wednesdays when I walk around the lake to get a cup of coffee, and they are looking great. They've got a lovely lead in front of Riverside, who are sitting in second place. And the boys are doing a great job. I actually previously used to work with Michael Page, a wonderful man. I did quite a few years ago. He and I worked together at Prince Alfred College. I've known him for a huge amount of time, and it's great to see him across the line with his crew in first place.
I used to babysit John Bolt's kids, and I gather John Bolt used to babysit me when I was a kid.
And in second place,
Adelaide!
You've got to love Adelaide. In second place, we have Riverside, followed by Torrens.
Then Phoenix, and then the Goolwa Port Adelaide Composite crew.
And Phoenix have just crossed the line in fourth place. And then crossing the line in fifth, we have the Goolwa Composite.
Looks like just Goolwa and Port Adelaide together in that boat.
Wonderful to see so many 8s out there, everyone being physically active, giving it a go. That's realistically just what you want.
I love the demonstration of active ageing. You know, that Adelaide Uni boat that crossed the line first, we've got 3 gentlemen in that boat over 70.
Wow.
And yeah, just maintaining that fitness throughout life. Rowing such an excellent sport to be able to do with an ageing body.
It really is a sport for life.
There's no impact. It's relatively kind to the joints compared to almost anything else.
That is correct.
It's not so frustrating as golf.
A very good point, actually.
There we go.
Very good point.
It's been a pleasure, Catherine. I'm going to hand over to Phil Mangelsdorf once again.
Thank you, Tori. Enjoy your afternoon.
Thanks, Tori.
You okay? Mangs, welcome on board.
Catherine.
I'm very well. How are you today?
Yeah, good, thanks. And thanks to Tori Toogood, who's thrown herself into that job and out of it, you would say, as the commentator, and as well as a couple races.
We have race number 70, the under 16 men's double scull coming through, and this is the B final we have here.
And we need a...
Sorry, do we have a draw?
Beck, have we got that other laptop with the...
Are just coming through the 500 metre mark. It's great to see both an A and B final here.
Yeah, there were so many entries in this under 16 that they put on the A and B final to encourage them, I'd say, and give them plenty of experience. And I think it's a wonderful gesture by the regatta organisers.
Couldn't agree more. It's always, you want to come down to regattas and actually race, and it's great that they have the opportunity to have both an A and a B final.
Yeah, we had 4 heats in the
Oh, wow.
morning, so that's that's great entries in these under 16 races.
That's a great number of under 16 men's doubles.
Here we go. Thanks, Beck. So there's the crews. That's it there.
That's it there, wonderful. So in lane 3 we have Prince Alfred College, in lane 4 we have Torrens Rowing Club, in lane 5 Murray Bridge, and in lane 6 we have another Prince Alfred College crew. The boys are just coming up to the final 250 metres, and having a look at my screen and out the window, I'm going to say Torrens are just in front, followed by Prince Alfred College.
The 2 Prince's crews are locked together, actually. There's not much between them.
No, there's not, with Murray Bridge sitting sitting still there. We've got they're going to hopefully give a little bit of a run for the money for the PAC boats.
But certainly the Torrens crew of Palmyra and Hall Craigs, they're out in front, coached by Simone Ellis. Good to see Simone doing coaching with the juniors in our club. Simone, she's one of our masters rowers you've been talking about, and scullers, and she's helping coaching as well.
She was just in a quad that actually won, Mangs.
Yes.
So, yep.
Yeah.
Hopefully she'll see the boys cross the finish line after she's won her race as well. And Torrens Rowing Club have just crossed the finish line, winning the B final, followed by the PAC crew in lane 3, which is Prince Alfred College 2. Then we will have the Prince Alfred College 3 boat, which we're racing in lane 6, finishing in 3rd, with Murray Bridge just about to cross the line, finishing in 4th.
That race sponsored by the Surf Lifesaving South Australia. Our lifesavers are here today. Thank them very much. They've got a first aid tent down by the boat landing.
And we've got the A final now already off and racing, and this is a full field.
So in lane 1 you got Christian Brothers number 1 boat, lane 2 Christian Brothers number 2, lane 3 is Torrens, lane 4 is Pembroke, lane 5 is Prince Alfred number 1, lane 6 is Unley, and lane 7 is Norwood number 2, and lane 8 Norwood number 1.
This is great to see 8 crews in this race, and I'm going to say they're fast approaching the 1,000 metre mark. And this, definitely fast approaching the 1,000 metre mark. I've opened my eyes and it's a 1,000 metre race.
And still pretty close together at the very early stages. So this will be a dash to the line for these youngsters over the 1,000 metres. They hopefully saved a bit of energy from their heats, and this will be their real test of their real speed. So
it's still looking very close. We're 250 metres in, and I can't see anyone has broken off just yet. Everyone is, as the Olympic commentators would say, you could throw a blanket over it.
Yes, it's a close race for sure. And with this slight tailwind, the scullers are all got their rating up quite high, and really taking advantage of the good water with the tailwind. So almost the favourite conditions for racing.
Having a look at the screen, I'm going to say it could be between Torrens and Pembroke.
Yeah, I reckon
or Prince Alfred College. It's definitely within lane 4. It is Pembroke School currently out in front.
Pembroke in front, but not by much. It's Torrens and Prince Alfred. The 2 crews on either side of them are right up.
That they are. Oh, we've got a few steering issues. A little bit of a handbrake turn there from Pembroke, but they have straightened back up again, which is great. But this is still a very close race with just over 250 metres to go. Pembroke hasn't quite got this one yet, and the boys really are pushing them from either side. I'm going to say it's a Pembroke and PAC. PAC would have to be putting the most amount of pressure on that Pembroke double at the moment.
Pembroke crew rowing in the green outfit with the yellow stripe. And I think they are slightly in front of Prince Alfred.
This is going to be a great race here, Mangs. They are definitely slightly in front, but PAC have not let them go.
The Unley crew's in third place. I think they've got past Torrens, so it's Unley running third just in front of Torrens, but Pembroke, can they hang on? It's Smitham and Willis Hell, coached by Strother, Andre and Dawes.
And Pembroke have taken a really nice boat length lead, and they're definitely moving out to clear water. The boys are not settling down, and all going well. We're talking a handful of strokes left, and they're about to cross the finish line with a win.
And boats are overlapping for second, third and fourth. The Unley crew pushing past Prince's right on the line, I think.
I think Unley just got there.
Finishing fourth, yeah, I reckon they did. I'd say Unley got second.
Followed by PAC, and then Torrens in fourth. And we have just crossing Norwood International, 1 and 2 have just crossed the line with Christian Brothers College. Couple of strokes to go.
Excellent racing there by the under-16 men's double scull.
That was a great race, especially for the second and third, and Pembroke really gave it their all for that 1,000 metres, and PAC still kept the pressure up, and so did Unley.
And again, sponsored by the Surf Life Saving of South Australia.
Next up we have the Schoolboy Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull, sponsored by Nelson Teamwear. Now this is a final with 8 crews. In lane 1 we have St Peter's College 3, in lane 2 Scotch College Adelaide 3, in lane 3 Prince Alfred College 3, in lane 4 Scotch College Adelaide 2, in lane 5 Scotch College Adelaide 1, in lane 6 Unley High School, in lane 7 St Peter's College 4, and in lane 8 we have St Peter's College 2. This is quite a few Scotch crews, PAC crews,
and St Peter's.
And St Peter's crews, and I'm glad that Unley's joining them. This should be a great race.
We've had some good races in this age group in the regattas this year, like since the new school year started, and it's been quite amusing. The some of the number 2 and 3 crews have beaten each other, not by the ranking of the numbers. So there's been some really interesting racing between the schools from the crews from the same schools,
and also internally.
I've loved it. Yeah,
wow.
I was commentating with Andrew Southcott a week or two ago at one of the school regattas, and it happened in a couple of races, and you could see the action between when the lower ranked crew beat the higher one. That's good.
Always love a little bit of friendly competition.
Oh yeah, you've got to have bragging rights at the school canteen at recess time on Monday.
Couldn't agree more.
Indeed.
The boys are lining up. I can see through the camera. This is a 1,500 metre race. We don't have a start just yet, but I am actually just looking at the time. We're 5 minutes ahead. It's 3:55 and these boys had a 4 o'clock start. So we've got a little bit of time until the Schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad Scull final is underway.
I reckon there's only a couple of races after that, 73, 74.
We have 4 races left.
Yeah, because
wow.
We finish off the program with a couple of their feature races. In fact, 3 of them, I'd say.
I agree.
In order, it's the School Girl 8s, then the Open Women's Quadruple Scull, which has got 3 clubs, or 4 clubs in it, in fact. And then the Open Men's 8, which is always
a full field. I wasn't aware that it would be a full field, which is fantastic to see.
Yep. So we should have 3 pretty good races to finish off feature blue ribbon events. Good field in the Schoolgirl 8.
Yeah, 7 in the Schoolgirl 8, which is sponsored by Nelson Teamwear. 3 in the Open Women's Quad, which is sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. And then, yes, a full field in the Open Men's 8, which is also sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. This is great to see. I remember, I've been involved in the sport for a little while now, and, you know, there were years where it was really between Adelaide University and Adelaide Rowing Club. So this is great to see that there is a full field.
Indeed.
if you make your way to the podium, we have the medal presentation for the under 16 men's double scull, and the winner was Pembroke. They're just having their photos taken now. Congratulations, boys. It was a great race.
And very appropriate, the sassy head coach presenting the under 16 medal, so probably recruiting the guys at the same time, signing them up.
He looks very dapper, I must say. I don't see Nick Mitchell in a suit very often. He's more often walking around in his shorts and his polo shirt, so it's very nice to see. You know, rowers do get dressed up occasionally.
Well, he was in the official welcoming party for the governor, so he...
Oh, lovely.
It was the first time I've ever seen him not in rowing kit. So, there you go.
I actually didn't quite recognise him to start with until you mentioned it was Nick Mitchell. Thanks, so no. Oh, that's wonderful. I wasn't actually aware he was part of the official welcoming of the governor, which is great. It was great that she attended.
Well, the governor came down and she met Jed Outsriger and Nikki Ayres, our Paralympic
and world record holders.
And some of our volunteers were there, some of our board members, and the governor, bless her heart, she had a good chat with all of the people in the greeting party.
I had a quick chat to her as she was walking out the door. A lovely woman.
Yes.
A rower herself?
Yes. Frances Adamson was the first woman's captain of the Adelaide University Boat Club, and today she caught up with Rob Rowlands, who was here. They were teammates in 1983. The governor, Frances Adamson, was in their South Australian Women's State Lightweight 4 that year in 83, and Rob Rowlands was here, and he was the coxswain of the Youth 8 that year that won the Australian title, first time we ever won it, and Tim Belcher was in that crew.
Oh, yes.
So Tim, I don't know if he caught up with his teammate from 1983 here today. I'm sure he's here coaching somewhere.
I've seen Tim walking around. I was saying earlier to Tori, Tim and I had the joy of spending 6 days in the car together, travelling over to Perth.
I've done that trip with a boat trailer, and I had seen Tim here. I knew he was here. I don't know if he caught up with Frances Adamson. But, Frances Adamson got a connection with rowing, and good on her.
We have underway. We do have a start of the schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. This is the final, sponsored by Nelson Teamwear, and we do have a full field. Having a quick look at the screen, I'm going to say lane 5, Scotch College Adelaide. Just come through the 1,000 metre mark and just sitting in front of, I'm going to say, Prince Alfred College 3 in lane 3. But there's still 1,000 metres to go, and it really is anyone's race.
Yeah, there's the Scotch crew that's in front at the moment. All these crews just racing beautifully. There's some good blade work and timing, and wonderful picture. Enjoy that picture on that big screen down there, and sitting back in the Henley deck chairs.
That is a great way to watch racing.
And there's a PIMS tent there. You should be really in the Henley atmosphere. And if you're ever in England in the first week of July, go to that Royal Henley Regatta. It's the greatest regatta in the world.
I was there actually last year, Manx, and a phenomenal event. There is no way quite to watch rowing from a deck chair with a PIMS in your hand.
Yeah. I've been a few times. I love it.
Oh, it's a wonderful experience. I would go back in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Yes. It should be on every rower's wish list.
Now the final of the Year 10 Schoolboy Cox Quad are just rowing through the leaders. We have Scotch College. It would be the Scotch College 1 crew in lane 5 are just in front of the Prince Alfred College crew, and they are fast approaching the final 500 metres to go of the Year 10 Schoolboy Cox Quad final.
So that Scotch crew is Blair Robinson, Harvey, King, Sullivan, with the Cox's Corbett. Sorry I don't have their first names, but we're on restricted information here. But certainly Scotch setting the pace, and these crews motoring down the course with this tailwind. A very fast boat, the Quad
We
Scull.
just have a crab. We have a Scotch College crew just caught a crab.
Is that the leading one?
No, one a little bit further back. Sorry, I think I would have been a little bit more panicked. No, one a little bit further back. But
they've stopped.
They've just stopped. We've just had a crew stop. I just saw them catch a crab on the drone footage.
And it's probably not a bad idea to stop. If you're not winning, stop the boat completely and regain that oar rather than try and keep rowing with an oar dangling around because unfortunately they invariably break something.
Yes, they do.
So
Either the oar or the boat.
yes, so I always tell my crews to stop and retrieve if possible.
The Scotch College crew is still sitting out in front with PAC. As I'm saying
PAC
this, PAC
starting-
just lifted the rate as I said
Starting
that.
to motor on after them. The Prince Alfred College are throwing down the gauntlet.
Yes, they are. That's that they are winding to the line, and that's exactly what you
They've
want
gone
to
up
see.
to 35, 36 strokes to the minute.
Let's see if Scotch College can match and hold them off, who have stayed in the lead, definitely for the last 1,000 metres.
Scotch are matching them in rating. They're both rating around 35, 36, but Princes were saving a bit for this spurt, so they're finishing on now.
Oh, this is going to be a great final 200 metres of racing. PAC are not letting up. They're still sitting up there, putting a pressure on Scotch College.
It's Macaulay, Smith, Alphas and Fremantle with Cox and Croft, I reckon.
Last 100 metres, Scotch College still in front. PAC is still applying that pressure, but I think they're going to run out of room. And yes, Scotch College have just taken the win, followed by Prince Alfred College. Next, we will have Unley High School sitting in third. And followed by St. Peter's.
Two St. Peter's crews,
I think there's a third one
And
also
three.
on this side. The 3 St. Peter's crews. St. Peter's crew 2, St. Peter's crew 3, and St. Peter's crew 4. Followed next by the Scotch College crew from lane 2, Scotch College Adelaide. And the Scotch College crew that did catch a crab are just paddling through. They could have an oar breakage, hopefully no boat breakage or athlete breakage, but they're just paddling across the line. Is everyone moving, Mangs?
Yeah, they're all rowing, yep.
Good. So hopefully, ideally not a broken oar, but in the grand scheme of things, not the end of the world.
Well recovered.
Mm.
So congratulations, Scotch, who won the race. So they're the state champions, and that crew and race sponsored by Nelson Teamwear. Thanks to Nelson. Ben Nelson, good man to do business with.
Next, we have the under-17 women's Coxed Quad Scull. Yes, and Scotch College, the final Scotch College crew just crossed the line.
And the umpire's waving his white flag. If you're not familiar with the situation, the umpire follows in the boat to see that all the racing is fair, and they wave a white flag, not to score a goal, but to say that race was all clear.
So yet again, Mangs, we have another full field, which is great to see. In lane 1, we have Loreto Marriotteville. In lane 2, we have Wolford Anglican 1. In lane 3, we have Wilderness 1. In lane 4, we have Seymour College. In lane 5, we have Adelaide High 1. In lane 6, Pembroke School. In lane 7, Wolford 2. And in lane 8, Unley High School. So it's 2 Wolford crews have made the final, which is great to see.
Quite a good range of number 1 crews there, so
This should be a I'm hoping this is going to be a very exciting
yeah,
race.
I expect a good race here. The race again sponsored by Nelson Teamwear, Sportswear, individual sportswear, and also rowing clubs. You can get club gear from them. Go and see Ben Nelson. Just go. No one's scratched. That's all right.
Now this is I've just had a look. This is a 2,000 metre race, which is a different distance than what these girls would be used to. As I'm going to say, under 17, they'd be in year 10 and would be normally racing over 1,500 metres. So this is an additional 500 metres. Something they probably might not be particularly used to, and I'm hoping they don't view it as a 1,500 and then run out of steam for the final 500.
The under-17 competition is designed for the fact that there is under-17 competition in the national regatta, so that's why we run the races here for under-17s to give crews that want to fancy themselves, if they were to win the state championship under 17, you'd certainly consider that might be worth having a go at the national regatta in the under 17. It's not an age group that we have in our usual regattas, but we do have it for the state championships.
We do have a start. We have a full field. I'm going to say we're probably 150 metres in, so we've still got a little bit of distance and time before we start seeing them. But it's still looking incredibly close. I'm having a look at the screen. I'm going to say Wolford in lane 2, just out the blocks. I'm going to say just have a slight lead over everyone else, just having a look at the angle here.
Yeah, Wolford is certainly laying down the gauntlet, and I'd say the boat in lane 4 is Seymour, is probably
In
going
second.
with them.
And then even in lane 6, the Pembroke crew. I think this could be this should be some great racing. But ultimately, we are still only about 250 metres into a 2,000 metre race, so it really still is anyone's.
They are under 17, so they're certainly youngsters in the world of racing. See, the Pembroke crew you mentioned is coached by one of our commentators, Mike Nielsen, who was up here. Matthew Nielsen, sorry. His father was Mike Nielsen,
Yes.
won 3 King's Cups. So Matt Nielsen has also rowed King's Cup, and so is their grandfather, Keith Colwell. So great rowing family.
Wow. I didn't know it went back 3 generations. I did not know that. I knew, obviously, Matt and Mike.
Yeah.
But wow.
So Matt's mum was a phys ed teacher, and she was a Caldwell, and Keith Caldwell was her father, yes. So Matt Nielsen's grandfather, King's Cup stroke, and back in the 3 mile days, he's one of our aged rowers.
How far is 3 miles in kilometres?
It'd be 3 miles is 4.5.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. That's quite a distance.
Yes. They didn't row 3 mile races for the King's Cup when I was running, thank goodness.
I'm going to say we've just had an update. Lane 4, Seymour College, is currently out in front as they approach the 1,000 metre mark, so the halfway mark. Lane 4, Seymour College, is currently in front.
That crew's Foster, Guthrie, Johnson and Bell, with Edwardson the coxswain. A couple of famous rowing names there, Bell. Guthrie, Tom Guthrie, I coached him in a King's Cup crew, so that's his daughter.
Is Charlotte. Seymour are comfortably. We have Clearwater lead from lane 4 as we look at the overhead shot. I'm going to say Seymour, then Wolford. With Unley also still... I should have worn my glasses today, Manx.
That's lane 1, isn't it? If it's lane 1, it's Loretto.
Is lane 2?
That's 2.
Lane 2, it is Wolford. So we have Seymour
Yeah,
College currently out in front, followed by lane 2 Wolford number 1 crew. Then we have Wilderness sitting in 3rd place, but they are also battling out with Pembroke School. So the top 4 schools are Seymour, Wolford, Wilderness and Pembroke. And there's just a little bit of a clear water between the top 4 and the rest of the field. But Seymour are still looking very comfortable out in front as they fast approach the Lakes Hotel. Wolford are starting to make that break against Wilderness, who are sitting in 3rd. And I'm going to say, having a look at the screen here, Mangs, I think it's going to be quite the battle between Wilderness and Pembroke for that 3rd place.
Shaping up like that. Catherine, they were really getting out in front. The lead crew, they were stormed away from the field.
Having a look at the... I'm going to say it'll be close to 3 boat lengths, which is just a great margin for fast approaching 1,500 metres, and they're racing over 2 kilometres, which is not a distance they're actually used to.
Yeah, so we will hold our breath and just see what happens here, because they might have overdone themselves.
Overcommitted themselves,
Yeah.
yes.
As we said, the youngsters, they don't normally row this distance in their normal age group racing.
So this is a great shot for to have a look at the steering and the coxswains. We've got some fairly straight steering coxswains here, which is quite impressive for an under 17 age group. I'd normally expect something steering like this for a little bit older, but this is great to see. Obviously some great coxswain development with these 4 schools.
And all those crews in this final, you'd have to say that the technique and the rowing practice has paid off, and so congratulations to all their teams, their coaches and their families and the sport they get to practice, as well as getting fit and healthy. Hopefully they learn this teamwork, and we are a synchronised sport. We can never laugh at synchronised swimming when people talk about it, because we do synchronised rowing and aim for the best possible synchronism in our crews.
But no, we definitely, coming up to the last 250 metres, we have a very strong Seymour crew out in front. I can see some Seymour supporters down there on the grass watching. I think we can see Tom Guthrie. His daughter is in the crew watching. And they are looking very comfortable as they approach the final 250 metres. I don't want to speak too soon, but I don't think they went too hard to start with. I think they've actually paced themselves incredibly well for a distance that they don't traditionally race over. In second, I'm going to say we've got Wolford, and then from the angle, I'm going to say Pembroke. Having a look at our screen, Pembroke are
just in front of Wilderness.
Just in front of Wilderness, but it is still close. And then I wouldn't exclude Unley, who's sitting out there in lane 8, depending on what their wind to the line is like. But we have the final, 150 metres, and Seymour College is comfortably in front, looking strong, timing is looking great, and they're just doing it really well together.
They're going to join what we used to call the Clearwater Club. You win a state championship by Clearwater, and that's what the Seymour crew are going to do in the under 17.
It's a very nice club to be a part of, a Clearwater club. And we have Seymour College have crossed the finish line, taking out the win in the under 17 women's Cox Quad Scull, followed by Wolford Anglican Girls for School for Girls, taking out the second. And having, I think, third will go to Pembroke, but it could be a bit of a race for fourth.
It's close.
It is close.
Unley
Wilderness. Third goes to Pembroke. Fourth will go to Wilderness. Fifth to Unley High School.
And all these results and times, once our volunteers check them with the judges, will all be printed on the, published on the World Wide Web. You can look at them on Rowing Manager, Rowing SA website. You can get all the results of all the races.
We just had Wolford cross the line, followed by Adelaide High School. And then coming through in lane 1, we have Loretto Marriotteville.
Now I've just noticed we've got a scratching from 74. The Wilderness crew's withdrawn from lane 2.
But we do have a start. I've just looked at our screen, and we have a start for the Schoolgirl 8.
So you've got Unley in 3, Wolford in 4, Norwood in 5, Seymour in 6, Scotch in 7, and Seymour number 2 in 8. So still 6 starters in the Schoolgirl 8s for the Nelson Teamwear Trophy and sponsorship.
Still very early on. I was going to say it's the first 250 metres of the race. And having a look at the screen, I can only see 2 crews on my screen at the moment, and they are Seymour and Scotch. But we will hopefully be able to see the rest of the field shortly. Having a look at the screen, fast approaching first 500 metres in, I'm going to say this Seymour College. Currently in lane 6, Seymour College 1, sitting out in front, followed by Scotch College Adelaide in lane 7.
Those 2 boats certainly are the leading boats. The Seymour crew is Annie McNally, Lucy Pocock, Sasha Humble, Georgia Walters, Grace Barrera, Daisy Holland, Isabella Lees, Ella Mackay with Sasha Walker the Cox, and Scotch is Isabella Naish, Faith Mons, Rosie McMahon, Grace Corley, Alice Casey, Stella Spalvins, Eleanor Arundel, Elisa Bailey and Emma Venus, the Cox. Those two crews are leading the way.
Bangs, I've just had a look at the screen, and not only do we have Seymour College 1 out in front, followed by Scotch College, but the Seymour College second 8 is currently sitting in 3rd place, I believe.
I'd say,
Yeah, so
got that right.
Yes, the Seymour College first 8 and their second 8 are currently in the top 3 as we fast approach that 1,000-metre mark.
Got a really good picture on the big screen. I hope you're enjoying that. Have a Pims while you're doing it.
But Seymour College first 8 has clear water on Scotch College, and the Seymour College second 8 are applying a fair bit of pressure here on the Scotch College girls first 8. I'm going to say there's about half a boat length between the two. And the Seymour 8 is still stepping out, winding, coming through that 1,000-metre mark. They are continuing. I think they're about to join the Clear Water Club, as Bangs mentioned before, comfortably.
Rating 36. No, hang on. Yeah, 36. So that's
36 through the 1,000.
That's a good clip for an 8 with this slight tailwind. I'd be very happy with that if I was coaching. If they can keep it up, it means they're just about clearing their length in the boat too. That's fantastic effort for a schoolgirl 8. Through halfway, gone over halfway, a bit tired. I reckon that's pretty good clearance.
I'm going to say they've also probably had some other races throughout the day, so this is a great effort.
They've got a really quick release and hands away. Really a real racing gait, I'd call that they've got there. That's not a swinging gait, it's a different word.
This 8's doing very well. This 8's coached by Joe Franco. And I think she's doing some wonderful things. The fact that having a look at the screen, not only is the first 8 and the second 8 into the top 3, I think it's been some time in South Australia that a girls' program's had that.
Yeah, Joe Franco, herself a world champion lightweight quad sculler, has certainly got these girls racing well.
This has got to be close to 3 boat lengths here, Mangs.
Yeah, more than 2. That's
Definitely
for sure.
more than 2. They come through the Lakes Hotel. Having a look at the boys, which happen to sit 10 metres apart, I'm going to say they've got a 40-metre lead on Scotch College, who are currently in second.
They're still around 35 strokes at the minute, just under perhaps.
I'm excited to see their wind to the line if they're already sitting at 35. What else have they got left in the tank?
It's got to be their last race for the day, so maybe they've been told they can have a go.
Maybe.
They have won a couple of the regattas that I've seen this year in the schoolgirl first 8. So here they are. This is the state championship of South Australia for 2024. So this could be one of their aims for the season. Some of these girls were in the crew that won the Head of the River last year.
They were. Georgia Walters, Grace Barrera, Daisy Holland and Sasha Walker were all members of that winning crew last year.
Nothing wrong with your memory, girl.
But we are fast approaching the final 250 metres, and they've lifted it, which
Yeah.
is, having a look at this, they're sitting at 35, a couple of strokes to go, and they're stepping to the line.
They're still on 35, but it looks faster than that now. But
It does. But this Seymour crew are looking connected, rowing well, it looks long, it looks efficient, it really is just everything that you hope for. We have Scotch College 8 currently sitting in second with the Seymour College second 8. And then we have Unley sitting in fourth. The angle's a bit challenging. I'm going to say they could have some overlap with the Seymour second 8. But this Unley 8, it's a fairly young crew. I don't actually know a huge amount about the Scotch boat, but the Unley crew is a fairly young crew, so I'm excited to see them in some time. But we are talking we're 20 metres away from the finish line, and Seymour are about to take out the win in the schoolgirl 8 at state championship, and they have done it by about 60 metres at least, which is a great effort.
Yeah, 3 lengths at least there,
least.
so well done, Seymour. So congratulations, Seymour, winners of the schoolgirls state championship 8s.
Correct, with
And
their
Scotch
second 8 about to take out bronze, which is a huge effort.
Only not far back in fourth.
No, Unley still pressing to the line. Great to see. Unley crossing the line in fourth. They're moving back to Wolford, who will cross the line in 5th. Always very easy to spot Wolford with their dark blue boat.
That's Norwood who's going to be 6th.
And Norwood will cross the line. Norwood International High in lane 5 will cross the line in 6th place.
So the next race has also started. It's the Open Women's Quad Scull, sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. Goolwick and Murray Bridge Composite Crew in lane 4. In the middle lane of 3 is Adelaide Uni, and in lane 6 is Adelaide. So the great rivals here.
Oh, Mangs, if you look at the screen, Adelaide Rowing Club have quite the lead, which is...
they?
Yes, they do.
Good grief.
That is...
I was expecting to have a really close race
I
here.
actually couldn't agree more. I thought it was going to be a little bit closer, but looking at the Adelaide University Boat Club race crew, these girls have had... Oh, we've had a stop. We've had a crab in the Adelaide University Boat Club crew. Unfortunately, they have stopped. Their 2-seat has caught a crab, and they haven't quite sorted that one yet. Hopefully, they will be back up and running momentarily. But the Goolwick Composite have just overtaken and are currently sitting in 2nd place, with Adelaide Rowing Club with clear water out in front.
So the Adelaide crew that's named here is Celia Cowan, Joyce Jollins, Georgina Tager and Mika Webb. So
it's wonderful to see Celia back, as she did. I do believe she retired. She was part of Sassy, was on the under-21 team, has taken some time off, and it's great to see her back in a boat.
She's been racing well this weekend, and last week at her she raced quite well too. So yes, good to see Celia Cowan back racing.
And Mika Webb, actually. Mika Webb has been involved in the sport at an incredibly high level for quite some time.
Yeah, she had a bad back last year, so she didn't race much, and it's great to see Mika back. She told me early in the season she was hoping to get back to fitness and try out for the Queen's Cup.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So she's won the Sweet Four today, so yeah, she's in the... Looks like she's got an asterisk here on my screen.
She has an asterisk on mine as well.
So she's been...
she's been named in.
Yeah, so I'm not sure who was there before. Oh no, she's on.
It could have been Ella.
I thought Ella might be in the crew.
Ella could have been in the crew, but I believe she's had a fairly big day of racing as well. Actually, to be fair, they've all had a fairly big day of racing. But fast approaching, they've come through the 500-metre mark, and Adelaide Rowing Club are comfortably in front. I've got to say this has got to be close to 150 metres at least.
You don't often see an open elite race with such a margin.
No.
But the girls will be loving it from Adelaide Rowing Club. And Mika Webb, she's had a couple of races and she'd be pretty tired too, so she'll be enjoying this.
Oh, this is exciting for tomorrow's Open Women's 8, Mangs.
Yeah, well, I expect last year the Adelaide Uni women won for the first time for several years, so they'll be, the Adelaide crew I know are keen to revenge that.
Yes, they are. But we have Adelaide Rowing Club, Open Women's Quad Scull, which is sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing, have just come through the 250-metre mark. And Mangs, you've just put your head down. They are now crossing the line, if I had to have a guess, at rate 22. So they've definitely stepped that down. I'm going to say they're starting their cool down a little bit early. But to be fair, they're at least 200 metres in front of 2nd place. Looking great, looking long, looking efficient, and ultimately that's how you want to win a race in a quad.
21.
Rate 21, okay.
Your call was pretty good, Catherine.
It's not too often you see a winning crew cross the line at rate 21.
And not in an elite open race.
No. But, you know, to be fair, they had a cracker of a first 1,750 metres. You know, that's what you were saying, You're sitting up in the 30s.
Oh, yes.
In 2nd place, we do have the Goolwick Composite, which is
Goolwick and Murray Bridge.
Yes.
Yeah, so.
And then sitting in 3rd, and unfortunately, I'm not sure if there was a crab caught. I'm not sure if the oar has been broken. Is sitting back the Adelaide University Boat Club.
They are all rowing in the uni boat, but they certainly had a shipwreck of
Yes.
monumental proportions down in that
Yes, they did.
first half somewhere.
Hopefully they can have a great night's sleep tonight and then come back tomorrow ready for the Open Women's 8 and give it quite a crack, because I'm excited to watch that. And
Now, talking about a grudge, the next race is the Open Men's 8, and I can tell you that Adelaide Uni are really keen to win this because they haven't won it for about 10 years, and Adelaide have won most of those times, but there's been a couple of school crews that have, and composite crews that have beaten Adelaide, but Adelaide Uni haven't actually got their hands on the men's state championship 8s for quite a while, and they are very keen to win it. They got beaten by less than a second. Last year's race was the second fastest ever for the state championship 8s, and Adelaide beat Adelaide Uni by, I can't remember, it was just over or under a second.
It was a very small margin, and it was a nail biter in all honesty.
It was a photo finish, and it was either just under or just over 1 second. So Adelaide Uni had a really fast crew, and most of them are there this year hankering to break that 10-year drought.
Oh, this is going to be an absolute cracker of a race. And if you, we've had the final, the Adelaide University Boat Club crew rowed through the finish line, completing the Open Women's Quad. And we have the presentation of the Schoolgirl 8, and the Seymour girls are obviously very excited. We've got parents down there taking photos, and I think they're about to do their medal presentation.
So the Open Men's 8 lineup is Adelaide number 1 in lane 1, Adelaide Uni are in lane 2, Adelaide number 2 are in lane 3, Scotch College are in lane 4, Pembroke School are in lane 5, St Peter's number 1 are in 6, Adelaide Uni number 3 crew it must be are in, although I'm not sure about that, Adelaide Uni crew are in lane 7, and then there's St Peter's College number 2 are in lane 8.
I'm going to say the Adelaide University crew in lane 2 are the number 1, as it's got Nick Blackman. And when in doubt, I just look for Nick Blackman to work out which crew is number 1 or number 2.
Yep, that'll be right.
He's had a very good few years, doing great things in the quad last year, under 23s. And I believe he's had a great race today.
Yes, he's won, when they win the quad scull. Yeah, it must have. Or double, yeah.
We have the camera is currently on the start line. We don't have a start yet, but all crews are just backing onto the fingers, and we do have a full field of 8 crews, which is great to see.
Wonderful to have a full field of 8 in the State Championship Men's 8, the last race of the day, and one of the blue ribbon events, one of the feature events of the regatta, the State Championship Men's 8.
Sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing, who looking out the window, they do have a great tent setup. So feel free to call past there. But they are the sponsors of the Open Men's 8, and I feel we are about 60 seconds away. No, and we are off. We are off in the Open Men's 8 at the 2024 South Australian Rowing Championships.
So tomorrow this will be the women's race, will be the last Open 8 race. And each year we rotate that rotation. So next year it'll be the men's will be Sunday and the women's will be Saturday.
So the ultimate rivalry between Adelaide Rowing Club and Adelaide University is taking place in lane 1 and 2 and 3 and 7. So a little bit across the field, and we've also, I love the fact that the schoolboys are also getting involved.
I reckon Adelaide Uni have got the better of the start between Adelaide in lane 1 and lane 2.
I'm going to say they do, but I'm not counting it just yet, Mangs, but I'm going to say they do have maybe a boat, no, definitely not a boat length, I take that back, I'm going to say maybe a seat.
They're on 38, 39 strokes to the minute.
Oh, that's moving. Having a look, I'm going to say it's Adelaide University, Adelaide Rowing Club, and then Scotch College in the middle. We're sitting as the top 3, having a quick glance. But, you know, we're 500 metres into a 2,000 metre race.
So the Adelaide crew's settled down now. They're rating about just 34, 35.
It really is Adelaide Rowing Club and Adelaide University out in 1 and 2, and Adelaide University is currently sitting out in front, but Adelaide Rowing Club is still with them.
Well, about 30, 32, the Adelaide crew are being outrated by the Adelaide Uni crew. That's the rating I'd like my crew to be at. So Adelaide Uni are certainly showing the way.
I'm having a look at the overview, and you can see this on the big screen. Adelaide University have taken a boat length on Adelaide Rowing Club, and Adelaide Rowing Club are battling with Adelaide University Boat Club 2.
So
this is going to be quite the race.
the leading boat's around 34, 35 strokes per minute. And they've got clear water on the Adelaide crew at the moment, so a length and a half in front. And as Catherine said, the Adelaide Uni number 2 boat might be in front of the Adelaide number 1 boat. But the school kids are doing all right there.
The schoolboys are still with them, which is
Scotch
great to
and
see.
Saints, they've got nothing to lose here.
Not
and
at
they're
all.
racing against the big boys.
I remember when Saints won a handful of years ago, and they absolutely dominated. It was a great race to see, but it's really great to see that, you know, they're still with the pack.
That was an outstanding Saints school crew. They went on and won the school championship of Australia. Only the second crew that's ever done it. So they won Champ 8s here, they won Champ Schoolboys State Championship, they won the Head of the River, and they won the Australian 8. How they didn't get Sports Team of the Year for schools in the presentations is absolutely beyond me, and I suspect that either the school or our organisation didn't put in enough nominations or didn't do it properly or maybe early enough, because no rowing crew's ever done what they did.
No, they were a very good crew. But we do have, back to the final 750 metres, Adelaide University Boat Club sitting in lane 2 of Deckers, Hamilton, Schmooner, Boyce, Chipperfield, Nesbitt, Moore, Blackman, Cox by Madison Newland, and coached by Sam Morton are still currently and comfortably in front.
They're certainly going to win one with vigour here, but what a good sight. Have a look at that big screen. What a picture, and what a great sight. That's fantastic. I love it. Beautiful rowing. The Adelaide crew, there's plenty of power in there, but they're just getting beaten by a better crew. I hope they know that the Adelaide Uni number 2 crew have got them in their sights. It'll be annoying.
Thomas Haddon is coxing the Adelaide Rowing Club boat, and quite a good coxswain, so I'm assuming he is looking very closely at lane number 7, the Adelaide University Boat Club 2 crew. But coming up to the final 500 metres of this race, we do have Adelaide University in lane 2, currently in front of the Open Men's 8, sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing.
So they've got their rating up now to about 36. 36, 37, so that's really good. That's where I'd want them, Sam. You've done a good job. Got them none of this slackening off and cruising.
And they are up to the final 250 metres, and hopefully, I'm hoping to see a little bit of a wind to the line. Let's see, a race against the clock.
Yeah,
see how fast they can actually do it.
They've got perfect conditions here, so they should be after a race record time or something like that.
I would like to think so, but I think it's going to be quite the battle. I'm going to say Adelaide University.
The number 2 crew, I reckon they've got the Adelaide crew. Yeah,
I think it could be a 1-2 for Adelaide University Boat Club today.
We'll never hear the end of it.
No, we won't. But to be fair, that's a fair thing to brag about. But this is a great race by the Adelaide University Boat Club. Men's 1 and 2 crew.
They're up to 37, 38.
37, 38.
So they are winding it up, Adelaide Uni. The Blacks. Hope they don't mind me calling them the Blacks. They used to wear black oars.
The first time in 10 years.
A win to Adelaide Uni.
A win to Adelaide University.
And they're going to get the Quinella. I reckon the number 2 crew is going to be second.
Adelaide University taking out number 1 and 2. With Adelaide Rowing Club crossing the line in 3rd.
So the schools race is Saints just in front of Pembroke, overlapping 3 boats. Scotch. There's 3 boats, less than a length from first, 2nd and 3rd between the school crews. I'd love that.
Saints' 2nd crew has just crossed the line, and then Adelaide Rowing Club's 2nd crew is coming up to the final 100 metres of the Open Men's 8, the final race of the Saturday at the 2024 State Championships. And that was an absolute cracker of a race. Adelaide University Boat Club taking out number 1 and 2. I don't think I've ever seen that. And a great race. Thank you to our sponsors, Perfect Balance Rowing. Quite the race to sponsor.
And the school crews, like I said, Saints, Pembroke and Scotch, they crossed the line. Those three boats were overlapping each other, so there was less than a boat length between three of them. In fact, it was probably 3/4 of a length.
Oh, I wouldn't have even said it was a boat length. It really was.
Oh, was it? Yeah, it was
seat.
less than a length
It was less
between
than a length
those
between
three.
the three skulls.
But the men's senior club has been glad that none of the school crews beat them.
That is correct.
Would have been very embarrassing.
I remember when Saints won and the bragging rights of James McRae, to be fair, who was the coach of that 8, rightly so. But that's an absolute tremendous effort by Adelaide University Boat Club, taking out number 1 and 2. Up the first time in how many years, Mags?
I reckon it could be 10 years since they won it. Certainly can't remember exactly, and I apologise for not having exact, but
It
it's
has
a long
been a
time.
while. Adelaide Rowing Club, a great effort you guys have put in. You know, an absolute great race, and I'm glad that we had a full field and it was an absolute cracker of the final day of racing. Now that is the conclusion of the Saturday for the 2024 South Australian Rowing Championships. Thank you, Mains, for commentating today.
Thank you, Catherine. And just a reminder, make sure you send your bow numbers back so that our volunteers can pack up. Thank all of the boat race officials and our volunteers, the whole sport's amateur, so thank all the workers, and thanks to all those volunteers and boat race officials and all our commentators today. We had a really good race of commentators that kept you entertained. And congratulations to Rowing SA for setting up the lawn area here, the tents. It's just fabulous. The whole organisation's a huge event to run, and I'd like to thank our technicians here that supplied the video coverage that we got here, the live stream. I hope you've enjoyed it, but those technicians have been working their bums off, you'd have to say, keeping it all up to date, changing batteries, taping things back up and putting them together, and it's a fantastic presentation with their drones, pictures. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mags, and we'll see everyone back here tomorrow.
Is this the race?
Yes, this is the race. Adelaide University crossed the line in a time of 5 minutes 48.42.
There you go, 5:48.42. Adelaide Uni. You listening, Sam? 5:48.
I think he's on the pontoon celebrating with the boys, and rightly so.
And they've won by 10 seconds. The second crew, the Adelaide Uni second crew rode under 6 minutes, so that's 2 crews under 6 minutes. Well done, Adelaide Uni. And the Quinella, first and second place. I wish I could back horses like the can at the row. I would have got the trifecta anyway. So thanks again. It's Phil Manglesworth. I'm signing off because I want to do a report, send it to the paper, and I'm going to do it right now. Catherine, you can mull on whatever you want to do.
Thank you, everyone, and we will see you guys tomorrow. Enjoy a great night's sleep and get ready for racing on day number 2 of the 2024 South Australian Rowing Championships. Bye, everyone.
Do you want me on the other camera or anything, mate?
No, that's fine. We're just filling. I think they might do a presentation, so I'm just waiting.
Yeah, copy that.
You can back it all up if you want.
Yep, on it, thank you.
Welcome to our official presentation signifying the conclusion of Day 1 at the 2024 South Australian Rowing Championships. My name is Andrew Swift, CEO for Rowing South Australia. Can I thank Robert Taylor for his welcome to country and Lucy Stoddart, who sang the national anthem earlier today. It was a great pleasure welcoming earlier today Her Excellency the Honourable Frances Adamson, AC, Governor of South Australia and South Australian patron, Rowing SA patron, along with Mayor of the City Charles Sturt Council, Angela Evans. I extend a warm welcome who join us here this afternoon. Paul Thompson, MBE, Performance Director of Rowing Australia. Karen Faulkner, Director of the South Australian Sports Institute. Welcome Rowing SA board members, Rowing SA President Philip Mangelsdorf, Rowing SA Vice President, including Michael Eastoff, who flew in to Victoria, from Victoria today, Rowing SA partners, life members, delegates from affiliated clubs and schools, Olympians, Australian representatives, state representatives, all Rowing SA members, umpires, including interstate guest umpire Barry Wright, volunteers, parents and supporters, and to all the athletes and coaches. What a great day of racing today, and congratulations to all winners, but also to all competitors. It gives me great pleasure to seeing this regatta being held at such high regard by our affiliated clubs and schools, and seeing the calibre of racing grow year by year. I'd like to thank everyone for supporting Rowing SA through this event. Thank you to the umpires and volunteers who enable the regatta each week, the regattas each week to take place to a high standard, and we cannot do that without you. A special thanks to Beck Lannon, Christine Newberry and Lily Keane in the office for the extra hours you've achieved to put this event on. I'd like to acknowledge and thank Rowing SA corporate partners, Nelson Teamwear, Eastern Equity Insurance Brokers, and new corporate partner, Statewide Plumbing and Maintenance. Thank you also to our official sponsors, Fulham Funerals, Hayley Stoltari from Harris Real Estate, Phoenix Lending, Gentle Touch Orthodontics, Tap Electrical, Largs Bay and Seaton Swim Centres, Tweak Physio, Mosaic Hotel and Matrix Solar. And before we get into our presentations in moments' time, please welcome Paul Thompson, MBE Ford, Performance Director of Rowing Australia, the person responsible for getting Olympic medals for Australia. Former Torrens Rowing Club member, former South Australian Kings Cup rower, with over 30 years of international coaching and leadership experience, delivering a host of Olympic and World Championship medals for Australia, Great Britain and China. Thank you, Paul, for accepting our invitation to join us at our state championships this weekend. Please welcome Paul Thompson to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And firstly, I'd like to say thank you to Rowing South Australia for putting on such a great event. And we know with all these events, they don't happen without volunteers. And just really like to thank everybody, the boat race officials and everybody else, to put on such a great event. And of course to the rowers for such fabulous racing. Behind every good rower are some parents, families and friends. And we've had Andrew thank all the sponsors, but we know that the family and the parents are really the ones who are big investors in our young people and in our sport. And you could see the athletes here about what wonderful qualities our sport brings through teamwork and other things. So well done everybody on a great regatta. Well, I can assure you there's 160 days to go to the opening ceremony of the Paris Olympics. A few more weeks to that, to the opening ceremony of the Paralympics. We've got some great South Australian athletes looking to do that, and the basis of that is in some great partnership work with the South Australian Sports Institute, Rowing Australia and South Australian Rowing, which is giving great opportunities to South Australians, all of you people here, to be able to realise your potential on the international stage. So I really want to be very grateful and thankful for that, and just let everybody know that rowing can be for you, and looking forward to seeing you progress through that. Preparations are going very well for Paris. We're not going to be leaving any stone unturned, and we're really looking to make sure if we can get the potential that's in the boats to come out, we're going to be having a fabulous regatta, and the people that are there racing, they're racing for you, for themselves, their clubs, the rowing community, the South Australian community, as well as the Australian one, and they'll be pulling very hard. And two of those athletes you saw out today, so I wanted to give a very special shout out to Jed and Nikki in our world champion PR3 double. So perhaps you put a round of applause together for them. Australia is yet to win a Paralympic gold medal, and our hopes and thoughts are really, really behind them. So well done on a fabulous regatta. Get behind the team, and look forward to seeing you out on the water again soon.
Thank you, Paul. We'll get straight into the presentations, especially this crew who I know have got a formal to get to. So can I invite Karen Faulkner, SASI Director, forward to present the winning crew of the Schoolgirl Coxed 8 Championship of South Australia. Thanks to race sponsor Nelson Teamwear. Please come forward from Seymour College. Annie McNally, Lucy Pocock, Sasha Humble, Georgia Walters, Grace Barrera, Daisy Holland, Isabella Lease, Ella McKay, Sasha Walker, and Coach Joe Franco. Congratulations, Seymour College. To assist in the next presentation, I invite Alistair Isherwood from Perfect Balance Rowing to present the winning crew in the Open Women's Coxless Quad Scull Championship of South Australia, thanks to race sponsor Perfect Balance Rowing. From Adelaide Rowing Club, for the Open Women's Coxless Quad Scull, Celia Cowan, Joyce Jollens, Georgina Tager, and Mika Webb. Congratulations, Adelaide Rowing Club. And for the final presentation of today, I invite Paul Thompson, Rowing Australia, and Alistair Isherwood from Perfect Balance Rowing to present the winning crew in the Open Men's Coxless 8 Championship of South Australia, thanks to race sponsor Perfect Balance Rowing. From Adelaide Uni, Callum Deckers, Ross Hamilton, Jude Shermer, Jasper Boyce, Edward Chipperfield, Jake Nesbitt, Oscar Moore, Nick Blackman, Cox, Madison Newland, and coach Sammy Morton. We'll just wait for the dumping of the coxswain before... Okay, no, we'll wait for the coxswain dumping in a moment. Just to close the official proceedings, ladies and gentlemen, just for day one of the 24 South Australian Rowing Championships, I invite Rowing SA Chair Greg Keane to say a few words.
Yeah, thanks very much, Andrew. I'd like to again thank all the competitors, the coaches, all your supporters, distinguished guests, of which we've had many today, particularly the volunteer officials who give up their time and energy for our wonderful sport, our sponsors without whom we couldn't function. I'd like to particularly thank the RSA staff, especially Andrew Swift, who I'm sure you all agree does an absolutely superb job, so thank you very much, Andrew. I'd like to thank the Charles Sturt Council for their support, Her Excellency the Governor. Finally, I'd like to thank the RSA board, and it's a very proud moment for me to be chair of that board. Boards do a lot of work, as those of you who are on boards know. Our board is beautifully balanced with a good gender and age balance. They work quietly, efficiently, and they're dedicated to progress our beautiful sport of rowing. So thank you very much to the RSA board and all the other groups that I've mentioned. There are two things I want to bring to your attention so that you do know that we are working hard on the progress of our sport. The first is that we're currently engaged in a very major strategic review of South Australian rowing, and this will include the new dimensions of indoor rowing and coastal rowing, where under direction from World Rowing we'll have a responsibility for training and safety. So that's very exciting. Secondly, looking around you, the facility that we use here now is probably no longer totally fit for purpose, so we're engaging on a major redevelopment project of this facility. It's served us well for about 50 years, but it needs a major upgrade and a rebuild. So keep watching the space of what your board is doing for your sport. I think I'll finish there. I want to thank you all. Enjoy your weekend and drive safely. Thank you.